working. It's a system that we actually tried to adapt when we played in Falcons. So it's like something that people
How long
around.
ago was that? Just out of curiosity.
It didn't go that well, but we tried.
Oh no, I'm not trying to dumpster you. I'm wondering about the system from Navi. Is it up to date?
I mean, I
Is
think
this like a 2024 Mirage?
No, but I think it can work. You know, it's more, at least what we looked at back then, is more about how they utilize the lurks, but also how they work their way inside of middle, and then how they use Connect and the timings and hit the A-bomb side. I think that's like been the pinnacle of how Navi has wanted to approach Mirage. But yeah, no matter what, it's gonna be difficult for Navi.
Mirage haters in shambles. We had a lovely 5 overtime game on the map yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We got a nice little opener again today that can get a little bit wild. I think this is actually a perfect map to start the series on, just because we had this conversation about Rops lurking, and if you want to watch like a masterclass of Rops lurking over in Palace on this map, like he's just such a menace with the way he can change the way he plays. So just keep an eye on his dot on the mini map, because Mirage for Rops is going to be great.
I'm just impressed with the amount of headers that Zywoo was able to hit there. That was great. Hitting shots in and out of the server. There's a reason why we have a lot of expectations on this man. It's been an interesting kind of, I don't want to use the term like glow up, but like when we were standing on stage at the HLTV Awards, right, and he's awarded 3rd, the worst placing he's ever had in terms of that top 20. You can kind of see maybe there's a little bit of venom behind him now. He wants to get back in the conversation, right?
I've talked about it before, but I'll bring it up because the major always gets new viewers. Apex told me at that event, he was like, Zywoo's actually pissed that he wasn't even in the conversation. It's not about the fact that he got 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. It's not his placing. It's the fact that he knew that he wasn't in the conversation to get 1st place. Like no one even kind of had his name there with Donk and Monacy having the years that they've had. He actually told me back in January, this year Zywoo's going to be a different player, and he's going to come and he's going to win that #1 Player of the Year award. And what we've seen out of Zywoo, this is obviously the best version of Zywoo we've seen. And while previously there was maybe one last lingering criticism where you kind of felt like Zywoo didn't want to be the guy who had to step up and like the superstar who was going to make sure his team didn't lose the map, we're getting a Zywoo that wants to be that guy in 2025. He does not let this team lose maps.
And I don't have anything bad to say about Zywoo. Like the way that he just moves around inside the server, the way that he just feels the game, the way that he spreads confidence inside the team is just unmatched. And if I had to pick like one bad thing I want to say about it, that is probably that he has just been seen himself as, you know, a guy that just loves to play Counter-Strike. He doesn't want to be in this conversation. At least back in time when we worked with him, that, hey, I don't want to go up against Simple. I don't care who's the go. You know, I just want to enjoy my time, you know. We actually tried to get him to be more like aura kind of guy where he,
no,
like,
bro, you are the best.
You are the best. Like, you have to live up to this because you can spread that to so many people. But one thing is his consistency inside the server. But I mean, the numbers he's putting up is just out of this world.
Okay, I've got some numbers for you, gentlemen. I want you to play a game of higher or lower. We've talked about our criticism for Bit, maybe some highs for Zywoo. Is Zywoo going to get more or less than 41.5 kills first 2 maps combined? Maui, you want to take this one?
Let's take it on the upper. Let's take it
Going
on.
to be higher? Okay, big game from Zywoo. What about
Quite a few.
for Bit on the other side of the equation? I believe that was 31.5. Higher or lower?
I'm going under on that one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's too mad.
I'd probably go under on the Zywoo one as well if I can do a 2 for 1.
No, we've already cemented that.
All right,
Sorry,
cool.
Maui. You've had your say.
Unfortunate. The only thing is that will the game just be too short?
Yes.
That's the only way he doesn't reach it.
This could be a blowout, and you got 5 people on Vitality who can all put up 40 kills in 2 maps.
Exactly.
It's going to be over before you even started.
His kills per round will make it make sense.
Hello.
We might not have the rounds to get there.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Apex prophesizes is going to be happening in this quarterfinals. He caught up with Banks ahead of this game.
Apex, okay, you lost that game to Legacy, but then all the other matches afterwards, you guys were so dominant. It was really impressive. How important for you as the leader was it to see that?
Well, the most important is not to smash people, but to see Vitality, like the Vitality we know and we all see all year long. The first game was just a bit of a trap. We lost it, fair enough, but then we woke up and played our game, and then that was much harder for any opponent. So yeah, I was pretty happy because that was the way I wanted to go for that event.
And it's looking very good for you guys now, but you also all year have handled the pressure, have handled the stress of it all, but we know a major's different. Can you feel any difference?
Yes, of course, it's always a bit different. But in a way, what we have to remember is just to play the way we did the last 5 months and not changing anything. Because if we play the same way, like there is no doubt we're gonna go far and probably win the major. So for us, it's just focusing on that, focusing on ourselves and focusing on us playing our A game, because once again, A game will be tough to beat us.
When you're saying not change things as well, I want to talk about maybe the tactical side of things and how you change it up. Is this more what you'll do on the fly based on the decisions the other team is making, you know, reactions to things as well?
Depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes it's just our game, and we just do what we do in practice every day. And sometimes if I have a call that I feel and that we have to do in that specific round, I'm gonna call it. And most of the time, the guy answer well on that. So yeah, that's a mix of both.
Now it's interesting because it's a long time since you faced Na'Vi, and obviously they're not as in good shape as when you last faced them. Do you notice some changes in them when you prepared for them?
No, not really. It's still Na'Vi style. But once again, yeah, the truth is, yeah, they haven't been performing well yet. But it was the same in Copenhagen Major last year. They were not close to win the event, but at the end they won and they stepped up. So for us, what's important is not to underestimate anyone and just once again focusing on ourselves. Na'Vi can be a good team. Right now we're better than them, but we never know on one game. So giving our best and let's see how it goes.
You said about the Na'Vi style. No other team plays that Na'Vi style. But is it an easy one for you to call against, like to predict what's happening?
Well, yeah, that's like almost everyone. I mean, they have good things, they have bad things on the play style, and we're gonna try to counter the bad thing that they're doing. But overall, I don't know if it's harder or easier. It's just the same way. I mean, I play against Blade teams. Forever,
Okay,
so
okay,
I
okay.
exactly know
What's up,
what's
Razor? How
gonna
you doing,
happen on the
brother?
server, so I'm
A
pretty
tactical
okay with
lurking
that,
here.
and, let's see how it goes.
Apex is one of the few
All right.
players I certainly believe, you know, when he's posed a question.
We got
do you
some,
feel pressure? Nope, we don't feel any pressure because, like, why would you when you have one of the greatest players of all time standing alongside you?
I mean, ZywOo comprehensively is the best player that we have seen. I don't think there's really.
We got
even
some
an
games
argument
today,
at this
huh?
point for me, he's the only one that's really knocking on the door.
Alex, what's
Really,
up,
he's actually
Dr.
swung it wide
Dandelion?
open in terms of the GOAT conversation, and this would be yet another way for him to continue to etch his name in stone against Simple, who
One mate
still
Ja,
holding
thank
on,
you, thank
but
you.
I feel like a lot of people have dropped that case as a
ZywOo's taking it
CS:GO
eventually.
GOAT. Yeah.
It's a matter of time.
I agree. It's just a matter of time before it breaks that one.
Yeah.
100%.
What was it like playing alongside ZywOo? Like back in, you know, obviously he's kind of, we talked about the progression that he's had as a player, but is it actually as mind-blowing to witness when you're sitting alongside him?
I think it took like 2 days of practice with him, and I was like, whoa, this guy can play Counter-Strike. And also, you know, having a guy like ZywOo in your team, he's a guy that will just go out and win you maybe 2 or 3 rounds in a series just by him doing some crazy stuff. And there's only like such a small amount of players that can actually do that. So to have a guy like that inside of you, that means a lot. And that also means a lot for the opponent because they know that sometimes it's just ZywOo time.
All right.
Also, it's just like the fashion in which he does it looks so effortless in comparison.
Yeah.
Whereas Simple is just, you know, he's trying to snatch, he's trying to avoid the jaws.
We are
of defeat.
phasing.
It's always just like ZywOo is the jaws of defeat. He's already waiting for that person to walk into his waiting arms. He's where he needs to be 5 seconds before he needs to be there every single time. Whereas Simple is just like trying to break
let's see
through a
this.
brick wall. Sometimes he breaks
This
through
should work, right?
but it's ZywOo that's really erected it for everybody else.
All right, here it is. We got 14 minutes until the Na'Vi versus Vitality quarterfinals. And then I think we have Faze later, right? Oh, there's the flags. There's the flags with Alicia's face on it. I like that. NA's last hope. Man.
Welcome to the Blast TV Austin Major, where we've got some stickers, and we're gonna rank the stickers. We got
Okay.
the Blast logo. This is the Blast Austin 25.
I'll say B.
B?
Put it in B.
B
You can get a
tier?
B
Turn up the
and
volume a little bit, right?
Vision. Maybe the biggest surprise of the tournament so far.
A tier.
Alicia for
A
gold,
tier?
baby. Alicia for
A tier.
gold.
I feel like the animal teams are really gonna have a leg up.
Oh, I just saw
Dude,
these in
dude, my
head.
pick'ems got so
So we
fucked
have
though yesterday. I
LIV
just realized, like,
I'm ranking how much I like
managed
it on a
to-
belt
Ranking the
buckle,
sticker.
and like,
I managed to catch the. What happened with the fucking Pain Furia game? How did that happen? How did Furia lose, bro?
Results, A tier. Tier
it's
list,
just-
sticker, E. We got paint. I always try and rock a big P with my belt.
No, you can't do this, man. For me, it's D tier.
We're going over for the B for bait. With the
Oh,
hook.
that's fine. It's probably C tier.
C tier.
That's the best of the letter one.
I would wager there is somebody with a Faze belt buckle in Austin,
Yes.
Texas.
I had Furia and Pain for day one. I don't know how. I mean, sure.
Something just fell
You
off.
had a team. You had a team that was 0-3. It was about to go out in the losers bracket. The only way that they won was because they beat Namiga
If I saw Keith
versus
wearing
a
this, I'd be like,
team
dude, you're the coolest
that
guy
went
on the
3-0
team.
for their stage qualifiers.
That's for you, Keith.
Oh,
That's for
Keith.
you, bruh.
We got V for Vitality.
And the team that was about to be kicked out in the previous stage
When you know, you know.
Exactly.
beat the
It just
team
has order.
that
The team
3-0'd. I mean,
is
it's like,
order,
okay,
it
sure,
deserves
I
to be
guess.
We got VP.
Because the whole tournament has been fucked. You know what? You're right.
Kind of got the share
You know, and there is an argument to be made about how this has been like
Slightly
the
better.
underdog
GG7.
tournament
I
of
feel
the
like it could be
century,
bigger.
But maybe that's a sign of where G2
right?
are at.
Like like
See,
underdog after underdog after
Blizzard.
underdog have
That's fucked up.
performed,
We got the Furia Panther
and
coming through.
and so like
shit.
Furia v Pain does make sense.
You got a Panther on
Spirit
your belt,
was more
60%
annoying to
of
me
the time,
personally.
it works
Spirit was
every
more
time.
annoying
The
because
3D Max, whatever this is.
Spirit
The
should have won versus Mouse. Mouse was about to be eliminated
3-0 and 10.
like 3 fucking different times for like their
Let's
underperformance.
say B.
But it's just Spirit somehow played worse on 2 maps.
The British say.
They were asleep on Dust. They were like, they even said themselves, our comms were not very like they're kind of like, oh, they push B, they push A, you know. That's what Chopper said. I'm using his own words, paraphrasing. Okay, what Chopper said on Dust 2, and then Nuke, they switched halves, and they're like, how the fuck, how do we run the T execution? Like they couldn't form a fucking 1 T-sided take to save their life, bro, against Mouse. It really bugged me because I would like Spirit should have beat Mouse. Dude. They beat them on this like 5x overtime Mirage. They fell asleep on Dust, and then on Nuke they were leading, switch sides. Oh, think Mongols could beat Faze? Oh, absolutely. I think the only reason that Faze beat Mongols, no disrespect, of course, USA. The only reason that Faze beat Mongols is because I think Faze took that first map and that tilted Mongols to the second map. And also was a map that I don't think Mongols have a lot of reps in, which was Anubis, right? They kind of destroyed them on Anubis, but I think it was because they were tilted and a Faze had momentum. So today, I think the opposite could happen, in that Mongols could take the first map and all of a sudden Faze is like, oh fuck. But I'm hoping, obviously, that Faze pushes through and they beat the Mongols again in the best of 3. Because obviously I would like to see them in the semi. And to be fair, they're playing against Pain now, which I thought that well, I think they do play against Pain, right? If they beat Mongols, they should be playing against Pain. Anyway, they have a better bracket to go into the final. If Faze is ever going to make it in the finals, this is the fucking bracket to do it. Okay, they would be shitting themselves if they had the Vitality bracket or whatever. If they had to go against Spirit, Mouse, Vitality, like they literally have the perfect bracket to go into the finals for this playoffs. They have to lock at the fucking versus the Mongols. Okay, a lot of people say you put they're on home turf. They should have an advantage. Maybe the Unks got some rest over the weekend. They've had a very long weekend. Hopefully they got some rest, got some reps in. Rain got a good breakfast. Right? Let's hope for all that. Let's hope the NA super buff charges up Elige to perform well today. Let's hope Simple is feeling it, right? Simple got a nice rating off of the playoffs, off of stage 3, I believe, as a result of his performance. So I'm hoping that everything lines up well for us here today, which it should. Theoretically speaking, it should, but you never know because this whole entire tournament has been fucked. We have Falcons that went out. We had a bunch of teams. We had Legacy with like a legendary run, which Legacy really should have been here, I think, as well in the finals. It would have been nice to see Legacy in the finals. I think they deserve to be here. But it is what it is. That is CS, you know. Unfortunately, it's not scripted. It's just kind of how things go. You know, so we'll see. They definitely should be able to pull off a victory today. We'll see. And this Vitality versus Navi game could go any way as well. I'm thinking Vitality hard wins this for sure. Like I don't really see Navi pulling it off, but maybe Navi's fired up, right?
We are playing the major, so we need to prove that we are one of the best teams in the world.
It feels amazing, and especially we had to fight for so much for this one.
The main thing is that we just give our best. There's no time to regret.
Never tell me the odds when Navi is in the server.
Sheesh.
We had a rough season. We are looking for redemption.
We've shown throughout this year why we're the #1. We're not scared of any team. We're not taking a step back.
On the chopping block.
Think Navi make it close to Mirage, then get smoked? Possibly. I think the first map will be very competitive, but these like super teams have a lot of endurance. I think people underestimate that. Like Mouse. I think Mouse has crazy endurance. Like Spirit beat them out, but then literally Spirit, I think, were like just tired after that. Let's see this Vitality walkout. This Vitality walkout's gonna be sick.
Quite fast. Austin, we got another quarterfinal. Are you sure you're ready?
Question is Na'Vi ready? Because they have been struggling. They were the winners of the very first CS2 major,
winners.
but they haven't had that magic. They want revenge for Cologne on Vitality, but this isn't Copenhagen. This is Austin.
It's right. Some people ask, where's Anders? Some people ask, where's Na'Vi? And honestly, I'm looking for the question for both.
Okay, Vitality then, what do you think? I mean, this is a tall order. Maybe they are huge favorites, but anything can happen in this arena.
Look,
True.
Vitality has been proven mortal, right? We've seen them lose a map. We've seen that series come to a stop. But does it stop again here? I don't know.
Yeah, tickets were expensive, right?
I'm conflicted. Let's put it that way.
All right, so you're gonna do the honors and send this in?
Yes, believe it or not, people do pay to be there, guys.
You want to play some Counter-Strike?
Despite what people were asking, the tickets are expensive.
Right.
It's
All
not free to go
do it.
here.
Let's get these quarterfinalists on the stage.
Why would people pay?
Na'Vi.
Oh, sheesh. Ooh. Look at the cowboy. Cowboy hat. Sheesh. Wait, this is sick. This walkout is sick. Look at all the people there. Wow.
Na'Vi.
Sheesh.
No strangers to the improbable run. Can this team make the impossible reality once more?
They're wearing the cowboy hats because they want that USA buff. That's so funny. Oh my god, bro. The USA crowd is not feeling it, bro. Get these losers off the stage! Bro, it sounds like a fucking Philly wrestling event. You fucking suck! Sounds like Philly in general. Well, you can hear what, at least what the mic'd up crowd wants.
Team Vitality! The major trophy is the one jewel missing from the crown of their era.
Oh my god. Dude, that crowd, man, it's so funny.
Well, it is very clear
He loves
who
it, by the way.
crowd
Apex just
are
talked about it.
happily
He
not
loves
rooting for, but that
being
does
like
not
sort of the
matter
villain.
when we are
You know what I
entering
mean?
the server, because we talk about Vitality and we say a reign of terror that they've inflicted on this half of the season. Surely, Dupree, surely it's written in the stars that this will continue here in Austin.
There's one thing that Vitality is chasing in era, and they are chasing.
They are
their
checking
second
him for
major
guns,
victory
brother.
for the
Are you?
organization,
What is
for
going
some
on with you
players
here?
inside the team, but
You
if there's
should
one
call.
thing
You should
that
make one of these
Vitality
shows.
is
Call it
guaranteed to
Alex
be chasing,
Reborn.
that
They are
is
checking.
probably
Brother,
to take
is
down
this your
the
first day on the
strongest
internet?
era, greatest team
Are you
of all
okay?
time. And we're here to witness it.
Or is
See
this
if
a
they can
kid
make it
and they
happen.
borrowed
They've
their
had one hell of a
mommy's
season.
tablet?
They are the clear favorites coming into this tournament, and you know, Jacob, how do you see this one going down?
Do you feel threatened, Dupree? Do you feel threatened by that prospect?
Of course I'm getting a little bit threatened, you know?
I think
yeah, they're checking to see if the gamers brought a gun on
I think
stage.
Apex is coming in with a clear game plan for this game as one. For this tournament as a whole, as much as I want to say it, I think everything has to go right for Navi.
Definitely not for any devices that they could use to cheat in a tournament.
Probably not the most likable guy in here, according to the American fans, but in a sense, I think everything has to go right for Navi for them to win this game. Vitality right now is playing Counter-Strike at a level we haven't seen since Astralis. We haven't seen since you were playing, Peter, at your top of your level, which is many, many years ago, for those who wondered. Now, Navi as well, have they been at their best so far this tournament? Not really. They're getting better and better and better. But as Flamesy said coming into this game, if you're not playing your A game against Vitality, there's no way you're beating us.
And there's a case for Navi. You know, Navi can play good at Counter-Strike. We know that they were the team of the year last year. So it's not a team that we can just overlook and think it's going to be a walk in the park for Vitality. Navi has to come out swinging. They have to play with the confidence. They have to go in and showcase what their individuals can bring to the table, but most important, what they can bring as a team. There's a lot on stake.
They look fired up, man.
Vitality's obviously the favorite.
These guys look fired up.
Navi.
We don't do it often, but I'm almost going to argue that Blade is the biggest asset Navi has in this matchup. I think he's a fantastic coach. I think he's been able to do tremendous work with Navi as a whole. Fact of the matter is, this man on your screen right here made the team in front of him the best team of 2024. When you look at the player material, when you look at how the year started, no one was expecting that. So if someone has to do something miraculous, it gotta be Blade. Obviously, the players on the server have to deliver, but in terms of preparation, if there's one guy I trust, if there's one guy I want to give the benefit of the doubt, it's Blade.
What Blade have achieved alongside Navi for so many years is just straight up incredible. He is a coach that has been rumored and has been seen as maybe the greatest coach of all time.
I do wonder what physical device would be used.
Yeah. And it's
a
guy that brings a lot of stability to the team.
Earpiece.
He expects a lot from his players. He expects a lot from the system that he's created alongside LXCB. So for Navi to find himself in a quarterfinals now against Vitality,
vibrating
it's
butt
going to
plug.
be a tough battle, but it's definitely a battle that there's a case. And what we've seen throughout this major is that we can never underestimate a team. So Navi, they definitely have a chance.
That battle going to be beginning on that first chosen ground of Mirage. Any initial thoughts
like in chess?
from what has been quite a tumultuous match so far this major in terms of the overtimes, and we saw that going down back at Cologne as well, didn't we?
It's a map that's always open. It's a map that
I'm 100% they didn't check for that.
And we need to see some of these now.
I'm 100% still concerned about you, my man.
This man on your screen as well. You speak about consistency.
That is only
you
used
speak
for
about
chess.
A player that always delivers. Rups is a great example of a guy
Plugs
that
are
will
exclusive
always
to
find
chess
a way
only,
to have
guys.
impact on a map like Mirage. If I look towards Navi, you think LXCB, you think calling style. He loves
Next
to
time you're with your
center
girl,
the
ask her if
action, so
she's
to
down to
speak,
play
around
some
the
chess.
mid-area. There's going to be a lot of mid-fights, and guess who's going to face him in that duel? Connector versus Connector player, LXCB versus Apex. In-game leader versus in-game leader. That duel within the game is going to be super interesting.
I'm very interested to see how the odds are stacking up for this one as well. Wouldn't be surprised yet to see them quite heavily siding with Vitality. Do you think that's kind of a fair weighting in this matchup, or does Navi have more of a chance?
Of course, I mean, like, Vitality is, you know, the one to be taken down. They are the clear favorite, so it's not a surprise to me that they're also looking this way. But, you know, it's a thing, you know, we cannot count out the
Chess
underdog.
with the homies.
Anything can happen in a major. Vitality on a tear of
Yo, bro, you
want
to come over and play some
But
chess?
is it all for naught if they can't get their hands
Just
on
you
the
and me?
major trophy? That journey starts
Sure, man,
right
sounds
here,
good.
right
I love
now.
chess. Oh.
Thank you so much,
I'm
guys. What's up,
awesome.
Moody? Yesterday was a hard act to follow, but who better than Navi and Vitality to start day 2?
Whew, the win streak that took a bit of a dip, but you know, Navi, they haven't felt the wrath of Vitality so far this year. And that's got to be in the back of their minds. They need to remember where they are. USA's the land of opportunity. And Navi have one chance right here, right now, to spoil Vitality's major. Austin, let's get it on!
Chills.
Get it on. Here on Mirage.
Literal chills.
Classic for Navi. It's one they're very confident on the T side. They made a name on these A attacks. Here's where they'll kick it off on the pistol. Robs will know.
All right, we're wasting no time to fire out. Utility over top. Little delay, then off the flash, they pop off into the corner, backs turn to him. It's a slaughter for the first 3.
Okay.
Small answer back out of EMF. Still a couple bodies to defend this, and already we get Vitality swarming that site. You want to talk about preparation? Oh, they look ready.
Okay, guys, right side site smokes. We're going to get out the A ramp. It's going to be a good start to the day. We love Mirage. Vitality say no immediately. Rops eats that flash. That is really well placed. takes it, runs over top of the ladder, into the other corner, gets his shot off. Of course, he's so good when it comes to micro decisions and movement and getting out of very tricky situations, and the rest is just fragging. Don't overcomplicate it. Vitality, they're a team that are stacked on every front, including firepower. Round 2 comes in, no plant, so we get some Deagle buys here for Na'Vi.
Feels like everything has to come together at the perfect moment for Na'Vi to actually pull this one off. Every single team in Counter-Strike has essentially felt
We've seen it already, man.
Vitality, barring Na'Vi. They can look at that win streak and say it wasn't our fault.
You know?
Na'Vi never contributed to that string of wins.
Yeah, JL said that they're beatable, but how does he know that is the question. You know, and maybe it is a benefit that they haven't played yet. And we see what a major brings out in you, especially if you're a good team. We also know from Na'Vi that JL himself has referenced it was hard to get motivated after winning the last major. Well, here we are at another one.
Of course.
It's the only accomplishment I think that he set for himself that could match sort of his dream.
All right, so pistol round went to Vitality.
With that win streak for a little
Obviously,
while. Na'Vi, this is
makes
after the major, exceeding expectations.
A lot more
to continue to
complicated
lift
for
some
Na'Vi.
trophies. If your motivation then fell
But
off,
it's going to be a very hype round or match either way.
Like Na'Vi
a very hype map.
You should be ready to kick it up a notch.
I think Na'Vi wants blood, man.
Oh, we saw that. There it is. There they are.
Be ready for everything.
Oh!
Not one, not two, but 3 Deeks.
I told you.
Off a man
I
disadvantage
told you.
at that. Flamesy's going to keep his head down. Him
They
and
want
Messi
blood,
can still
man.
damn well bring it back. One for
Oh.
JL. You want to see that Na'Vi magic today? Round 2 of map 1 is a swift reminder because we haven't seen the JL triple Deeks all season long. And that is why your expectations for Na'Vi versus Vitality may be set low. That's why the odds are in the favor of the guys who won't stop winning. Mezzi trying to bring it all back. Vitality, yeah! You thought they'd bend a knee?
Wow.
You thought it'd be that easy.
Yeah, I did actually.
Few Desert Eagles, and it's
Wow.
sick stuff. And if anything, that right there is your reminder at home or in your seats in the Moody Center. Stay on your toes because Na'Vi are bringing a certain level to this fight.
They absolutely blew that position. They had a 3-on-1 after these amazing shots out of Wonderful. What a duo of kills to complement JL's. That came in a little later. Mezzi, man, 1 peek, 2 peek, and then it's just an isolated 1v1. Alexi B gets left on his own. He could have been the one to take contact, and 2 players swung. They did not force
That was
a
good.
180
Yeah.
crossfire.
I think peeking one at a time was good. Because it made him like nervous, you know.
That's Mezzi coming in now, 6-0.
Like you want to make him
off the
nervous,
start.
obviously. That's important.
And there's so much more that was lost.
Like
than
winning the
just
fight's
around
like
there for Na'Vi.
secondary.
Emotionally, what an opportunity that was.
Well, if they can seize this opportunity off of it, catch Vitality with only a couple of MP9s.
Yeah, to be fair, they didn't invest all the way. They were about to just win on a tempo.
World
have
victory.
some
To be
extra money
fair,
on top of
not a
win,
bad eco round, right?
but they were still ready to buy on this.
Because they do have a
beat yourself up
buy
for
here
not being
now.
able to close that.
Here's the key part, fighting on the side of stairs when they take these A-ramp fights. This is what Na'Vi are so good at doing. Let's see if Vitality can counter.
Fast move from the MP9 of Flamesy, tucking into sight, only player within it. He's got Zywoo and Apex just on the other side of smoke, trying to give him that supportive util, but remember the utility was low. There's that last flash. Last piece to try to get Flamesy into the action. JL, off angle,
All right.
catches the Soul Defender well, and Zywoo is gonna eat that grenade for 40 damage, so we were already talking about economic woes here for Vitality. If you're gonna get this retake at a man disadvantage, it is with 0 utility. Some kind of Hail Mary moment from Rops trying to be set up. Spam doesn't find any damage, so it's deep positioning from Na'Vi both on ramp and the jungle.
A little cheeky
and Wonderful's
spam.
going to extend that. Sure, you didn't close the last round, but absolutely making the most of it here in the first gun round. Na'Vi find their first round early.
Wow, that's so classically Na'Vi. You love to see that here on Mirage. They go right back to these A plays. And like you mentioned, they're even catching these exit frags, and these are guys who have the guns they want for the rifle rounds. I want to say, awkward scaling is a good way to define Na'Vi. It's so characteristic of them for Flamesy to be playing triple there, not find an opponent, look in the direction.
One round for Na'Vi.
Ninja.
Not the Liquid fan, bro.
It's so hard to know how far Na'Vi have got along.
They're
in their
EU
exec.
now,
What we're gonna
guys.
see
They're
a lot in
EU.
this game is them get down to 40 seconds, then have a game plan, call out a spawn, and then suddenly organize an exec with a mixed bag of utility and weapons. In this spot here, Vitality clearly uncomfortable, didn't know exactly how to adapt to that.
We keep zooming in this guy's face. He shouldn't have done the hard thing. He should have just stayed there looking at the camera. Yo, Knack Swing with a tier 1. I appreciate
Flames took
you.
his first peek, there were no additional flashes to come over. Nope. No, they should be coming over connector above him. So
Yeah,
that
he would have had like a vibe around him.
Getting flashed, but I think the support kind of stopped. They didn't see anybody. They didn't know what to do.
Completely out of util. The one flashbang is why he peeks left side triple, and then there's just no nades left. Convert your pistol rounds a little cleaner, and maybe. But he is left out to dry off that one flash, and that's when Na'Vi did this, again, like you're saying, these awkward little bouts of timing. JL's clean climb up.
That means the Deagles had so much impact. It just...
I mean, we're still feeling it. Force buy out of Vitality this round. 5-7 for Mezzi.
Yeah, it's so hard. You've got the op. You want to force behind. I mean, Vitality are a team who, they win more of these rounds than anyone else. So it's really on Na'Vi to not make the mistake they did in that 1v3 on round 2.
In the grand scheme of things, Vitality just kind of win more rounds than anybody else of all sorts.
They're better at everything. That's just the facts.
So they have been.
Okay, but look who they're running into. And again, it's not like it's just a hard read necessarily. Vitality know that Na'Vi, this is a comfort zone for them. We got 4 players near A.
This time not just Flamesy, Zywoo's up. Peeks out, misses a shot.
Wow,
misses 2 shots,
both
Zywoo.
shots.
He's got Flamesy to work with.
He hit a blind flick.
And that just a little bit of time is all he needs. Finds Bit on the exit. Rops is then into the action, playing off from the ticket booth, and Flamesy this entire time just trying to serve up a distraction, but a little weird there, going up the ladder, giving this opening right back over to Na'Vi, so they're going to find their plant down on default. Still a fight here for Ema, while that pressure is trying to be applied, but with a Famas and a 5-7.
Excellent trades. How'd they pull that back?
All right.
Thought this round ended when Zywoo found that flick up to balcony. That was unbelievable.
I mean, they catch Flamesy on a ladder.
Can we look at this again? He misses the first shot. This is the second. Stays. Doesn't go back to CT. And then, oh my goodness.
But look how easy this frag is. Flamesy, no chance to fight back there. Sitting duck, and then the peek from Ema into sight.
Yeah, there was a lot of reliance right there on Rops to make sure, because he's the best gun in the best spot. And with the combination of the connector players, the CT players, they have no good plant spots. They allowed that default plant with Rops, failing his duel. Very impressive here for Na'Vi.
Having to fight a couple of these rounds. And tie the game at 2 and now send Vitality to pistols.
And our standards are going to be lower for Na'Vi. Even when Na'Vi were at the top, our standards were lower because they're a team like Mouse. They have a different player pop off every game. They are used to losing a lot, making a lot of comebacks. There's no point where you can really rock their mental more than they do to themselves, right? When you hear in interviews, they're used to playing from behind. They're not afraid of playing against really stacked rosters, and they have proved they can reach the top doing it.
Hype crowd.
And another round comes back to the A site. Got Vitality. They don't want to bet on this happening again. But when they're at their best,
I like Na'Vi.
they're going to repeat this play.
The slow game's
really
actually been really effective for them.
As we saw.
I like that.
Even if the CTs know.
Where's a singular beer, Mr. Alex? I didn't.
T-side Mirage, really that driving force of
maybe I'll walk to the liquor store during a break or something. I don't know.
I believe Maui said one of the best T-side Mirages we've ever seen.
I didn't grab my single beer.
Could have just used this as a little warm-up.
That was cute.
3 headshots, clean as need be for half of his health. And a quad kill best he'll be able to get if he wants to go chasing. He'll let his teammates clean up. And that is Na'Vi in a lead 5 rounds into map 1.
You know what's interesting? Apex talked about he's played against Blade teams forever. We're talking about Apex played every era of the game, every superstar, every coach, all the way since the beginning. And at least all the way to the back of CSGO, of course. And yet, because they haven't played against this version of Na'Vi, you have to wonder, maybe he could be used to it, but the team in general, you can't find that many sparring partners that are going to remind you of Na'Vi. They approach the game a little different, so.
All right.
We'll see how strong that memory is.
Na'Vi's making this
Again,
competitive.
add to that they have not clashed in 2025. Not even sparring partners. You're just not getting official reps against this squad.
Yeah, which is good for Na'Vi because
we've got no cat player here.
There's a lot of footage of Vitality,
on mid just
but Vitality probably is not studied super hard on Na'Vi.
Oh, lots of pressure on Mezzi.
Gives himself a smoke, doesn't go for any kind of reposition.
Matchup's interesting.
Yeah, very sneaky. Then he slides out. It's going to completely catch him off guard.
Okay.
Good amount of damage as well for
Good
Mezzi.
walkout, good
and
trades.
I'd say a key distraction, too, to get Robs out from market. He'll try to find his point of contact.
Okay.
A little more damage lined up. Robs. Oh, there's a team kill sprinkled in here right before Wonderful dies. He unfortunately shoots JL in the back of the head, and Robin, down to 49 health, has a very wounded Na'Vi. Separated with bomb in between them.
Teammates coming in slow, but who needs help if you're Robs?
Alexi a little late to this one, but still just 2 more players to take out of it. Trying to climb out from the window, trying to fake as if he's dropped, trying to catch them off with an angle, and they are on
They
the
definitely
move.
studied
These are
Na'Vi.
the hard hitters of
Yeah, but probably not as hard.
Has worked, but
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
We've kind of lost track of him, but he hasn't made another move. Alexi just sits here so long.
Like
as
if they
the
haven't played against
CTs
each other.
Sink in deep. We go down to 25 seconds. They have confirmation. Bomb still sits there.
Like Vitality's gonna prioritize who they're
So
playing
Alexi's
against.
just kind of frazzling them, playing mind games as he does.
What a great round from Robs. What a great round from Robs, and also a great round from Mezzi.
Yes, sir.
There's a moment where you drop that Van Pillar smoke, and
was a good
naturally
hold.
you run back to bench, or you run back to empty pillar, and then you play it standard, and you tuck, and that's who Na'Vi are looking for when they come out.
Timeout taken.
Mezzi gets the info late, so he makes a last-second protocol adjustment, runs forward through the smoke, takes the guy who's trying to scale the E-box, which is a key spot for the T's to get to make sure you can't come out of the door or window, and he's in a spot that they're not ready for because who plays like that? So really nicely done. If he had gone standard, it was too late to get anything out. He wouldn't be able to set up for a good peek. There would have been someone waiting for him to appear.
I want to try 4 locos so bad.
And then Robs does the rest, really.
You know, ever since
Me
Robs'
when I was
inclusion,
15.
we got this new level out of Mezzi. Where does he place for you when it comes to roles alongside
Oh, it's
Mezzi?
incredible. He's really flourished since Robs has come on. And then there's something about that when we're... that's for Apex, right? There's something about that where he...
They nerfed the recipe.
With Spinks on the roster.
True, dude.
he's not
Remember
nearly
the
as
4
comfortable.
locos nerf because people were dying.
When you have Robs on your team, I think you just automatically get better because he requires so little space. He generates space. He gives it away. And
4 locos did too much DPS.
now he's working alongside
Had to nerf that shit.
Robs, who
like
is
8
the
years
best
ago.
at what he does.
Old 4s were way too OP because people were fucking very
approach this time.
very
Wonderful
smart
with a chance to
individuals
have caught somebody
who
in
would
connector. Zywoo's
chug
gonna be
like
presented
5 of them
A couple of targets and the trade's good, but
and then fucking
it is
die.
also from Apex.
Because
Then
who
the
would have
chair player
thought?
Dropped. Robs gets active off catwalk, walks in on that action, as does Bit within a sight. We go back and forth. Fast game of tug of war. Both sides of the map compromised. and
Oh, what a
Wonderful's gonna
shot.
get the fadeaway.
Nice.
Now the weird thing is Bomb is in the possession
2v2.
of Vitality here. Sitting inside bottom connector where
this
the
is
first
kinda
trades went
strange.
down. Ooh. Bit
What?
shows a little skin, comes back at it from the
Oh,
bomb site. Now he's
dink.
been dropped down to 24 health. But he's trying to get Wonderful back in as they continue to drop him. He brings one with him.
Okay,
That is so
1v1.
key. We're in a one-on-one now. Wonderful's hit some great shots this game. He's on and off. He had that fantastic move tracking Apex, I think, coming to the top of mid. Mezzi has to make a game-time decision. He doesn't have a great gun, but to be honest, doesn't matter about the weapons right now. It's a little more scary for Wonderful, who has to scale with this op.
Has to scale with this op and cannot afford to miss the shot.
It really comes down. He has time to pick either bomb site, and Mezzi, he's believing it's going to be A, but
just missed it.
Just
Wow,
missed
the
him.
timing.
Wonderful trying to get away from this. We go down to 15 seconds, and that B bomb site looking prime for the
And
taking.
if Mezzi doesn't go back to CT spawn, he's not going to see this. Wonderful has made
Why
the
does he not
golden
go
move.
back? Why does he not check
Very
CT?
least, Mezzi's still working with a kit.
You think he went connector?
Mezzi, though,
No, he
on
won't
this
mark
road
it.
through the corpses, doesn't actually pick up any bomb. Guns. He wants to go
Okay.
straight into the bomb site. He wants to try to catch him with tempo.
Oh!
That was the one shot. The first shot that Mezzi gets past.
Oh!
And he dodged the second
Same
one.
window, it's
Huge
crazy.
Position here from Wonderful.
Wow.
Clutch, and also how well supported was he by Bit?
Okay.
Taking one down, a frame away from death inside a
pretty sick.
connector. You got to give Bit so much credit right there.
That was sick.
We're going to see a great tracking shot as well from Wonderful when
Why do you go same window? Because he threw a grenade.
he reads that. As soon as he saw
He figured
his
if he
head
throws a
over top of
grenade,
connector,
he
had
won't
the
peek
timing
him.
down.
Look how
Right?
close it came.
Oof.
But he stayed holding the angle.
Well,
He just
Wonderful.
gambed, you know? He was like
Mezzi dropping
50-50.
a nade on top of Wonderful's head as well.
I throw a
Talk about
nade,
pressure to
he
recover
dodges
from that
it,
first
I
missed
jump
shot and
out,
mark it.
you know, timinged, but
But also, let's talk about the pressure Vitality is starting to face.
We got a 1v3 in here
Sick
to get
crowd,
Vitality out of a bad position. They've found 2 great positions since then and lost them to Na'Vi. This game's already shown us
nice.
some ridiculous
Ooh.
moments. We really haven't even started.
Ooh.
Let's call that one ambitious.
Yeah. Look at that trophy.
Lord.
Cabinet, I can understand.
Court. How you doing, Glorp?
Sometimes Apex really does feel like he can get away with anything.
CT start to know what it is, but is it too late?
Pistols on the chase out middle. Deagle and a 5-7 within this site. But it's an insta entry out of bit, double down, and the bench player killed as well. So Na'Vi finding all their targets. Little lineup for ZywOo, almost collected,
nice.
but only Alexi's death against Na'Vi in this one. We're talking 5 rounds on this T side.
Na'Vi definitely
and
looking to
another,
stay ahead.
Another great moment that shows the how the scaling is really hard for Vitality to gel with. You know, when you've got 2 players on the B site, one guy's just waiting for someone to come out of halls, then he peeks down Cat just to take a look, and then he gets shot in the side of the head. That's what Na'Vi are so good at doing. That's what makes them so unique. And Wonderful, man, throughout, you know, the major run, it wasn't a good performance from Wonderful at Copenhagen. Even when they were at their best, you know, he wasn't a guy leading the charts. But you've got those pop-off performances every once in a while, and here we are in a major quarter versus the best team in the world, and look who's stepping up.
That tone was sort of set even back in the pistol, right? JL and Wonderful with those Desert Eagles, 2 Desert Eagle kills a pop. Put the money in a weird place. Na'Vi have absolutely capitalized on that momentum from the start of this half, and they're following through. So gun rounds keep trickling in from Vitality. But we're gonna need that sort of heroic moment out of one of these Vitality players, or this half is Na'Vi's for the taking.
All right, important,
They've not been
important
forced away
buy
from
round
some
here.
more aggressive starts in middle. You can see Flamesy waiting out the fire, looking to get into the action. Only Wonderful leaning back, awaiting the start of stuff, but he's got to be cautious because he also carries the bomb. And as Vitality peel away from middle just before Na'Vi arrive in full force, they'll set up in connector instead. Again, contact shown over by Alexi. Just trying to threaten that B site. He takes a ton of damage. Window being watched by Apex. Imez not going to get away with it. Robs collects the kill towards B, and Flamesy and ZywOo combine to hold off connector. So now we're starting to see this full force Vitality yet again. Bits found success out from Palace in the past, but not this round. ZywOo climbs up to drop him. This is the most convincing CT rifle round we've had from Vitality yet.
Absolute destruction.
You can see the op and the bomb in the backdrop, waiting to see where the leads will take Na'Vi. That out of spawn, they might have an idea, but they're so flexible, they're so tricky with it, and here, Vitality, they hunt down every single threat. There is no option now for Bit to swing out Palace and take the round into his own hands and create a really weird late round situation. Let's see if they allow Wonderful to hide. And to be honest, if you look at the last round, the one before that, Vitality have to tell themselves, we've generated really good starts. I mean, staging has been solid. There's nothing bad about that. Mentally, they should feel good about what they've done. They're probably just numerically a little frustrated about how Na'Vi have got back into this game.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's a lot of people's first majors, and a lot of people meeting each other for the first time. It's been really cool to meet everybody here.
Who in here, is this your first CS event?
Wow. Guys,
You
it's,
see Yakindar
it's
chokes from yesterday? Is that what happened?
So.
No, I didn't watch yesterday. I just saw the score and I was so confused how Furia lost.
But speak of action, Op climb into Catwalk. ZywOo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Na'Vi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was a lone top mid, you've already got Na'Vi players up through connector, trying to combine
12
again
rounds
with
without
this
a kill.
JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward ladder kill. And this A-site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Email
Okay.
and Tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back
Damn,
into the
that was sick.
action. Quad kill for Emat, taking
All right.
rounds by 4.
Yo, we got a
Check
real
that
game
from the
here,
third
guys.
person. Crouches, slides
Hydration
out
check.
into a spray transfer, Connor. We need to watch that from Imma's perspective, but The way that he put those 2 kills together was amazing. The cherry on top was the window frag, but the round's already over from that point on. Here's the opening setup, perfect to counter exactly what ZywOo wants to do, and Imma gets that kill as well. Oh. Anyone can pop off on this team.
Drink up for
Talking
Na'Vi.
about a team with 5 top 20 players and 1 with none.
Big sip.
That's what's happening right now, but we have to remember how it changes at the major. That's the only event that everything can go out the window when we talk about championship level rosters.
And maybe we don't talk about Na'Vi as a championship level roster because of this
Dude,
season.
some of these nerd events are so funny.
About them like one
Have
when
you guys
they
ever been to
pulled
like a
off the
convention, like a
miraculous
PAX
run
or
in
like
Copenhagen?
RTX or just any of the ones where, you know, it's got
Fast
people
moves
that
from
don't
Again,
regularly
little
go out and drink.
electricity here from
They
Na'Vi
get
to at
so
least just
fucking
take a
blasted,
glimpse.
dude.
There's not much behind him.
Some of these people,
ZywOo's gonna get
when
away
they,
with
like,
that opening kill
I
in middle
remember,
this time.
like
yeah,
Texas,
pretty brave move, right? He almost tries
some of these people at these
same thing, gets
conventions,
over to Cat this
they're like
time,
passing out
takes
on
one
the
out on
fucking
Delpan.
streets and shit, bro. They got their fucking lanyards
slipping
on, their
through.
gaming shirts, and these
Flamesy
guys
trying to take up
knock the
Connector,
fuck
dropping
out.
the smoke deep. He'll win his duel.
Because they're so not
Second
used to
kill
like
of the
drinking
map
that
from
much.
Flamesy.
Important to
So when
point
I
that
see
out,
these
right? How
things and I
many
see all these like,
50-50s
you
has he
know,
lost,
I see
essentially,
a little
in this map?
GeekCon and I see
interesting to see
bottoms up.
Robs
I'm
take up
like,
his
guys, you
position
better
underneath
regulate.
balcony.
You better not fuck yourselves over, man. I know y'all ain't drinking
Flamesy on the move right
normally
now.
like this.
Chucking
I
it back
came to
around
get
through
blasted.
CT
Yeah,
spawn.
exactly.
So Na'Vi in this kind of a position. It's
They
a
meet up with their
3v5,
Discord
couple
friends
rounds
for the
left.
first
You got
time. They're
enough
having
money in the
fun.
back
They're like,
pocket
yeah, I
to
can
get
drink.
something in the next.
And they
Let's just keep
get
it simple. Let's hit
wasted.
this site
Like, all right,
with
well,
enough utility. Problem
I
is
wouldn't be
no
surprised if that's
smokes
happening already
whatsoever
here at
for
the
Na'Vi,
movie
so you're
center
gonna
where
have to
people are
burn
getting
players out of position.
blasted.
And with all the Molotovs, still none of them find Robs.
They're greed, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they needed. We've seen Flamesy come up short because of a lack of util. Now double Molly sent in for Robs once he gives up his position. And so a 2v5 between Alexi and JL. And JL's now down. It's all on the in-game leader.
Oh.
Nade misses. That's fine because he at least kills Apex and he picks
Nade.
up the other frag. This guy is the Grenadier.
That happened literally yesterday.
And
The
now a
same
couple of
fucking
kills
map,
into
the
this
same
huge
spot.
Clutch. Alexi just keeps pulling these things out of who knows what. CTs give him a little space. They're banking on that op shot from ZywOo. But 2 kills into this clutch, and you know Alexi is now starting to get into the back of their heads. So Vitality, give him the space to plant, soften him up with util. What goes around comes around, and he will look for them.
Wow.
ZywOo gives no chance over.
Yeah,
They've got him
ZywOo's
zoned
a fucking
stuck
menace,
in,
bro.
And dealt with. Vitality trying to
Jesus.
tie up on this half.
All you can do is smile in that position.
Yeah,
Ball
man, it's
banked
fucking,
right through
it's
default.
ZywOo, brother. What do you
Into
do?
ZywOo.
What do you do there?
Put that one on ice. Very good try.
Guy is a
He's
menace.
pulling out nades like Batman. There, like where did he even find all those?
I don't know, man.
And Nade was sick.
Oh, woohoo! He was looking for someone to pop up underneath the ledge. That's a crazy adjustment. And utility actually got really sparse right here for Vitality. Robs didn't have a second flash to peek out on. When the molly came in, he just tried to pick a timing, or maybe someone's hands were busy. Great match so far.
Yeah, very competitive.
Blade's
Love to see that.
on another timeout. This is kind of a game where anything goes. We know the game plan's always going to lean A side, but we've seen set B plays as well here from Na'Vi.
What a beautiful crowd we've got in Texas.
Give it up for yourselves one time.
Trophy sick.
Final round of the half. We went to Value Village for this one. Wonderful's on a deagle. We know how good he is with that, but
Value Village.
Distinct advantage right now for Vitality.
We went to
I like that
Value Village on this
been
one.
taking control of these last few.
All right. Is that what we call an eco
Well,
round?
it's hard to pull the wool over ZywOo's eyes in consecutive rounds.
Yeah, you just never want to see him get timid. That's been a huge change for him for sure.
But this time, the scaling up catwalk is really going to take the test into the B site. Drops with the off angle, try to catch him off guard as the approach comes through. Him and Mezzi gonna combine for 2 kills originally. Mezzi is pinned into this corner trying to fight.
Wow.
Beautiful adjustment. Woo. And Apex is gonna find the follow-up on Alexi. So we've got wonderful Desert Eagle in hand, Galil on his back, but down to 1/3 of his health. And the utility just keeps raining in. Vitality, who could barely string rounds together, tie this half at 6.
They are switching though, so we'll see.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. That's something that quite close and near to our heart.
Yes, no play is created equal.
So my submission to the Culture Clubhouse is something a bit different. We're going more modern day.
Okay.
I'm talking first year to 2 major. I'm talking a team that lost more rounds than they won but still lifted the trophy. I'm talking an MVP for JL out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to Copenhagen.
All right, let's roll the bad boy.
Let's roll the bad boy and get into this one. So Na'Vi versus Faze. So it was the first map, Na'Vi on match point, and the CTs are on Eco. So it should just be over. You're casting this one.
It is David v Goliath.
This round was wild. Scrappy had everything.
Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just a pistol of Brokey.
It felt like this was going to keep going, right? But then JL had other ideas.
JL, can he save the day? Can he cook
What's the worst shit you've seen at a convention?
Picking up the bomb. How long has he got now? So 30.
The worst
no,
shit?
18. I see this little Brokey hesitation there.
Assume you don't mean literally.
Just gives him this little gap to slip out short. Gets that bomb down, and then he's running at him.
A haunting clip that like causes too much pain to me. If that had just been, a second different, it could have been a whole different
Ball
story.
pit.
All the pressure is on Rain's
I
shoulders.
I didn't go to the ball pit convention. Or did I? Actually, I don't remember if I did or not. Now that I think about it. Maybe I was at that TwitchCon.
JL gets an MVP at the end of this major, lifts the trophy. That's also after kind of making even just like a debut in Paris at the end of CSGO. He comes in a CS2 with a vengeance.
This isn't the history club though.
No,
I'll be honest, I haven't really, I can't really say like, oh, I've seen like people like fucking puking on the floor and getting into fights. Like usually conventions are very, very chill.
Like, is it a good play?
It's the stuff that happens after the convention that's a little,
defining play that won them
what's
the
going on
major?
here? The one thing I will say is like it's one thing I brought up in the past before. It's like one criticism I gave to RTX. Okay, is Rooster Teeth.
I'm thinking that
they would invite all of us to fucking RTX, which was very dope. RTX was fun. I like that they do those fan events. However, they had these fucking things they were selling called like VIP passes.
For the individual brilliance.
And these VIP passes would allow like
in our lovely culture.
I don't want to say normies, okay, but like they allowed fans, viewers, to hang out with like content creators. But which is whatever, I don't care. But the issue is you didn't fucking know that they were a fan. So you would like be in the back room or something, getting a drink, and some guy would go up to you and be like, "Hey man, how's it going?" And you'd be like, "Okay, like, are you production? Are you staff? Are you part of like Rooster Teeth? No, you're just some random guy? Okay." And again, once I figured that out, I was like, fine. It made some awkward, cringe situations, which was whatever. I've been in worse. But then they did that at the after parties at the bars, okay? So like, you'd be hanging out, all right? This would be like an after party, and I'd be hanging out with a bunch of like talent, right? And like people that were helping with like production, blah, 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 blah. And slowly, the bar would start to be funneled in with fans. And there wasn't like a, hey everyone, just to let you know, VIPs are now coming in. Just letting you guys know. You would just be talking with like fucking Gavin or someone, or Michael or whoever, Jeff, and then like all of a sudden you'd walk over and some guy would be like, "Bro, I just want to fucking say, man, I love you, man." And you're like, "Oh, hi, who are you? You love me?"
Never forget it.
That shit, pretty bad. That was not the ideal situation you want to be in, unprepared. Someone just coming up crying and hugging you, and you're like, "What? Who? Like,
who was going to get flashed and who was going to try to trade?"
Are you a content creator? Like, are you with Achievement Hunter? Like, what's going on here? I'm just a fucking fan, man. I just love you, bro. Can I please take a picture, man?
Leave it to bit to impress.
Sure, I just. What is going on? Did you sneak in here?
To know exactly what to
no,
do
they paid
and
for the
when to
VIP
do
pass, and then they just. Anyways. Again, no problem if I am aware.
You gotta be careful,
I was not aware.
He likes it.
Anyways.
He hasn't lost since he did that chant.
Navi's looking like they're strong for this pistol round. It's 6-6.
Smoke grenade, and he's got Flamesy and Rops to work with, so they're just going to try to bound their way through the B site. Can't escape these Berettas, though. Now in the hands of Wonderful. Alexi B is going to pop 2 heads. And so Rops into a clutch. Round 13 could be his, if not, for the sheer numbers out of Na'Vi. So kicked off by Bit over towards that A site.
Okay. Big pistol round.
Flashbang and execution.
Needed that pistol.
And if that's not game plan, then I don't know what is.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's a story of good timing on the right tactic. We see this flash come in. This will explain everything, right? Exactly as I was looking forward. Bree to be set up from there on, and then it's a 5v3.
Berettas look so awkward. I think it's their FOV. I think it's their spectate FOV.
They can find.
That's specifically made for like watching what's on the screen or whatever. I don't know. The Berettas do look really weird with the way that the spectate cam is.
No buy-up comes in.
But I think that's intentional.
Na'Vi put.
Berettas also really strong. I didn't realize how strong Berettas were. I see everyone using like at least one person with Berettas for push rounds, especially with CT side.
You got Apex talking.
Yeah, you have all these tack timeouts in the game, but this is a pseudo pause. It's one of the best uses of
when they switch to Apex, they boo him. Production's doing it on purpose now.
Okay, I got a question, Austin. We know how you feel about Apex. How do you feel about the rest of Vitality? That's a mixed bag. Hey man, it's hard to hate greatness, but Apex makes it easier.
Someone said, "Fuck that guy."
Oh, Glock kill into connector.
Maybe they're talking about this round.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Deagles of JL and Wonderful had us on the edge of our seats in the first half.
Zywoo's got a big gun.
Bit's gonna come swinging though, and it's an easy cleanup with that MP9. So underpass, bomb control though, over towards Na'Vi.
Nice.
Things got sketchy for a second, but not nearly as scary as in that first half.
What did he do that they hate him so much? He did your mom.
Zywoo, like you said, does have a big gun. So another player drops to the M4, and Wonderful's not too far off, so no extra shenanigans out of Zywoo. It is Na'Vi with a 2-round lead.
That's great to see. Full test here. Vitality took some time to talk. They made that round somehow look compelling for a second. Mezzy looking down the line, he has been a stud today. The kills that he got in the first half without them, the scoreline would actually pretty lopsided, honestly.
Every time they switch over, maybe Apex isn't a bad guy.
Imagine being reasonable.
I'm telling you, man, he messed with the wrong crowd.
People start booing him. Oh, fuck.
Story's going to be about Flamesy if this map goes on its head. Very slow day. And
holy shit.
You know, Vitality have lost a couple of maps here in their like long best-of-3 streak. And
every time they spectate Apex, they're just booing him.
Sometimes start slow in series, sometimes
they start cheering for Zywoo.
An off day. Can't afford that right now.
Holy.
Oh, very clear idea coming out here. And CT's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, bomb in the middle of it. Bit shaves off the front runner.
Oh, such an important kill.
Oh, nice headshot from Zywoo. A second onto Alexi even. And then they crack it open. Zywoo's starting to find his form. Starting to find a moment here. You got a glimpse of it in the last round as he kicked it off with the Glock. Robs is going to get a set of helping hands into that A site, and there was so little contest for the Ramp and the Palace player to walk out to join forces with Khan. Yes, Khan had to go well.
This is CS, not Valorant. We hate.
In the middle of that pack, and he is not going to stop missing. Zywoo, quad kill, starting to take over for the T side when they need a hero.
Dupree just talked about it on the desk, and he's
I hate Valorant.
Players that can win a series of rounds just by himself. It's also not an aberration when he gets a rifle highlight. Look at this guy go. Good with every gun.
The Valorant finals are tomorrow, are they not?
Versatile player we've ever seen. So comfortable in every situation.
I kind of want to catch a game. I don't know. It's early though. I'd have to stream it maybe like.
That was really
probably not though.
The pain here
or not tomorrow. It's Sunday, I think. I think we're saying it's Sunday morning.
Dangerous on these rounds.
We'll see. Vitality did take that last round, though. Kind of an important round for them.
Trying to bank on the same Desert Eagles.
Kind of an important round.
Early days, wonderful. JL,
Tomorrow
what
is
do you
Sunday?
have for us?
Oh,
They're
that's...
both playing well, or at least started
No, tomorrow's
strong.
Saturday. Don't gaslight me. You'll be banned.
Smoke grenade out through the window. No real movement yet from that Na'Vi.
Bell's
B-Stack
childish
just
with the
kind of
5
crossing
gifted.
their fingers. And ultimately, it's going to boil down for Wonderful having to go above and beyond.
Yeah, gamble doesn't pay off here. Wonderful's got his work cut out for him. Can't stand to the test. Open sight here, free plant. The simple exec comes in, and this will allow Vitality to tie up. Now, Zywu's been with us for 6 years at the top level. First year, top 1 player.
Thank you, Bells.
Total
Appreciate
phenom.
you. Thank you for the 5
big
gifted,
Counter-Strike
Bells.
team, craziest
Get back
fact
to
about
work,
him.
but have a good day, y'all.
If you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah. Made in a lab. Some people
Very
say
generous.
Zywoo is he's the player who
Your guys' hands
equals
is
it
look
with the
like this,
rifle
so
or the
mine
op.
can look like this.
Kind of
you know?
chose not to use that gun last year, and still, when he used it, had such high efficacy. And it feels like even though he's been at the top for so long, he's only gotten the real respect from the most hardcore and demanding fans in recent times.
All right. I gotta plant
Well, we're
off.
talking about a guy who's run through every tournament now. His actual final test is the hard side of a playoff major bracket, and then you can no longer move the goalpost. This is one of the most stacked sides of a playoff bracket that we've ever seen. It's kind of jarring to go from Paris to this with your Vitality.
Sure.
But when you see their streak of tournaments, there's really no excuse for why this should not just be another run that they make.
No
Might be
excuses.
unfair to put it that way, but as Apex said before the game started, we know we can beat all these teams. It's simply about playing as good as we did for the last
Yeah, that
few
trophy's
months.
sick.
I think Zywu's also somebody who won more fans over too when he kind of took the presence up in the team as well. I remember Zonic back in the day, even for Paris, was like saying how he was trying to unlock this side of Zywoo where if he needs or wants something while the game is live, then to speak up and take that space.
Yeah.
Because he's good enough to justify it. And I think just by default,
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's played with a player that's better than them, if you're calling, you always want them to give you ideas.
Sure.
To tell you what they need. You want to support someone like that, you know? You want to bring them water.
That side of Zywoo wasn't really unlocked for his entire 6 years of play. We've gotten to that place, and look where he's taken Vitality.
Yeah, okay. Not terrible setup here for the A play, but look how fast it comes out. Bit now, little dangerous. Yeah, has to get out. But if they go full retake, it's going to be very hard here for Na'Vi. Let's even get some spams down through the smoke. No right side smokes have come out just yet.
Taking their time
Interesting,
with
going
it.
for
Here
the
comes
A-pinch.
volley. JL gets a bit of vision first. Smokes come out. Wonderful gets the one. There's a huge gap in this. Kills are going back and forth. Bits allowed
What
to
is
pick
going
up the
on?
ticket. What is this round out of Vitality?
Wait, that was really weird. They didn't smoke off
Smokes are
CT?
choked And no cover. You put Robson
They
in a
didn't smoke off
1 versus 3.
CT, then they planted for CT and lost.
CS.
Yeah,
that was a little gross.
That is
That is not the caliber of round that has gotten Vitality to
What
this
was that?
sort
What
of
was the
win
execute
streak.
there? There was
You can leave
5v5,
stairs
was it
open,
not?
Molly it, or just fight it from Palace if you want to. That's fine. But if now your single point of failure is the jungle smoke and that doesn't land, what's going to happen? They don't have obviously they don't have a cap molly, but the connector, yeah, just all open.
Yeah, it was kind of
You don't read past
kind
this
of weird.
round. You know, if you're Extas, you go.
That was a big round for them
hit
too.
The smoke next time.
All right, I hope that Na'Vi can capitalize on it.
Char, even though you whiff, we love you. That's it, madame. Let's go, baby.
Even though you whiff, we love you.
Even though you grief, we love you.
Oh, maybe Mezzy missed it.
Must have been.
Did you say grief or whiff? I heard whiff.
Don't think about it, just move along. Luckily for Vitality, still coming into this next one with guns.
Bro, even though you suck, we still love you.
Just for the sake of the quality of the counter-strike, let's hope that doesn't go down again. Bomb left towards top middle. Vitality take up position through it.
Yeah, you don't want to be missing smokes like that in a major, brother. That's
if they
that's
didn't,
rough.
they had a really good exec coming in. But they
Yeah,
still got
the
another
exec
try.
looked
Great
really
guns here.
good. Oh man, they're gonna get punish them, man. If you get this round as Na'Vi, this is a huge round for you. Punish their fucked up smoke.
Two A defenders go down empty-handed. At least there's a recovery.
So
and
hard
now
though.
Mezzi trying to make up for it.
So difficult versus these guys, Zyvu and Mezzi.
Damage. He's here.
What the fuck do you do, man?
Coming around, but they don't know they can plant.
Last two Vitality players to play in tandem. Flash is going to be perfect to blind Alexi, to stun him for a second. His incendiary goes a bit too far.
Oh, timing.
Not to get caught off by timing. Finds Wonderful trying to get away with it, and Zywu wants that off.
Fuck.
So he switches over. 16 kills to Zywu throughout this map.
If they won this round as Na'Vi, man.
Piece of util just to get the spacing onto
Alex
site. He
Sib,
will remain
can you do
fully
it?
exposed to
It's gonna be
connector
like
and
basically
Zywu
impossible.
and that off, and eventually Mezzi can
He has
come
a
out
kit,
to
but
help
still, it's gonna be
when he chooses
might as well
to.
impossible.
There is no utility for Alexi to grab. And so Bomb too far gone. He will catch the Mezzi frag, swap to the rifle, and Vitality bounce right back with one alive, tying the game at 9.
Yeah, Mezzi saves that on the trade to Bit. Bit, I gotta say, I love the moments that he's pitching. I'm absolutely obsessed with how aggressive he's being after he's like passive hidden for 30, 40 seconds. All of a sudden, he takes this ticket peek, makes this round possible again.
Hey, Falcons.
So it's still a good effort on the whole, but
it's a bald eagle though.
Obviously, after Flames, he gets both with this break transfer from 3 kills, by the way.
It's a great shot.
That's 2/3 of the site.
And he's gonna have to start contributing on this T side to make the space they need. Na'Vi's economy wobbles. MP9s and 5-7 as they force to try to prevent Vitality from getting to double digits. Zywu all too ready for Emez challenge through that smoke.
Damn, that was such an important
Very
round.
uncomfortable place here for Na'Vi. At least the AK-47 gets picked back up.
Yeah, we got the 25 Zywu. He had the rifle. He's had a great game on rifles, but he sees the op on the ground. He picks it up immediately. He has contributed a lot of op frags already this game. Fortunately, Stack is going in the wrong spot once again. This is blind for Na'Vi. They just have to hope. And at worst, you always get a 4-player save out of it, but unluckily, not taking 3 or 4 rifles into it. Just a single AK from Wonderful and these 2.
Another A execute. Are they gonna not grief this time?
No missed nades on the empty site. Vitality gonna take this one with no real contest. 1 kill in mid-window, all that decides round 19.
So mentally, they survive it. Apex is somebody that, you know, we've seen him fly off the rails emotionally all the time. And whether he's really addressed it, he's sort of changed his affect when it comes to, you know, talking to his teammates. He brings the energy outwardly towards the other team, but the frustration used to be visibly way too much. And not only has he's not having the best game ever, but he's really improved his
save
overall
round
frag
free
level this year.
Vitality plants.
Emotionally, it feels like he's way more stable when it comes to dealing with his teammates.
The result of losing the last round.
We stopped talking about was that small leave of absence when Vitality kind of took him out of the team for a second when they said he needed a break.
You know what the scariest part about that absence was for me?
Faze is home.
Part about that absence
What'd
for
they
me
say?
was when he came back. Because he came back after like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just almost instant. And we're like,
if you're going to take a break, then take enough time.
Yeah.
You know, and it kind of like sounded or was put forth as like a mutual decision between him and the team, but I think he just had to get some stuff under wraps. But to tap back into what you're saying, that's not the Apex that has led this team to greatness in 2025.
And speaking of versatility, him going from entry to IGL to also maintaining his old self, that's versatility as well. Okay.
Smoking a flash, and they look to get active. This is Rops leaning all the way back in apartments, but not 1, 2 players coming at him. It's about timing. Rops lines them up a second sooner, and they could have seen him without him realizing it, but that shoulder tucked, and he catches both.
Yeah, you want to talk about timing. Rops is the Rolex of timing, okay?
Well, Alexi B is going to have to step up to the plate in the absence of those 2 players. Fire in front of him. He shuffles positions. Molotov with his name on it, unable to get anything going here in the first 3 players to fight
Double
on this
molly.
A site. Now the money's being built up. Na'Vi want to try to somehow take a chip out of Vitality, but this 20th round's looking all Vitality all day. Again, great grenades come through. Nobody skips any part of the process. They just overwhelm this A site in a round where Na'Vi still are just waiting to have the tools for the job to claw back this map 1.
Yeah, they really kind of just drag it into the lead up, and all of a sudden it's very explosive. It's not like Na'Vi getting out and then fighting and waiting a little bit. Na'Vi make sure they have a clean sight before they even get in. These pistols won't do much here. 11th round impending.
Was this Vitality's pick? Let me double check.
And again, they haven't been infallible in best of 3s. They've lost a couple of maps in there, but it's really about
No,
the
this was
series.
Navi's.
Sure.
And even though they had some down moments in this game, they're clearly not shaken.
We're gonna need security for that guy. I repeat, security for that guy. Here it is.
Wow. Privileged Skank. Wow, what a name. With the 7 months in a row.
Lesser buys.
Appreciate you.
Trying to cause some mistakes out of Vitality, but it's looking like a very well-oiled machine on these A hits ever since that one missed smoke.
Yeah, I mean, this is now, we saw Wonderful in the first half. We saw ZywOo take control towards the end of the first half on their CT side. I think it's time to make a
How many GFs are there against their will?
Because Vitality are going to get a ramp palace.
Literally all of them.
On these splits, they're likely going to win at this point. They are doing so well with
no one's like
structure in that.
Hey babe, what do you want to do this weekend? Oh, you want to go to the CS major?
Excuse me, he's going to call a pick play here. Or if they're just going to try to plan a reaction. Problem is, sometimes you send Wonderful out. He goes only so far, then he peels back if he doesn't see anything.
I'll support you.
And the game plan morphs into something else.
Dude, it's going to be Vitality playing
leave it all on one tactic. So they don't see anything in window.
Tickets are $1,000.
Off the jump.
Oh.
Vitality are changing up too.
That's not as fun as going on a cruise.
Moments like these, they're fanning the map, make sure there's no pushes, but it looks like they're just going to come back to their original game plan.
Why does Big Dog pause between dialogue? It's called thinking, Haven. You should fucking try it for once in your life.
Yeah. I mean, we've got some information a little bit from Alexi, I think, but, you know, not that much has changed here.
Bro is self-reporting. He has 0 thoughts, by the way.
Round for Wonderful.
This is who I argue with in my chat daily.
Tucked into this position.
They just have so much fog of war. I mean, look at Bit. He's pushing his flanking window.
Like you said, they kind of gear up for it, and then it pops. And so Flamesy insta-kill.
Yeah, Vitality just walking out.
Apex's flash, the perfect assist.
You're not going to win like that.
And all the space in the world with this bottom connector smoke as well. It would have been vision on any other follow-up fights, but no additional bodies for Na'Vi beyond that util. Yeah. And so Vitality are having a field day with this A site.
I'd love to know what the attack was about from Blade.
Sure.
Because to be honest, that was a pretty mellow looking
The booing
map.
at a video game is wild XD.
Vitality did not do anything interesting to draw
or you could
rotations.
say that for anything.
All they did was go back to an A site hit. And they found Na'Vi in some pretty normal spots.
Take a massive mistake here to even take a look at the site. Bomb way too far gone. ZywOo does not want Emet on a save. If you can bottom out the money here for Na'Vi, then it should be a smooth road to a finish.
I don't know why they're cheering. It's kind of a awkward round for Na'Vi.
Emet not going down without a fight. He will
because they just want to see kills.
AK, oh no, never mind. Bomb radius got him, so they soften him up just enough.
And there's an op out there, right? So,
it's a competition. There's favored teams. There's a giant prize pool.
ZywOo absolutely stepping up to the occasion once this T side got started.
Their favorite players
with the connector AK-47 multi-kill.
Playing against
look, it's like clear skies,
their least favorite players. I don't know.
Sandwich. No one on default take attention. No one from Ticket who took an op shot. There was just
levels to it, right?
An easy site to take.
Just going through the motions in these last few rounds. Na'Vi's decent.
It's like going to
fail them.
Like a wrestling event, being like,
we've seen a massive change up.
Booing for fake fighting is crazy.
Boost that Vitality wanted to start with.
They're not even getting punched for real.
Flamesy just before the support arrived.
Oh my goodness.
Double headshots. Flamesy knows.
Yeah, they needed to secure that round, man. It like all fell apart after that.
And he's the only one to stop Flamesy. Flamesy in this round. Apex has got the trade, and Alexi Clutch with an MP9 is a massive ask. Far too much for Na'Vi to survive.
I don't get the Vitality hate though. I get people have favorites, but that crowd is almost unanimous in hating them. Yeah, so like the fuck you Apex is like a thing. It's more of a meme than anything. But also when he plays into it by being like, yeah, fuck you too. And on top of it, Vitality is the team to beat. Like if you have any favorite team at all, Vitality has likely either reversed them or beaten them, or they're the team to beat.
Indeed, one quick question to Mezzy. I know you want to join your team. I just want to get a temperature check because, of course,
it's like that for anything. If there's like somebody that's favored, you know, in a competition, usually people cheer for the underdog.
Whether they're against us, it's fine as well. But no, the boys are enjoying it, and we're warming up into it as well.
Let's go. I'll let
Pretty common, not exclusive to CS.
Na'Vi, you had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. I thought maybe we were going to get some flashes of Na'Vi from 2024, but then we move into the second and it's
Dude, the loser interviews are always so harsh. I don't know why.
I think this is the best showing that Na'Vi has showcased the last 3, 4, 5 months. I think they actually tried a lot.
The walkout booth felt harsh.
Like they were on the same page in the first half. You know, they were playing well off each other. They had a lot of depth to that tactic.
Listen, these guys are being paid like fucking millions of dollars,
They were
right?
going for like
I think they
explosive
can
plays,
handle a boo.
and they just had the connections whenever they had the right lurks and the right space. So I'm positively
also
up
again,
on how
it's a
Na'Vi
meme.
looked, but obviously it was not enough. They have to do better than
well,
that.
maybe not for some people. Some people probably are dumb as fuck and don't realize it's just a joke. I'm sure that's true. There's definitely some unhinged CS fans for sure that probably tweet shit at them and they're like, fuck you, dude. You ruined my life. I'm sure.
Which is why it's
I don't know about millions, but yeah.
Out like that, because then it looks like, okay, you look at the scoreboard.
Nico's getting paid $80K a month.
Yeah,
what do you mean you don't know about millions?
It wasn't even close. That wasn't the case. It was a competitive game of Counter-Strike and a good game of Counter-Strike.
I think if it could have been, you know, a different team, a different opposition, different situation,
Look
maybe
at some of these players'
Na'Vi would have
lifetime
managed to take
earnings,
it, but
bro.
it's this ever-reliable Vitality, not crumbling under the pressure. They might bend,
well, Nico's not here now, LOL. Yeah, but don't change the goalpost, right?
Let's go back to that first half and talk about some of the moments where, you know,
you can still make your point without completely arguing about something else.
It was Messi and Robs keeping them alive in that first half by anchoring, and look at Robs' movement in this
Simple
situation.
comes in at 1.7.
Right now, 1 versus 4. He's then getting back up from Apex. He dies still.
That's over $1 million.
He's staying alive, Peter. He's playing the smokes. He's playing the angles. Gets a little bit lucky, maybe with the kill and a team kill as well. But look at how he's just staying alive. Constantly staying alive, not over peaking, not over exaggerating, waiting for his teammates. And guess what? Robs will find another kill on towards the bench player right here. If you ever wonder what a good anchor does and what a good player does,
they were
look
agreeing
at this
with
round
you.
From Robs, how picture perfect he's playing it. And had he not done that in the first half, had he not been backed up by Messi in that round as well, Vitality could have been off to a very poor start.
But that's what we praised him for.
Wait, why are you interjecting? What do you mean they were agreeing with me?
Understanding the angles. In this case, was just him. Always, like, he never exposed himself to more than 2 fights at the same time. Yes. And when he actually went for
that
fight,
was a rough loss. Na'Vi just didn't
in.
punish their mistake, man. That was such a big one. 1.7.
And then when the smoke
yeah, I know.
Deployed,
I understand they were okay. Yes,
he
I know.
He understands his backup is coming, so he's just staying alive.
Yes, I understand that one person said, I don't know about millions, and someone said, well, Simple's made over $1 million. And I said, yeah, look, that's. I understand how the conversation went. I understand they were agreeing with me. The face I made of like, oh wow, look,
during that first half as well.
Acknowledging that there's people that make. I don't understand what I have to like. I don't understand why I have to. I get one guy and then I have to explain to them what the conversation was.
Of his impact in this first
it's like I'm having a one-to-one, and then someone comes in and be like, "Hey, you know that person just agreed with you," and they're like, "Well, yeah, I'm the one having the fucking conversation."
Wasn't necessarily about Flamesy until the later stages of the game, but the anchors, Robs and Messi, kept Vitality alive.
You're expecting too much of chat. They have Twitch brain, brother.
Did a tremendous job defending the B bomb side. Had it not been for Messi,
I already had to explain what a thought is earlier.
Vitality could have been down 4-8, maybe even 3-9 against Na'Vi, who we agreed played incredibly
It's not
well
good, man.
I think for a long time, Messi has been done dirty in Vitality. I think his glow up in this team ever since they gotten Robs has been one of the reasons why they're also playing so well. You touched the whole anchoring thing. Like, he's putting up a really good job. He finds himself being alone in many situations. He always gets at least one kill, sometimes he gets a double. But most importantly, he's really good at staying alive, waiting for the backup, and they understand how to
just
play
go back to
around
gambling,
that.
all right?
Messi's doing a tremendous job.
And even more importantly, I'm not the only biased
let
Brit
the
here
adults
in the
talk,
arena.
all right,
as my
about
fellow
video games.
UK brother James has managed to find some more here in Austin.
Look what I found. There's more British people here in America coming from the major. I got Harris, I got Sam with me. Guys, this is a long way to travel for a major. What made you travel?
Well, I met these two guys at Blast in London, and then this guy from Massachusetts convinced us to come.
Oh, wow.
I'd initially said, I'll think about it, and then he messaged me about a week later going, you bought your tickets yet? And I went, sure, why not?
Okay, hell yeah, I love that. And
those are fighting words right there. I think he was challenging to a fight. If you're from Massachusetts and you invite a person from
where it was
from the UK over,
I'm same hometown as Messi, so home crowd advantage with.
They got to bring this for Messi as well. Okay, so Vitality's winning the major, surely.
God, no, Faze up.
Oh, he said Faze. Okay, he said Faze. You said Vitality.
It's a fight normally.
Okay, British people are always fighting no matter what. We got a Faze one, we got a Vitality one. We'll have to see what happens.
I got my face up, mate.
The Brits are here.
I don't want to
Mate,
break
we
that
be
guy's
phasing
heart,
up
but there's no
in
British
it.
players on Faze, my dude. There's no British players there.
No,
Which
but
was the
James made a
vitality
good
side
point.
alive.
British people always fight, you know, and that's just the way it has to be.
That's the storyline.
Flip-flopping, clip-clapping, as you guys would say. Either way, great showing from Vitality. We move on to that second half as well. I feel like that's where ZywOo manages to come alive and show a little bit of flair too.
And that's the narrative I want to create right here, Peter. The fact of the matter is that everyone from Vitality can chime
Hero, I'm not
in,
even
help.
gonna fucking
This
translate
case
that
was
shit.
Messi
I know
Bob's
damn well
keeping
you're
them
talking
alive,
about
and of
wildcard or
course,
something.
At some point, ZywOo will wake up. At some point, he will find impact. A couple of crucial moments where he stepped up and I guess dictated the game the way we expected coming into it.
And you know, like, Messi also touched upon that. They were warming up in the game. They didn't look like super sharp at the beginning, but you know, they turned it around. And you know, when you have a guy like ZywOo in the team,
Bro's got one joke.
Just happen that he just turns 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 rounds around into your.
Bro's doing his daily.
And that's just something you have to accept when you're the opposite side of Vitality. You just need to understand that we are going up against who's arguably maybe the best player in the world. He will just turn around rounds for his team. And that can be hard to cope with, like, mentally, but also, you know, the fact that he just goes in and just never, like, flaster himself in the situation.
How much
of being
XP for
under pressure.
daily?
He just knows that eventually it will come alive.
I feel like we got like a proper tasting menu of Vitality on this Mirage. Yeah, as you said it, you know, Rops, Mezzi, first half story, ZywOo coming alive in some situations.
Man.
But it was right at the end, you know, the palette cleanser going into
daily reset.
we would say in the UK. Flamesy with
daily reset
impact, considering that he didn't
at
really have a very
noon
hot start,
Pacific.
Right? He was struggling.
Flamesy had a tough time in this game. He was left alone a lot on the A-bomb side, couldn't get it going in the first half, but then he stepped up when the game was supposed to be closed out. And that's how I want to, I guess, end this narrative, you know. Everyone from Vitality can step in and find massive impact. This round, 21, is fantastic from Flamesy. The last round of the game as well, a triple entry in towards middle. When you have a player who throughout the majority
Farming
of the
proficiency
game
and
has done
taunting.
absolutely nothing, hasn't had
You're doing a tank
all of a sudden,
build?
Peter steps in and wins 2 rounds by himself. You know that's why Vitality is the best team in the world. Robs kept them alive, Messi kept them alive.
Yeah, bro, you
ZywOo stepped
can't.
up in the
Like, if
mid-portion of the
Vitality
game
makes a
and to close
mistake
it
like
out,
that
it was the guy who
fucking
didn't
like
do
ace at
anything the first 20
execution,
rounds in Flamesy.
you
If
have
that's
to
not the
win
recipe
that
of the
next
best team in the
round,
world,
dude.
I don't know what
Them
is.
losing that round snowballed Vitality's economy for those last few winning rounds, and they were not going to let you get away with it again. You had to win that round. That was the most important round for them to play. Was following that post-plant fuck-up where they were low on money, and if they lost, they would have been set into an eco round, giving you a better chance to win the game overall.
That is where Flamesy is just really good.
It was
He's
just
really good
really
just going
devastating
in
for
there,
them to
believing in the
fucking lose. I don't know.
flashbang, and using that sheer aggressiveness to his advantage. And as you said, Jacob, that's why they have so many strings to play on. That is why Vitality is so good.
Was there a particular point where you felt like things fell flat for Na'Vi? Because I can't pinpoint that there wasn't like a spectacular play that, you know, made them run out of gas from the side of Vitality. There wasn't like a tilt-off moment. It just felt like it slowly.
It wasn't tilt. It wasn't tilt.
Kind of petered out.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way of describing it, to be completely honest. I think they lacked individual players to step up in those moments. You want to have someone who's shutting down Flamesy. You want someone to go up against ZywOo in some of those fights. And let's be honest, in the first half, Na'Vi played great as a team, but sometimes in Counter-Strike, Peter, we speak about it, especially in Counter-Strike 2, it is decided by the individuals. And no one from Na'Vi stepped up in the second half. We didn't have a wonderful round where he won one all by himself. We didn't have an Imma moment, which we did in the first half, where he won a round by himself. So there was no answer from Na'Vi. And as much as I want to say it, I think Vitality and Na'Vi were 50-50 in terms of how the teams were approaching the game and the level of the teams. But when it came down to the individuals and the playmaking, Vitality are the best in the world.
I think where it changed were the quad kill that ZywOo pulled off. You know, that was that round that ZywOo just pulled out of his hat and turned things around. And that is sometimes a tilt factor for your opponents, like, because they even went up, they had the advantage in the round, but then ZywOo just shows up and gets a
true, there was a 4K, huh?
And then you find yourself in a situation where you have to take
That's
an
fair.
equal afterwards.
4K, but like he's gonna do shit like
you want
that,
to beat
you know?
Vitality, because you need to have your economy on your side.
I'm going to be diving into Nuke with Moses and Maui in just a second down on the show floor, but just any initial takeaways, because we know the Vitality, they're very comfortable on this map, right?
I don't think there's a case that Navi's going to bounce back. I think Vitality has definitely warmed themselves up.
Dupree says they're done.
I think Navi played the
Dupree
absolute
says
best. They could have
GG.
Miraged, they didn't win, so I don't see why that should change to Nuke.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it plays out, but not before
All
we
right.
head things
Well,
to a short
Pimp
little
thinks
break.
so too.
When
Pimp says that there's no way they come back.
Navi to be bouncing back in this quarterfinal, and it's going to be a tough battle indeed. That is going to be going down on the grounds of Nuke.
Damn. Yeah, that first map was decent. It was close. Navi really should have taken it. I don't know. Vitality looked like they're in good form, which is scary. Very, very scary. They're going to be a very tough team to beat. Oh, shit. They play, they should be playing Mouse, right? Fun. All right. Use the bathroom. Be right back.
Vitality breaking Na'Vi on Mirage, and things only getting tougher from here on out because Vitality's map pick lays in wait, and that is Nuke. I just had a few words from Dupree and Pimp up on the desk. I'm down with Moses and Maui here on the show floor. They say it's over. Jason, give me one reason why this is going to go the full distance. Na'Vi will bounce back and we will get a third.
All right, if Na'Vi's going to bounce back, we saw a little bit of life on him on the first map. Didn't last super long. However, you get to start, if you go on that CT side, someone like JL as an anchor of that upper bomb site, you look at the way Vitality beat him on Mirage, which is those set pieces towards the A bomb site. You give that, but you get a good performance out of your anchors in the upper bomb site, you can handle some of those executes on Nuke.
I love playing devil's advocate when I'm on a podcast, but when I'm on
an official broadcast,
a major quarterfinal, I give it real. This is over. Okay,
Yeah.
There's no chance for Na'Vi in this one. They've only won 1 game this entire year on this map, all right? For them to do it against Vitality, unthinkable.
Yeah, it's
Would
going
be crazy.
to be a tall task. Which individuals are we looking at from Vitality that mean that this ground of Nuke is just so dominant for them?
For me personally, I love watching the Apex and ZywOo combination outside. I think they
Where's
have a
Celia?
ton
I don't
of
know.
cool setups that they do, little bait and
Everybody looking
switches,
out a
little
window,
positions
watching
that
the
set up
neighbors.
crossfires. I mean,
There's construction
that was the
workers
easy
and stuff
answer
out,
anytime you
so-
ask that about Vitality, obviously
likes
also
to
keep
people
your eye on
watch.
Rops over in ramp room, very effective.
I mean, given that they're starting on the T side, I do want to see what Apex is
That
getting up
or-
to on outside, because sometimes he's sending himself down secret by himself, sending a distraction.
There's like a new
Sometimes
spot
it's 3 guys behind
where the
him.
sun
The way
comes in
that
that
he
she
mixes
found
up the
likes to
attacks
lay in that too
makes
now.
Na'Vi I mean, they're just going to be guessing the whole time. They're always going to be wondering what is behind that wall of smokes.
That was the issue on the CT side of Mirage, is they never really felt like they had a sense of what was coming, right? They never really felt like they had the read, and it's going to be harder to get those on Nuke. It's a lot easier for Apex to mask what Vitality like to do. I mean, I'm with you. I think Vitality's going to win this. There's a slight chance we see Na'Vi kind of bounce into the game, but man, this can just be a steamroll. Vitality can actually just walk all over them.
Anything that you want to see more from Vitality? Because we were kind of, wrapping up, putting a bow on that first map of Mirage. It was very much a team effort, right? We had, shining moments from Mezzy and Rops to be starting off the map. Flamesy, obviously, with a real exclamation point in the last 2 rounds as well. Anybody that you're keeping your eyes out who's going to have a spectacular game on.
So ZywOo warmed up into that game.
Yeah.
Ended up being one of, if not the best
It moves to the
performer
next
on the
match
map
if
by the end
Vitality
of it.
closes
I wanna
out
just see a hot
out here.
start,
I'm
okay?
not
Because
sure what they
he's
do,
so known
right?
for his pistols. He's so known
It would
for
probably
his
be
abilities
a
on those
break
low buy type
between
rounds
the
too.
second
I want to
game
see ZywOo just start
or
the
the
game
second games.
10-1, okay? Assert dominance. When Donk is out of the tournament, you are the #1 here.
It's such an unreasonable thing to ask too, isn't it? You're just like, give me more. You are the #1 player in the world, but I want more. I mean, yeah, it's. I think with Vitality, if I want to see something more to someone, it'd be Flamesy, who I could equally say, give me that hot start, especially because he had a rough time on Mirage to begin with. Kind of worked himself into the game. Just get off and running.
Run
now, 'cause
ads
once
if the
Flamesy
game
gets
ends
going,
early?
This team
No,
cooks.
no.
It's great.
So you're saying Alexi B, it's not going to be a masterclass coming out of him. Blade, it's not going to be able to expect the unexpected from Vitality?
I really only have one stat for this game, Freya. Alexi B, through 2025, is the 2nd worst player on Nuke, period. The only person worse than him is Cadian, okay? That's how bad he is as an individual on this map, all right?
Okay,
It's not looking good for that outside defense when he's the one that's responsible for handling the variety of smokes that Vitality's gonna be throwing there.
That's actually a really good point with his position and how critical it is. You might not get a lot of impact and a lot of production in terms of the fragging from Alexi, but in that position, he's designed to be the kind of voice to orchestrate the rotations.
Lots
I'll
of
say
love,
this for
Alex,
Alexi
but
as well.
don't your
Whatever
Russian
his
blood
stats may
root
be
for
on Nuke
Na'Vi.
for the year. That's an in-game leader who can call you a really good T-side on Nuke to give yourself a fighter's chance in the second half, or I guess flip that with Na'Vi starting on the other side. But he can call you a good T-side. So if your defense is productive enough to keep you
man,
alive
the
and
back
give you
of
that
my
window
neck
of
is
opportunity,
burning with the
Alexi
American flag on
maybe
it.
can work some magic.
I think that was the thing with that first
My-
map of Mirage,
my
right?
blood
Like some of the
yearns
individuals
to cheer
Na'Vi
for the
starting
Russians.
off really hot, but it just
Na'Vi
didn't match
Ukrainian,
anything when we went
but
into
you
that
know-
second half. And man, the odds siding so handedly with Vitality. Maui, I think that's pretty much expected, right?
All right.
Is it going to be over?
I think that paints an incredibly clear picture as Vitality continue to take a step forward here at this major.
Well, can they take a step forward onwards to the semi-final?
Yes,
It's
as
time to find out
a
on Nuke.
Russian-born immigrant living in the
Numbers don't lie.
United
It's an
States of
uphill battle here
America,
for
I should be
Na'Vi, but it's
cheering for
always
Team
been an uphill
Ukraine.
battle against the numbers
Like,
when it
guys,
comes to
what the
Na'Vi
fuck
at
are we talking
majors.
about? Like, I look
We
at
might
chat
be
and
in
I
a
read
position
shit,
where the
and
winner
every
of
time I
this
do, I
match
feel
goes
dumber.
on to win the whole damn thing.
What is
And
going on, man?
Right now, this is the best thing happening in Austin in the middle of the day. And I know it's still early for everybody in the arena, but this afternoon,
Oh, here we go, intro
from you,
time.
Austin, I want to get some Saturday afternoon
There it is.
Nuke is going to be the biggest test in this series for Na'Vi. Damning statistics coming out of Maui Snake as this one goes live. The beauty of that, though,
is Brolin's stats yesterday were also dog shit, and they won that game, didn't they?
Also, dog shit is crazy.
That's true.
In-game leader who can call from the sidelines.
But he gets 0 kills, is fair.
That's what Austin's been all about. So CT pistol could be valuable, and a 4v2 is an excellent way to kick it off. Here's the recovery.
No, Navi's like an international team.
Into main, just like that. We're back into the even keel.
They're a Ukrainian org.
Bit right into the action. And
They got a, what is this, a Finnish guy on it?
So we've got Navi to start the CT side with a pistol.
They could have jumped on that and regretted it, but that 2v2 works out really well. Caught Apex off guard, it looked like a little bit.
Navi's US. Navi is not US.
Start here for Navi. Those pistol kills. Bit does an excellent job of scaling, shooting, and not stopping to make that as uncomfortable as possible. 1 AK on this map right now with Zywoo.
Love that.
JL is from Lithuania.
Let's see the man work.
The odds came down from 9 to 8 off that round.
Zywoo was very critical in what was
And
originally
IM
like
is
Flamesy's
Romanian.
absence in creating space. We saw Zywoo crack open an A site with a multi-kill. There's no denying Flamesy found his footing back on Mirage.
My people, by the way.
Good on him.
Yeah.
But give it to Zywoo to kick it off in this one. AK and Kevlar, show us why you are the great one.
Little inspirited chat from Apex to fire him up.
Nice
Nate
nade.
doesn't do quite enough to Zywoo to slow him down. Oh, but wonderful just underneath that crosshair.
Good on Navi to hang on to the ramp control. Flashbang is perfection.
All right.
And Wonderful gonna rack up some
Very
early
important
kills on this one.
second round for
Fast
Navi.
flank as well. This is a clean sweep out of Navi.
They gotta-
All
they
5
gotta
deaths for
capitalize on
Vitality
this
with
now.
no kill to speak of.
You can't.
And so
you
I
can't,
think Navi are in a good position if they could just lean
can't
back
make
into a
mistakes.
CT side to kind of recover from Mirage. Like Moses
These
said
aren't
right before
meme
the game
games.
started, Alexi will give you something on the T side. I don't doubt that. Between him and Blade, there's got to be a plan, but you need a defense good enough to work off of.
I'm a little worried about that because what we saw on CT side Mirage didn't really look like a master plan from Blade. It didn't really look like creative mid-round decision-making from Alexi B. And, well, I hope they can leave that on Mirage because you expect that
Navi's
to
my
be the
team,
case.
man.
But,
I'm rooting for my
They'll
people.
have to prove that to us. Vitality are obviously beasts.
My Ukrainians,
no matter the map.
Romanians, Lithuanians, all from Russia. My blood
Question around whether
roots
Alexi
for
gets
them.
help as it'll be needed. Pressure outside right now. Rob's just going to give up some positioning in lobby. Here's the rumblings of this kind of an aggressive state out of Navi, who also chucked fire down in front of Apex. Won't stop him. They put out the flames. They turned back at Alexi, and he was softened up as he ejected out through main.
This is
Bit
buy
fast
round.
into the action. Can't control them on the double doors. This B site has been compromised, and it's Ema to try to get anything back before the reinforcements get here. JL on the other end of the bomb site. Ema's gonna have an isolated duel, but he better clear the corner. And it's not the corner. In fact, Flamesy catches him off, standing in the open space instead. Luckily,
Your
JL
pick'ems
gets
pick
his one.
Vitality,
How are you supposed
though?
to know Rob's going to be coming here just loitering outside,
Yeah, and so,
hanging
like,
out, minding his own business.
I know I had to explain
JL
what a
looks like
thought
he's
is
watching for
earlier,
this flank.
like
If
when
it
you
comes
use
through
your
this clear,
brain
my goodness, nice
before
try.
you speak.
Right? The
I
clear
don't want
attempts
to
are
also
good.
explain
The damage
sarcasm
done.
because that's
This is
another
3
layer
wounded
that we'd have
members
to
of
add on to
Vitality.
what a
The
thought
damage
is.
doesn't mean
And that might be
This was
too advanced to
Apex-
discuss
this was all
today.
of Navi
Maybe we
or
can
1 second
do that
behind
as a
every
lesson
moment.
for tomorrow.
When the play came out outside, Wonderful did not shoot anything through the smoke. There was no pressure to break open those smokes on the cross. And then the inside push came in. Rob's heard everything. No one died from Vitality. He played his position very safely. And then when they got downstairs, running through that molly, Apex didn't even really take that much damage. And he knew that once he crosses the vent, he's in total safety. It's Navi who are super scared. They had only rotated one down, and usually you can get the smoke out, the molly.
Also,
and
my
delay a
pick'ems
little
are kind of
bit.
unrelated.
But
I mean, I picked Vitality
were
because it
very
seemed like a
aware
better
of how
pick,
much
but I
pressure
did
they had to
also
put on the
pick
map.
Faze, okay? And my
If they're gonna
pick'ems
go for
are
lobby
already
retake
fucking
control,
dead.
they're not
It doesn't
positioned to
matter what
rotate
they
and go
are.
downstairs,
We
so
don't
it's
get
really
gold
perfect call.
for the sheer fact that yesterday, both upsets.
Apex exposed to Wonderful
Well,
for a second.
maybe in the mouse one isn't, but Furio
I don't
losing
think
is
there's any
crazy.
denying
I
that
don't know.
Vitality have a
It's
comfort
GG's
zone
for me,
on
regardless
Nuke
of the
that
outcomes
Navi
for my
would
pick'ems.
love to have it
But
their
that's
own.
right.
It's just
Faze
not the
silver
case.
better than Vitality gold. Agreed.
They're going to leave a bunch of forces up inside of the lobby, maybe because they're ready for Navi to try something like they did in that last
You just
round.
need 2 of the quarters, though.
Climb up
You
here
can
from
still get
JL as
gold.
The utility trickles
Nah,
out through the
it's
doorway.
over.
Oh, it's a bit awkward, but he still brings one down. It's Ema inside of main that lets it go for a second, and then a fast flurry of kills out from Mezzi. Man is on a tear with a triple kill up on this
To be fair,
upper
maybe.
side.
Oh, yeah, man, like
Maybe
Messi,
Vitality
that's
wins this, Faze
insane.
wins, and then
All 3 openers.
just if everything's
Everyone else
perfect
gets pushed
now.
back, but can just be left downstairs. Apex He was just a bait the entire time.
I'm pretty sure I was supposed to get 4 in a row, though, so that's why I feel like it's impossible.
You guys like Mezzi, right?
Yeah, they like Mezzi.
Who doesn't like Mezzi?
They like Mezzi.
UK's finest, truly. On a generational run here for the island.
Battani wins and Faze wins,
months.
then you're good for quarters.
And you could say he's the piece
All
that
right,
gets
fair enough,
carried
fair
there.
enough.
Well, no. If you were watching last map, you've seen Mezzi get better and better by the month. They aren't putting on this streak without him.
Who do you like, Alex? Your mom.
There was a weird moment in Vitality when back in last year when they weren't able to string events together at all, where it was like, you know, why wasn't Mezzi playing as well as he was, and who was going to get
And
replaced?
you got to get the
And when it was
semi-right
Space instead of
Faze and
Mezzi,
grand final
there was people
Faze
that said
Copium.
it should have been the other way around.
He's the kind of player, like, it's, you know, you move him onto your team, everybody else.
Phase up, baby, phase up.
Gets better, everyone benefits from it. Mezzi the most. We know from the Henry G Cloud9 days that Mezzi was always a Swiss Army knife.
Yes,
and
sir.
He was known for having, watching his
Shimmer's so
demos,
toxic, but
even
always
when he was
complains.
just
Okay, this is
Ember,
Haven's
he
Daily,
had
where he
a
tries
lineup
to
for every single
rally
main.
a
Every
support
position
for his
that he tried
cause.
to play for himself,
His cause,
he
of
was
course,
super
is to
versatile.
trigger me.
And then what happened
So
when he
far,
got
I
to
think
the
there's a
top level,
unit
they
of
started
3 of
using him
them.
for the harder jobs that are actually less star focused.
He was a real journeyman in that regard. Felt like he had to do everything to just make a name for himself. And that challenge never stopped, even when he got included at the top of the space.
Guys, he hates us. He always bullies all of us.
Fast jump over from
Meanwhile,
Faze.
I only respond to like
Again,
3 people.
Pistols for the majority, but there's still these lethal
In the
M4s
same
out
way.
there on the field. Now making contact with one in hell. Fast climb up into the A site.
And they all came to look for Robson. Okay.
Hello.
Anyways.
It's always in the last place you look.
Important round here.
Map like Nuke is just I mean, it's a playground for a guy like Robs.
Oh yeah, all the ladders, man. It's just a H&S map for him.
He gets to show off his movement on top of his lurks. If you have to play against Rops on Nuke, I'm sure you just constantly feel like somebody's breathing down your neck. And that is the case.
Yeah, it's funny because in his career, you know, everyone could look at Rops now and look at Rops on Faze and then look at Rops on Mouse before and go, okay, well, obviously he was really good. Okay.
Owned. As he, a little bit of bloodlust. Maybe too much, but that's
Mezzi
some
killing
damage that
Zywoo.
Vitality are going to have to
Wait,
stomach.
big.
Luckily, they do come into this site from multiple
Okay, maybe
angles.
not.
Bomb will get picked up. All seems to be good, barring a bit headshots that could open up heaven and the chance of a retake. No kit to play with. Hands busy on Apex. Is Bit truly going to take a swing at this 1 versus 3? He's cut it down to 2 players.
I mean,
but the smoke
winnable.
inside of main, which is where he chooses to come in from, really going to play with the timing. And again, emphasis, no kit.
Oh, true, no
Yes, hope
kit.
someone's not watching this, and he is going to make an effort to do so, but they are. Just eyes forward on that smoke, very smart for Apex. But
Well,
what
they're
I was gonna
definitely
say is
watching that.
We look back on Rops' career, and it's very clear. Like he's one of the most important players, period, since he became pro.
The guy knows how to
It
win.
only makes the most sense. It only really proves it since he joined Vitality, right? It's the most clear upgrade that we've seen in some time. At the start of this year, there was debates about whether or not FaZe and Vitality, which one would be better. And it was fine to entertain.
Is
that
anyone
because
having
you
a
have
bowl of
FaZe
meat
very
for lunch?
stacked, they're changing roles. Rob's going over to Vitality. Yeah, but Spinks was also really great, and they have a major with them. Who's going to be
Love you,
better?
Alex, for all
Well,
the
now
years.
It's like, well, obviously this was the move.
And take care, man.
And just building off of really the
See
wins
about that grand finals.
he brought FaZe Clan, right?
Yeah.
So he's already kind of got that one in his back pocket, and now he's trying to take it to this
Mackerel,
whole new height.
Yogurt, and peas.
To bring Vitality their first
Like, if you have
CS2
ever gotten into
major
Tarkov, I did.
championship.
We're also
I had a
That was the hunt.
Tarkov
Everyone gets so well-rounded
stint
now,
for a
you
little
know?
bit.
Robs has become more well-rounded. He used to be too
Worst
slow
experience of
playing
my
on
life.
lurks.
No, it's
He-
okay, but
Spinks has
lots
also
of issues with
become more
Tarkov.
well-rounded. As he's become more well-rounded, Zywoo has become more well-rounded, bringing out the X factor, taking things into his own hands.
You gotta
Is
say
a
his
bowl of
name
meat
on.
just the
Apex has
chili?
become more well-rounded.
Oh, yeah, true. True, he
could be.
epitomizes it.
That is why this has become the most winning team in CS2 history. But it's all about this Austin major.
Right.
Or there will forever be a smudge on this season. Move up from Secret, perhaps? Yeah. Emek gonna clip the wings of Apex. Ramp challenge for Bit to have to
Nice.
handle. He is very much alone. And the pack of Vitality players are gonna get through him before he can truly retreat down into
I
the
do like that
helping
print
hands of
stream.
Emek, who has done this silently.
I like the little stickers on it.
Zywoo's actually
I'm not
coming
sure if
back
I
around to the lobby, which
rocked
is not
them
what we
myself, but I
normally
like
see
the
in this
design.
position. he might try to get in a secret or something like that. But here, he's coming in basically late to Squeaky. JL is waiting for him. No way. Does ZywOo clear this?
Yes, of course. ZywOo clears everything.
This actually opens up a way back up if they want to go.
EMS making a move, though. Shadow advantage for only a second. And then that single defender towards door at 45 seconds is hoping that
they're just disgusting, man. This is what I mean.
They can make any decision, make it work, and they take
like, bro,
downstairs at the same time.
ZywOo's goated, but you have people like Mezzy, you got people like Robs, you got people like even Flames, like
and then the pressure of losing your piece
you know what I mean?
inside of lobby.
What do you say? What do you say about Spirit? You say Donk.
Two T's waiting for him.
It's a chain reaction, right? I can't believe ZywOo finds that option because normally that guy would come late secret, cover it, catch a mini player rotating down the long way, whatever.
I don't see how it's
back
fair.
To lobby and hard clears JL, who's pushed in. That's just beautiful gameplay out of ZywOo.
You got Donk, you got Zontix. Maybe Zontix turns up.
Obviously, Imma starts pushing because they're
confused. Maybe Shiro hits his shots for one game, but like. Brother,
I love that element of ZywOo's play. He's, somebody we speak about as someone who always has his like third.
I'm not saying ZywOo's like
Counter-Strike doesn't seem to get caught
overrated or anything. ZywOo's obviously very good.
If you can shoot ZywOo in the back,
but I mean, if you're ZywOo and your entire team can just cover everything for you, I feel like you can just hold W through maps. You know what I mean?
Kills down towards B.
Like ZywOo makes it feel like
is that too much to say? Like if you have a goated team, you know? Like for example,
pristine here for Vitality once
again.
Steph
Curry, right? You say that Steph Curry is goated, but like, does the team not put him in a position where he can be the GOAT? That makes sense.
Easy being a Vitality fan.
Like, is that too controversial for me to say that like, Donk is a great player, but I feel like he's not put in a position to be even better.
Yesterday we had.
That's how I see it. At least. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying it too.
5-0 down, Mouse into a comeback, into a really clean third map. Not really getting that same energy out of Navi just yet.
Here we go, fast play. Vitality think they've got a chance to punish. Got to be careful. There's threat on the field of Wonderful and Bit.
What's up, Ace? 92 months.
What's MV9 gonna do? Long range challenge against Robs? Yeah, I don't think so. So bomb planted a minute.
Steph Curry carries sometimes, for sure. But I mean, like, so does Donk. Donk carries sometimes. He just can't carry every time.
They have their cake and they eat
you can't just carry your team through playoffs, right? Like, even if you get him there.
From old school Furia days. He goes through the squeaky smoke.
Like, ZywOo has rounds where he just carries the round, but it's not like ZywOo carries every single round for Vitality. ZywOo will just have, oh, here's a 4K, I won. Oh, here's a 3K, I clutched up. Oh, here's me just killing a guy through a wall, and he's dead, he's the planter, GG's. But it's not like every round it's ZywOo. ZywOo literally died to Mezzy like 2 rounds ago. Mezzy shot him in the back of the fucking head. They still clutched it out. You had fucking Rops and Flames like just lurking and killing everybody.
Neat and tidy here for Vitality.
Like, they're consistently good players. They perform well. They're always in the position to do well. You know, they may not be the hard carries. Sometimes they are though. Sometimes you do have like Robs popping off, and we've seen Mezzy clutch it up too. But like if you're in a team where like you can rely on your teammates to win, like, and you're a goated player, I feel like you're in such a better position than somebody that's like forced to carry every single round for your team.
This is just. And
which I feel like is what Donk is sort of put into.
Navi were just in no way prepared for this option. They obviously didn't have the greatest gun, so just a good call from Vitality. QB sneak down the vents.
Signing of Robs has been such a game changer for Vita. Yeah, I agree. He's kind of a crack player.
Guns back in hand.
Any one of these players would be a huge asset to any team, you know?
Maui Snake highlighted Alexi B's struggles on this map specifically, and we've gotten more of it. 2 and 6. Critical position outside every single round. Bit nearly finding the timing to get the better of a duel, but it's only 20 damage. Luckily for the Navi side, you've got Wonderful's op position downstairs early. No pressure on the vents, really allowed for that one to happen.
And they're gonna see the bomb.
So it's all about a recovery here in round number 8, and that bomb just gets scooped right back up.
Yeah.
But still a challenge for Flames.
McPie
You got a
guy,
player tucked really deep in
52
there,
months.
And
Thank you.
many others ready to go for the swing. You know, this is Navi kind of frothing at a chance to win a round to get this CT
All right, Navi's
side
turning
back
up.
in control. And with 5 players still standing versus only ZywOo.
Good round.
I mean, guys, it's only ZywOo. This one should be Navi's 3rd. Don't you dare.
Says no to the
Damn.
upgrade.
Big money.
40 seconds left.
Little swagger from ZywOo. I'm here for it. Can he piece together anything else?
He does clear
35
everything though.
seconds on
Holy
the
shit,
clock.
this guy is actually an animal.
Obviously, they're still
The stuff he clears is crazy.
A-Site very occupied. To break through Alexi's angle and then into JL is a tall order, but a second kill right there for the taking. JL's gonna save him. Alexi a sitting duck, but he makes a great distraction.
Oh, is this the big gulp guy? Oh, that's a
solid round.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Yo, is he good?
Na'Vi, we're frothing.
Hopefully the floor is thirsty.
Yo, is that guy good? First time ever having a beer?
Yep, that's what he was feeling.
What is that?
So that's
streak
what the
French do,
What?
right?
Yes.
What was that?
Do something sneaky.
It's all in the hands.
What was that like anime villain emo? Guys.
5 terrorist round wins in a row.
That guy was feeling devilish.
But that doesn't mean it's going to get any easier for the rest of the half.
Oh, dance.
Wonderful, just trying to dodge these bullets. Gets away with it at half health. Exposed almost on main. But Flamesy's got the coverage from up above. Alexi B is crossing paths and he doesn't know it. Suddenly,
knife out.
Somebody's going to find themselves back turned, and there it is.
Wow.
Apex with the element of surprise as the outer yard falls to Vitality's favor. Again, JL is desperate to get into the action, and while he peels one off of lobby, there is spam coming through main. JL going to turn back to that duel, and it's going to set up a Mezzy situation to perfection.
In the previous game, Vitality's up one.
Frantically trying to get into these rounds, but Vitality slapping him left and right.
Yeah, and that was the conductor right there of the orchestra in that round. The credit card swipe from Apex to get underneath the scope of Wonderful. All these cross smokes outside had Na'Vi so confused. Full control here for Vitality. The watchful eye of Flamesy on mini. Huh?
Am I crazy, or did Apex cross through that smoke with a knife out?
Yeah. He literally walked through the smoke with a knife out, then switched out, got underneath.
He was match
the scope of
fixing?
Wonderful. Just knew what was going to happen next.
Wait, he had his knife out in a tournament game where he knew where the enemy was? What?
With a second timeout, Blade wants in somehow.
Knife out in a pro game
in the
quarterfinals of a major?
A pistol,
and he had his knife
singular CT round win since. That is all that makes up Na'Vi's half.
And that's
Riot,
that's a round that shows us
investigate him.
Any type of CS, whether it's structured, fast.
Riot, dox him on Twitter.
And
his career.
Now Na'Vi have to show us they can do that. Yeah.
God, this game is millimeters and milliseconds.
Riot, make a bunch of malicious statements about him and don't walk any of them back.
Or inches, yards, and miles. Fire in front of him.
This is a stressful position for Na'Vi. Nuke is a map that can take all the utility and all the time, and they are on good guns, but very low on useful grenades. No mollies left here for the CT side. They'll be going up against it all here, especially in the default. And there's nothing on the cross right now.
What did Apex do?
I don't know if an upper hit will be easier to stop or not, but that's what's coming.
I already made that joke earlier. I'm not gonna do it again.
Here it comes.
Fire to deal with. Uncomfortable for JL. Beautiful damage here from Flamesy. It's Robs to finish it up. Zywoo right behind him. And again, it is just a scrambling Na'Vi. You know, there's so many different looks from Vitality, and their hits come in so suddenly, playing with time, tempo, and direction. And every single piece of this Vitality formula is coming to fruition in this quarterfinals now, having a field day on their map pick of Nuke.
A man had a pre-aim on the save up the stairs. Can't even leave on his watch. And it's not like Vitality are egoing though. They played that round carefully. They drew out tons of utility. That was... Oh.
Hey!
That guy looks like he has a future in Counter-Strike, if you ask me. I mean, we got to a spot where Na'Vi just, they didn't know what could happen next. Vitality threw so many things at them because they had this great economic advantage, which they continue to have.
Yeah, this is kind of looking a little bad.
There's one flash through, but the flash goes into the other room of lobby. Mezzy and Rob's able to hold this back, keeping Na'Vi at bay despite the continuous aggression. There we go. You want it, you gotta fight for it. And Na'Vi will do exactly that in the dying few rounds of this CT side. The second attempt of MP9 aggression breaks through. Bit takes to the rooftop. And of course, Vitality leaning as far back as need be.
Yeah, he's sitting in spawn. Is he going to read another, like, super long timing?
Unbelievable.
He's got the push outside.
His hands are off his keyboard. He has one hand on it. And that's why it gets away for a second. All too easy for ZywOo.
This round is very much alive.
Too easy
you would
for
never
ZywOo.
expect to find someone in that spot, and now they can create a connection into Squeaky. The map's opened up a lot. The CTs will be guessing. They're looking to go hit to hit on this.
Excuse me.
And instantly, control is brought back to the T side.
Just gonna mosey their way into the open A site. Na'Vi trying to make moves to stay close. Alexi could be the hero of this one. Never mind, it's wonderful.
Wow.
And it's ZywOo to a clutch.
ZywOo do it.
Wipes his forehead and knows the work's about to begin. To push this one over the line, they start to emerge. And Alexi's gonna best him.
No, he cannot.
You want it, Na'Vi, fight for it. Those MP9s put Vitality on a back foot. And at the very least, it's 4 rounds of a CT side.
Great deagle shot in from Wonderful. He made it look easy, but if he didn't hit that one, probably isn't going to get the kill. This was such a good kill, such a good, I don't know how they were covering these spots. Almost always ZywOo's moves, honestly. 1 kill and everything like that, but Na'Vi need every little bit right now.
Trying to get whatever they can.
A 5th is possible. Full strength buy coming into round 12.
Looking to end on a high note. Would give you that extra sliver of confidence for what will be a difficult T-side ahead. Winning the op duel is ZywOo.
He does it all, man.
But Alexi B has slipped into a very curious position. He decides to execute Apex. Looking to capitalize here, but he is stuck in, and they will not let him go for free, and there's no support in this situation. Alexi goes full commitment with nobody else nearby. Next up's gonna be Ema. Hopes to blindside. ZywOo will do exactly that.
Oh, that's nice. But they know they're weak somewhere else. There's only 3 players on the map, so secret push immediately. Ema runs away
What's
from
for the
it.
keyboard angle? Is there a reason beyond having more space for your mouse?
It's constant back and forth.
It's
this tug
just
of war that's going down in his last
some
couple
players
rounds.
have over time adjusted their
outside,
keyboards
one
where it's more
downstairs.
comfortable
It's
for
just
them.
JL. We saw the
and
sign
over
up for
time,
him.
the
JL
angle
hasn't gotten in the series
has
yet.
gotten
It's time to
more,
shine.
like
Here's his
better
chance.
or
He
worse.
swings in as they
but
line up.
It's definitely
and that's one of those shots
been more
that just could have been
angular
so
over.
much
So
more.
keep in mind, this is
Fast
like these guys have been playing this game
reaction
for
interrupts
10
the
years.
dropping back sight.
If you're turning the keyboard a little
And
by
they're
little
still kinda
every year for
considering
10
the
years,
potential for
eventually
Vitality to
it'll
have
look
dropped.
like it's
Bit sat
fucking
there for a
sideways,
second,
right?
Pressed against the wall, now bomb planted front side sight.
Some players
They're trying
like
to hunt
it
down the
where
points
it's
of
more
contact.
comfortable for them to
Ena's
have
gonna
more
catch a back
elbow
turn
on the
to him.
table.
Another clutch
So they
moment here
they
for
feel like they have more
Vitality.
control over their keyboard.
Na'Vi are going to grasp
Oh, actually, it was a big round.
straws.
That was a good round for Na'Vi, holy shit.
Building a foundation to build off of, and it is an uphill battle for the
All right.
second half. A T-side awaits.
All right, they needed that round. Navi's gonna have to do something crazy on their T side. Yes, but over time, their angle of approach on the keyboard has just adjusted naturally, where it's basically sideways.
He's not here. I have to be.
That's the reason for it. There's not really like a does it help everybody? No, like if you play right now and you turn your keyboard sideways, it's gonna feel like shit, right? These guys have been playing for over 10 years, the same game. This is just where their keyboards have ended up. That's also why their monitors in their fucking face, because that's another adjustment that over time they've had the monitor closer and closer until some of them have their fucking face in it, and that's better for them, you know?
What is the deal with graffitis these days?
And I gave the example of like back with the like the Xbox and stuff, you know, when you had the Halo tournaments. Over time, people used to hold the controllers really weird, right? Like they hold the controllers like this weird claw grip thing, where it looks really scuffed, and you're like, and then you try it, and you're like, oh, this feels really uncomfortable. It's not something that they just pick up and do one day, and it's great. It's just adjustments that they've made over time to what's more like, I don't know, what feels more natural for them, or what feels better for them to have leverage either on the controller or on the mouse. Some of them hold the mouse really weird too, on the mouse, on the keyboard, the monitor. All that stuff just comes from playing the games for so long that like this is just what's comfortable for them. It's not just something they do randomly one day and they're like, oh, this is great. It's like micro adjustments over years and years of gaming. Not everybody though. Some players like play it normal, you know, they don't have a thing. All right. There's Austin. That's a nice looking building right there that's being built. All with all the glass panes on it. They have a few construction projects going on, it looks like. Still, Austin is a growing city for sure. Getting more expensive though, as well. See, I've seen some of the pricing in Austin. It's a little crazy. A little crazy. Austin, New California. A lot of these like states outside of California started to expand after COVID. Tons of people moved to Colorado. They moved to Texas. They moved to Nevada. Like all the surrounding states got like swarmed with Californians after COVID. So now, I don't know. To be fair, some of these places have already been growing, but it definitely exasperated. I can't think of the word. Made them grow. Nevada is Toe Jam. People are going to move to places that are cheaper overall, let's face it. Remote work made that like a bigger possibility too.
Oh, they love to dangle a little hope in front of you, this Na'Vi team. 2 rounds at the tail end of that half, shutting down the clutch attempts of Vitality. Diffuses needed. A 5-round CT side is not a lot to work with. Na'Vi gonna have to dig deep to pull this one out of the hat.
They really will. I mean, all the stats stand against them. We, don't want to talk about out of both sides of my mouth. I know I said it's a major, everything like that. We also have to recognize that Vitality here, they're very excited to play the CT side. There's no questions for them. Lots of questions for Na'Vi. They've got to answer them all right now, or this is going to be a quick day in the office for Vitality.
Yeah.
If you're a Na'Vi fan,
like
get loud.
And stay that way. Frag and a Molotov for Alexi. Apex ready to answer to anything that he sees coming. This is a well-stacked ramp room at the moment. You got Mezzi and Rops on a crossfire, and just because of the presence there, just because of that util that bounds out of Vitality, they're gone. What's the backup plan here for Na'Vi? Because we do have wonderful downstairs.
It's a matter of pick your poison. They do have that, but if they can't make the connection out of the vent, they need to try to do the outside cross. The fun part about the outside cross, maybe you get some kills along the way, maybe you lose the round there, but at least it makes it easier to properly get a plant in. It looks like Wonderful might join them for, yeah, I mean, just gonna play it standard. And that's all 3 spotted with the bomb as well. How the rotation's looking.
Maybe Wonderful's position can catch them off guard, but obviously at this point with the timing.
And with the double ramp setup, they got 2 down already.
So Mezzi just leans back. He's gonna give him a little space so that they can take that step out. And then as they do, he's gonna try to pluck them off the bomb site. Missed shots out of Rops reopens the possibility of a Na'Vi pistol.
They gotta take this one by the horns. Bomb's getting planted. How are you gonna 2v3?
Beretta's over towards single, gets the retake going. ZywOo won't miss his shots. ZywOo won't miss a moment to shut down Na'Vi early.
Not good.
A challenge that just suddenly grew far greater
for Na'Vi.
As Vitality take the second pistol.
Yeah, just another round in a series of amazing rounds out of him. This is the biggest threat, I think, for Vitality, is like Rob's the best ramp player ever. Then you have Mezzi, who's in amazing form. The setup is so good for the rotations, for holding on to ramp itself. A very popular spot to go on pistols.
What?
Because just takes so few resources. At least they got that plant down.
Forced by to try to pull it off.
I don't hear what they're saying.
But an M4 for ZywOo. He awaits your attempt. Huge challenge here for Bit. Top silo with the Deagle.
See, the CTs are happy to play reactive.
Turn the lights off.
Na'Vi pose a threat absolutely with these smaller guns, but it's really on them to prove they can find some great shots.
Nothing coming out of him just yet. We hit the minute mark. Yeah, Na'Vi just looking for that thread to pull on. Really hoping Bit could have hit it, but
this is a moment where Alexi B needs to be thinking about the next round and what they're going to do from here, but they've got this. They got a lot invested
Yeah, Tech9 to try to set up the AK. Emet could be the hero. We see Tech9's in front of both of the rifles, in fact. Space creators, and then the kill takers, but nothing. Couple kills on the approach. Vitality so quickly to the answer, ready to react to whatever Na'Vi chuck their way.
Yeah.
Big round here.
With the investment, obviously, there had to be a lot going into that plan. At least they got through the front door, but again, no one is nervous in these spots.
I mean, it's not really any good reason for Vitality to be nervous on Nuke versus Na'Vi. So even less to work with here in round 15. Vitality on the brink of double digits, looking confident.
They want the lights off, dude.
And that confidence is well grounded.
Yeah, it's been earned. All the reps they put in, all the successes they've seen, all the experience they have, and even getting that wonderful moment at Apex saying, even if you whiff, we love you, Flamesy, and then for him to go on to actually bounce back and get some really key frags on Mirage. Just shows you mentally what kind of place they're at.
Isn't Vite just a step above like everyone else?
Last round, Na'Vi just looking for that points of contact.
They definitely are solid.
Could be Apex if he drops the ball with the FAMAS. A slow approach to the rounds. Na'Vi does not want to give any of these over for free.
That end, no one from Vitality are trying to cross any lines here.
They're just simply not giving Na'Vi what they're looking for. And then eventually at 45 seconds, ZywOo sets up Apex. A blind Emet's not going to get anything going outer, and then a desperate 4-player ramp hit meets ZywOo.
ZywOo has been straight up prescient about every piece of routing, every timing here. 21 frags, most beautiful scoreline on the server across the series so far. ZywOo, he's the one.
A couple of rounds at the end of the first half gave false hope over to the Na'Vi fans.
The way he's led people into bad decisions or found a timing on a flank or just gone out of prep to do something that the moment called for, it's like he's just casting miracles over and over again. This one's just an eco, but
in the zone.
Yeah.
If you're Na'Vi in that case, you just got a smoke grenade in front of you and ZywOo's accurate bullets somehow hitting all their targets. But let's go. Gun rounds for Na'Vi.
The highlights are always going to be flashy when you're out of position. That's why they're not with ZywOo.
It's going to happen. It should start now, but Apex floating out here, bolstered by ZywOo.
It's a good block on the smoke.
Flashes just keep popping. ZywOo gives up his original angle. It is Emet yet again trying to get the ball rolling outside. It's a huge ask of him to try to contend with the pressure that Vitality will put on you outer, but the nade is a little late, so Emet's found a small bit of sanctuary.
Did it nice and early, though. Didn't see anybody else trailing in behind. Late to come back to ramp, but this looks like it could just be a bit of a bait here. Maybe Na'Vi have something good going. It looks like they're just trying to disarm and weaken upstairs. Emet looks like he's actually successfully done that.
Gonna burn up the floor though, and it's a well-timed main hit here from Bit, so pressure onto ZywOo, 21 and 8. And so as they trickle into the bomb site, he's gonna go down to nothing. It's Flamesy to try to catch him. Another vent player inbound, tons of damage by Rops. Ooh, it's not pretty from Apex, but Rops there to stop it, to slow it down. A eagle that denies him anything else.
Wow.
But has he done enough damage to set up Apex? Only 18 health here for the IGL. First one basically free. And a quick move by JL with bomb to head downstairs. But what that does is splits up Na'Vi. Apex gonna get caught off by Emet lingering. The first gun round from Na'Vi's T side, and it works.
That was one of the messiest rounds we've seen in the major. There were a lot of missed shots there from multiple players.
Talk us through it.
But I wanna skip that part actually, because the setup here for Na'Vi is actually wonderful. They had to use all 5 smokes before a minute's timing just to make sure they had the cross covered outside. Once that block smoke came in, they got Emet downstairs and then made Vitality feel like it was going to be a lower hit. They actually completely tricked them. So they made that as weak of a site upper as possible. Mezzi was pretty much the only guy there at the time that the pressure started coming in. And obviously he wasn't going to be enough to stop that split. So this is just a feather in the cap for Na'Vi. They fully tricked Vitality for once. That was a solid T-side round. They kept it 5v5 for a long time, and you can see right here, a guy with his feet on fire running into a mini fight as a solo site player for that moment. That's how you know you've done something right if you're Alexi B.
What the fuck was that?
They pull it off again. Looks like Vitality gonna get a little more active. Flamesy wasn't ready for that. JL just spawns in the walls. So off man disadvantage now, Vitality. That elusive 11th round. Consecutive rounds.
Oh, we might be gaming if Na'Vi can pick this one up too.
This is what they're looking for.
Well, this is a big spot here.
It's been very difficult for Na'Vi to string them together. Frag grenade should land right on Ime. Yeah,
wow.
That's 51 damage done.
Perfect trajectory. With a step back as well. Squeaky smoke is so important to help stabilize the situation. All your mini rotations, anyone coming up from
Props
the
is
bench,
just everywhere, bro.
It just keeps the T's in the dark, especially if they're relying on that information, and JL was watching it. Looks like the actions come in the way of Leilu here on the ramp, 21-9.
Yeah, it looks like he's just gonna miss the timing, huh?
Does he ever really miss the timing?
No, he doesn't. That's what we just kind of talked about back on map 1. And as he oversteps, that first player in Alexi B getting past his expectations, we get the scramble out of what's left of Vitality. Emed gonna hear that first player run. Rob's trying to get down into the B site. Emed wants to secure A, and now they've both gone down the vents. 15 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, that is unbelievable. That is Mezzy to suddenly throw a wrench in the works of Na'Vi. They thought this A site was under wraps, but instead now you've got Mezzy and Robs both here side by side to work with. JL gets off of the bomb site, and in doing so, he's gonna leave Alexi on his own for at least a little while. Vitality turn around, and it's damage done, but 5 health for JL is enough. Mezzy, do you have this in you? Taps the bomb to try to frazzle them, and Alexi B's got to come take a look. He will find it. Na'Vi recover regardless of a crazy
Na'Vi is gaming.
Merry Men or Spider-Man? I don't know how he pulled that one off. I think we need an icon for that. Well, it took that kill to make that round close, but Na'Vi, they did stabilize. They did stabilize. 2 in a row. They've got Vitality now saving. They put themselves in a great spot.
Find our chatter? I don't think so. Not yet.
Apex down.
Crowd love that.
Still just
Crowd
a couple
love that.
of upgraded pistols. Not for Flamesy, and it looks like he's up next. Trying to do something about main control, but you can't hide, Mezzy, not this time. ZywOo's Desert Eagle is alive only for the one.
Great shot.
And so they'll get their footing on this A site. Na'Vi cutting it down to a 2-round lead. Austin, I think we've got a game here.
Yeah,
I mean, next round is really going to be deciding that, though.
Super solid, especially starting off in that full.
Their money is decent, but they really need that next round.
Now earning themselves an eco, building some momentum here from the hard side, from the T side.
Na'Vi, Na'Vi. Fuck you, Apex.
Alexi just can't let himself slip up, keeping it in the zone. Full focus, full belief. Not always an easy thing to do when you are down a map. Not an easy thing to do when your season has been atrocious. It's one of the longer standing rosters now in Na'Vi. This is a major championship roster in Na'Vi.
Yeah, in our very late in history, you know, first couple of years of CS2. All right, round 19. Are we gonna build momentum, Alexi? This game is still not won yet.
We talked about the struggles that Alexi may have had outside, but
really
for
big
now,
round
it's kind
here.
of an Apex who's been pulled in different directions.
For both teams.
He's going to try to get away with a similar position.
Whoever wins
he's gonna
it
hear this stomping going down, but if he thinks there's only 1 or 2 players, he's
will look
about
good towards
to find a
closing it
rude
out.
awakening. At least Wonderful from behind is able to catch it. Apex brings Bit with him.
But watch the CT activity now, because that was 3 players confirmed outside. It wasn't just one crossing.
Navi
in the spot last
slow
time.
playing this.
They were very shrewd. Didn't immediately commit lower.
Yeah, Vitality's
Found a way
rotates are just
upstairs
really,
to
really
isolate
good.
Mezzi.
Vitality playing lower, super thorough. You can see the caution that Rob's had.
These are the weird spots
Who you
find
got?
Navi in that you just
I mean,
don't really see
okay.
as
I don't know,
often
probably
from everyone
Vitality.
else, and it's kind of hard to search them out. You know, maybe everyone
But
would
still
normally
cheering
cross
for
the secret
Navi.
and found just a place to chill
Would like to
there,
see them make this
or
competitive for sure.
They start to peel back to the lobby. Options are wide open.
It's not like Vitality have been inactive this time. They sent Rops lower to clear it out. He's now very close to Alexi, just misses the timing. But that could open a window for Rops.
Yeah, but yeah, he's missed this and feels like he has some
Finds it.
information. Oh, that's
Okay,
a big
Wonderful
punish.
with a
More
nice
concerned
pick.
about up top. Now suddenly Zywoo won't have that support. He's going to get compromised. Messi turns, and he's
Wow.
going to at least kill the Heaven player.
The molly's bad.
Vent, the jump up
Wow.
denied. Not this time. Not
Big
twice,
round.
not
Big
again.
round for
Navi.
Navi.
1 round shy.
Let's go, Navi.
Alexi, marry me. What was
Looking
that?
tough out here.
What's going on? She flexed on him.
Putting the squeeze on that A site.
She said,
slow.
marry me, and then
Front of
flexed on him,
spots,
bro.
Looking comfortable, looking confident,
Prince stream.
catching the punishes. Back on Mirage, it was Navi who didn't have info, and it was Vitality who were taking everything and forcing them to hunt, but they weren't doing it. Now Vitality are the ones looking around in a few of these spots. Blade immediately jumping to another timeout.
Crowd is hyped.
Right now, outside cross is causing problems for them, and they played secret 1 or 2 times versus these rifles, but it hasn't always actually worked. So we'll see. The
Crowd
easiest
is
solution, the most
hyped.
direct solution, is to start secret, try to get a peek off, see if there's people outside, or catch a lurker. Oh, but that's a pause.
Yes, sir.
That's followed by a save here. An MP9 for Rops.
We haven't had these kinds of rounds go Vitality's way this series.
Yeah, Vitality wants to go for the
Navi has
tie, but they
dodged
want to
these
have a better
tragedies
economy
effectively.
afterwards. To be fair, they're kind of put in this position just by losing the last round.
It's waiting for the
Which
push.
is why that round was so important for Navi to win.
Flamesy doesn't look like he wants to overstep that yellow line. Keeps himself tucked in.
Played the spots once before, but it's supported by the Raptors player.
A little bit of shoulder, sets it up. It's a Rops casualty trying to
Wow.
push from ramp. Flamesy, though, will give Vitality a glimmer of hope on this
5-7s,
one.
man.
Eman's looking to wrap around Zywoo. Zywoo's ready. They have effectively
Jesus.
won these rounds until now. Maybe 50 seconds for Navi to still recover.
It looks
So
like he missed the
dangerous,
game plan
even
entirely.
pistols,
He's running
bro.
outside.
It's an AK for Zywoo. He's going to move that rifle, and as he's in transition, it is going to yet again have to be those pistols from within this A site. It is a good amount of ramp control as well for Vitality. JL is trying to slip up, and as he does, Flamesy's going to collect it. Not
Wow.
like this. Not with Heartbreak. Again, Alexi into the action, but they've not gotten this player off top hut.
You didn't see him in the
They're
vent.
gonna find them on both sides. The AK-47 still out there in the mix, and Apex on the lurk. Blocked by fire, bomb goes down. They have evened this out, but Wonderful is barely alive.
This is the AK.
1 point of health. With Alexi on the backside. Does he have them nervous? Can Alexi keep them scared? He gets Zywoo in the back. I don't think so.
They pulled it off.
A costly mistake.
Yeah, you can't lose rounds like
Just
that.
as Navi felt like they got
cannot.
the ball rolling.
Ooh, that one's gonna
Can't
sting.
lose rounds like that, bro.
I'm surprised they wanted to keep trying to go back upstairs, especially when it was this Flamesy Mezzi setup, and they saw both. They didn't know about Zywoo, so maybe that was a worthwhile risk, but ooh, that one's just gonna hurt. That one's just gonna, the major's on the line here. They made this comeback happen. They got that other eco out. Now Xtaz is amped about it. One timeout left for Vitality. Might be Blade's last chance to speak. Mental resilience is what won the major for Na'Vi back in Copenhagen. That's what they need to tap into now. They're the guys who work overtime, extra hours.
Well, we'll see.
They know that they're always going to fight from behind versus these more stacked lineups in terms of talent. 5 top 20 players versus none right now here. David versus Goliath, and they are this close to bringing us to map 3.
Luckily for Na'Vi, still working with the buy.
We'll see, I guess.
They have found success outer. Will they try
See what
to
they
take
can
it there
do.
again? You're not going to find Apex in the corners of the red box. Not gonna
Scoo
find him
gifting a
trying to
sub
test you
to
around the
Paper
sides of
Planer.
main.
Thank
He's
you,
in the
Scoo.
open floor of Garage with that op not too far off.
Very
Wonderful
kind of you.
does not get a chance to clip him, but he's
it.
going to have to cover main. And he lets the contact happen. His gun is empty.
Okay.
He forgot to reload after the spray. No way you just let that happen.
Wow.
Apex, this round is all about a recovery now. And
Wow.
instead, he is a sitting duck. Critical
Wow.
error at an important juncture in this second half.
Rob's
That's
looking for
crazy.
lurks. He's actually in a spot to catch ramp off. JL, does
That's
he hard
actually
clear this?
crazy.
He's not
What the
looking the
fuck?
right way, and his barrel's full exposed.
It's the perfect move. It's a gift here. Apex, that mistake.
Zywoo and Mezzi to save it. But it looks like Vitality have just delivered a gift to Na'Vi. Question
Yeah,
is,
that
did
was
he cancel
a
the animation?
misplay
Did he
for
just
sure.
forget to reload? And he may have gotten the 1 kill, but he knew he let a second player cross. And in doing so, tries to change position, gives himself up to Wonderful, gives Outer over to Na'Vi.
Yeah, well, this totally makes up for that last round.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Defends against map point. Wonderful to take out Zywoo. 1 player left here in Mezzi. A chance for Na'Vi once again. Felt like it was over for a second. Apex just missed them coming through the smoke on the side of Mini as well. And if he had even got that bullet off before his teammate died inside of Mini, it would have still been fine.
Double digits secured.
All right, let's go.
And Apex better be able to find his nerve after that one.
Best recent success for Na'Vi is taking the Spirit to overtime, and I think losing on Nuke.
One bullet, gets the kill.
Wow.
Gun is empty.
Oh.
I mean, that's even worse.
Yeah.
If he misses with the 1 shot he had.
Oh.
But he knows.
Yeah, he feels that for sure.
And then we saw, because of it, Rob's not allowed to focus over onto Trophy. Disbelief across the board for Vitality. Na'Vi still within touching distance of Vitality's lead.
Shoulder the blame for that one. No op in play. We got Flamesy on the MP9. Rob's on a Famas here.
Gonna let Zywoo try to be the front runner outer. Nothing's gonna stop them from getting some kind of footing down towards
Apex
Secret already.
frazzled, possibly. That would definitely be a
Anybody else
frazzling
take a swing
play.
at it? No more spam, no more challenge on these smokes. It's 2 players locked in with a route towards B, but Bomb's still back on Alexi.
Been loving Na'Vi in these positions 5v5, getting the outside cross secured. Got Apex copying and pasting his position from last rounds.
Copy and pasting.
They have to get the double ramp going because Apex is not in a good spot to rotate. He's a great spot to cover outside, cover the lurks that could take place, and help Mezzi on upper, but he can't really move from here safely. So right now, Zywoo floating around help. There's a lot of pressure on him as a loose piece to rotate, get some info back in case Apex needs it. 45 seconds. They might actually go into Apex's plan.
Oh, Wonderful could have had an opening kill. Zywoo dancing with death here as, again, he's trying to offer up utility.
Apex gonna love to see that smoke. If no one crosses, he's got full vision of it. Zywoo's now making the rotate downstairs.
Emas sitting and wait. This is forced Na'Vi down. Zywoo's trying to scramble for some sort of positioning. In some way, he has to cut them off. Bomb is going to approach site from the other side. Zywoo goes down with nothing. Thomas here in Robs' hand to at least get the trade back onto Bit. It's vent control for Flamesy. Instantly bests Ema, and on the hunt between the lurkers. Mezzi looking to lock horns with JL, trying to get this road down to the B site. Both of these players will eventually be needed. At the moment, it is Apex with the kit.
Oh, he tricked him.
Mezzi gets it up, 4v2, cut back by 1.
Yes.
You want a clutch wonderful,
Basically impossible here.
A highlight reel moment, but a missed shot does not bode well. The no-scope does. And if he had hit that one in the backside, it's a desperate defuse from Apex. Instead, Vitality take 12.
Another great round call on the setup. Apex.
NT.
This is one of those moments where you can have that smoke on Mini, but it can be used against you if you aren't actually going for the play. They didn't need to throw that down. They used it as a fake, and because Apex played back fake
Everyone's drinking
again, ZywOo got in early, and Rops is right behind
It's a
him.
little Jover.
Even though ZywOo doesn't get a kill, they had 2 chances to win.
Yeah, this next round. I mean, they have money though, but still, it's
That's
very.
the moment that could have been for Wonderful.
Very
and
rough.
Also, Mezzi tricks JL. Looks like he's going out wide. Comes back.
Mezzi turning into the MVP of this match at the moment.
Fast cross for him again.
Stepping up to help ZywOo, who's propped them up with so many frags. We're going towards ramp here. Na'Vi on the brink of an elimination.
Apex running for this to help out Rops. Does he need any help?
Rops is dead instantly by Bit. The headshot crisp. Worried about somebody else in these corners. There's nobody home towards ramp. Flamesy with an angle over from single. But this whole pack of Na'Vi players on the approach. Ina gets caught.
He got it. First bullet.
Good on him to at least reopen
Okay.
the single door control for the side of Na'Vi. Bit of spam comes out from Mezzi. Gonna have to make
This
this
is looking
happen
good
with
for
a man
them.
disadvantage.
Look at the money, though.
Do they
CT.
save?
Yeah, I don't even think they want to go for this.
Do we go round 24?
We go round 24.
Vitality saves. All right. We're right down to the wire, I guess.
Incredible here for Na'Vi. Great shot from Bit to take out Rops like that.
We're right down to the
Much
wire.
needed instant kill out of Bit, and it's not like he's been taking over. And I'm not just talking about this map, I'm talking about this season.
And this is why you can have a style. You can be slow, you can be defaulty, but you have to throw in tempo changes. Otherwise, people are not going to use their pre-mollies and nades too often. And right here, Na'Vi come out with a ramp hit so quickly. Every other round we've seen from them has been taking red control, getting Emma on the cross outside, and they still managed to do both. That's just beautiful play here. Emma has only 10 kills, but he's been so successful at taking Secret, using that against Vitality, really stressing the rotations. And they've been isolating
a very close game.
These places to one player. Rops here inside of ramp. When Apex is running in, Mezzi on upper, that first round that started this comeback. Na'Vi are getting the isolation fights. And that's even a spot where if Rops gets one, it's still hard for him to get a second. They've got so many players ready to trade.
Final timeout. Xtaz saved it, but you open a door for Blade to fine-tune the system.
Absolutely, man. And I mean, it has been a great tapestry of T-side rounds here to watch for Na'Vi. They put together a very solid game plan. I'm seeing a lot of confidence from them in the reads and the setups. And there is tons of pressure now on Vitality to answer back.
Send them home.
Na'Vi yet again here at a major to defy all odds. With a mere 5-round CT side, they take to the attack. Alexi B exceeds all expectations statistically on this map. 24th round of regulation. Come on, Austin, make some noise! Edge of our seats for this one, and Apex wants in on action. Again, just constantly trying to block off these smokes.
Did he miss those?
Yeah.
Yes, no, he hit it, yep.
Well done, there's the effect. And when Secret has been so instrumental to Na'Vi.
This just saves you so many nades. They'll throw another set of cross smokes here. It's gonna be mirroring another round that they played earlier. A round that they won, by the way.
Sure.
That's the one where they isolated Mezzi upstairs.
All right, they got one to Secret already.
ZywOo off the leash, him and Robs. What better duo could you ask for to win such a critical round?
Secret's
As they
looking
take over
good.
trophy, the rest of Vitality also inching ever closer to this challenge, but the numbers are here for Na'Vi as well.
Now, the late ramp rotations that have come in before, this is preemptive. They've got him in such a good spot.
Flamesy trying again. Robs on trophy. They're going to try to time it so that they both attack at the same time. JL thinking about going for the swing.
It's so hard to coordinate.
Right, who's gonna go first? Oh, with a nade. JL is lucky to be standing as he almost got toppled with a nade out.
They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy's in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, a
wow, wonderful.
Navi get the entry. Mezzi, backside.
Mezzi.
Vitality's king. He sits here
still in it though.
The headshot hunter only gets the
17
two.
seconds.
And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi. And
man.
Right here.
GG's.
The Navi Nation crumbles. Vitality one step closer to the crown jewel. This team is
it's Vitality, bro.
And greatness knows no bounds.
Absolutely amazing work here, Vitality, in the final moments. Navi tried and worked so hard to bring that to fruition. But who other than
what do you do there, man?
To get the final word in that game. Amazing performance from the one UK player here on the stage. Absolutely amazing gameplay from the perspective of mechanics, anchoring map to map. He had even more to give, you could see it. That was crystal clean rifling.
Listen, we are all here to sing the praise of Rops and his ability to unlock Vitality into winning ways. But this series, even though ZywOo propped up Nuke early, Mezzi on the brink of surpassing him by the end of it after rock-solid defense back on Mirage. Give a bow, Vitality. What a win.
What a win indeed, and Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Ooh. Fuck you, Apex. Ooh.
Listen, they might say that, but you see the signs there. Love you, Apex. Maybe Apex isn't a bad guy. That's their true feelings.
Yeah, that's okay. They can say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck once again. Just scream on us, boo us, do whatever you have to do. I don't give a fuck once again.
It doesn't matter to you guys. What does matter is, I guess, how you react in the server. And I want to ask you specifically about how you motivate your guys, because Flamesy on Mirage did not have a good start. And what are the kind of things you say to someone in that moment under that pressure to make sure that they're on again?
Well, yeah, I think Mirage and both maps were pretty close, but we stayed calm and focused on Mirage, and we made the comeback possible slowly, and won, did a really good T-side. And then on Nuke, we played a bit scared, I would say. We let them a bit too much space, and then they could do whatever they wanted. So that was a bit hard for us to defend the bomb site, and yeah. But then we won. What a crazy run from Mezzi last round, and it feels good to be in semifinal.
Absolutely. Good round by Mezzi. You also made them miss their smoke, so it was all going well. Mao's up next. You've played them so many times, but it looks like maybe they've turned a new page, kicking out Spirit. How do you feel about that matchup here?
Yeah, I think of course we have a bit
Fury,
of mental hedge.
Havens is a known one guyer.
You never know what can happen. So I think they delivered really well yesterday. They played
the more you ignore them, the better off you'll be.
Sure, the last 6 games will not count on tomorrow for us. We're not gonna get this extra confidence or whatever. We're gonna give our best to go to the final.
Eyes on the prize. Thank you very much, Apex.
Yes. Yes, it's true. I'm standing here with the side of Navi. I do believe there were some Navi fans in attendance today, and this does end their run in Austin.
Damn.
JL, how goes it, man?
We let you down, but you showed up for both the teams. You cheered for both, so thank you for that. It was amazing to play in this arena.
Yeah. Was it fun?
Tell me how it's going. Obviously, you've just taken a big L here on the stage, Mr. JL.
Yeah, it's a huge L, yeah.
You took a fucking big L, bro. You good?
Hey.
Yo, you guys suck. How do you feel?
Take some losses.
You guys could have played like shit.
Well, I enjoyed the game,
Any
actually,
thoughts?
But it wasn't enough. They were just better.
Well, tell me how hard it is to beat this Vitality squad. What is it that's making them so ferocious?
I will be very honest. They seemed very beatable today.
Yeah.
Today.
Damn.
Maybe on the other days they were a bit better, but yeah, we played worse than them and they won.
They seemed beatable, but you guys didn't capitalize on it, man.
This is your run in Austin, but I want to ask you, what's the difference between this Navi and the Navi of old?
This Navi and who?
The Navi of old, the one that picked up a major in Copenhagen.
Yeah, remember when you guys were good?
I feel like the opposition was a little bit weaker. I mean, for sure we play better now. We're more prepared, but yeah, the opposition is just really hard, and we're in a bit of a slump right now. But yeah, we made quite a fire.
Remember when you guys were good and you won? What happened?
That's about the way it goes.
Why aren't you doing that anymore?
JL, a whole bunch of people standing around here. A whole bunch of people want to hear what you have to say. Ain't that right, Texas? Does that sound about right? So let's do it. Quiet, please.
Thank you all for being here. Honestly, this was one of the best experiences ever. We only played one game here, but you for sure showed up, and I hope you show up for the other teams as well, because today was a banger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JL. That's Navi.
Today was a banger. It was good, man.
If you
It's
want
good.
to be the best, you have to beat the best. And Navi falls short of that task. It goes the full 24 rounds, but heroic play from Mezzi seals the fate of Vitality. Yet another semi-final, potentially grand finals berth for the black and yellow squad. We've got Zayu
Definitely
up here
NTs,
to
bro.
celebrate
NTs.
Yet another win on your record. First of all, congratulations. I just want to start off. Crowd love you here, obviously. I just want to start off there. JL just said you looked beatable today. What do you want to say to that?
I think it was right.
Yeah?
I don't think we played the A game we want to show, to be honest. And we were a bit shaky on some rounds. That's why they come back a bit at the end of Nuke. And I think it's also the major pressure. We didn't listen too well sometimes. We make some mistake, individual mistake. We didn't feel the game as well. So I think we didn't play the best game we showed like, since we Vitality played.
What do you think that is with the Navi game plan? Because that was one of the first times I feel like on their T side, your CT side on Nuke, where they actually had you guys scrambling a little bit. Like you didn't always know what was coming next, it felt like.
I feel like they play a lot of rotation. They tried to like put pressure down, like secret. We didn't really know if 1, 2, 3 guys secret, like come back inner or main. So it was a bit tough for us to know that. So I think we missed like team move to try to take info, to try to make a move, to know what they're gonna do. And I think we missed that. And yeah, they were pretty annoying to play, to be honest.
Talk to me about your boy, your teammate Mezzi. He had and obviously, I mean, the
Your
closing
boy.
round was absolutely disgusting. But I mean, even go back to Mirage, she got put in some pressure clutches in the first 4 rounds, delivered for you guys there. I don't know. It's got to feel like you just have a safety net behind you at all times.
Yeah, maybe he didn't show on the scoreboard, but I think all the round he did, it was really insane. Like he pulled up really important round, like the 1v3, even on Nuke, he was kind of alone side. He killed 3 or 4, I don't remember, but that's what we need as well to be one of the best. I mean, to have one guy like this, not maybe thinking about only scoreboard and
See what I mean? This is literally what I was talking about.
Like this, so I think
He, like, Zayu even admits it.
Yeah, look at him shine here. Look at him.
Like, yeah, to be one of the best, having a guy like Mezzi on your team
he's moving with mouse too, guys.
makes it a lot more achievable.
Think about that.
He's moving with mouse too. What a
was
freak.
insane. It was
Have you
insane.
yelled at
So
him about that
unnatural.
yet? Tell him Quake's dead.
Like,
We
yeah,
don't
I'm
need
one
to
of the
be
best,
playing
but I got a guy on my
anymore.
team that can
I tried to
3K
play on this config.
in the playoffs and
You
win
lost
us the
your mind.
game.
I want to know, you guys called the timeout at, what was it, 12-11, I think Xtaz got on the mic. What kind of stuff what kind of wisdom is he imparting in those moments? What's he saying?
Like, it's kind of like to stay, like, not humble, but to stay in the game, because we are trying to get comeback at this time, and just to not be focused about the scoreboard and be focused on the present, because it's a fucking major and the pressure can be on us when you're leading like this. So just being like this, just being on the present, not thinking of the scoreboard. It could be 29 or 12-9 for them. We don't care about that. Just play round by round.
I gotta.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
I gotta ask you, just because I haven't even talked to you about this. I mentioned it in the pregame before the series began. When I was at HLTV, the award show this year, Apex told me that secretly you were pretty pissed last year that you weren't involved in the conversation, that you weren't even like really entered into the competition. So is that a goal for you this year? I know historically you've always been like, I don't care about being #1. I don't care about beating anyone else out. But hearing it from Apex, was that something that you felt in the back of your head, like next year I'm gonna get him?
I will say yes. I will say yes. When in Initiative World, I will be pissed when I see #3, because I was not used to it. And in my mind, I was just like, I will get this year. I will get it.
Yeah.
No matter what, I will get it.
Good, man. I think you accomplished it.
You're on path.
Yeah, I think
for
we could actually just call it right now.
Yeah, might as well. Just end the season out right now. Zayu, you mentioned the word pressure just a minute ago when you were talking about that Navi game. Considering that you've been on, like, I mean, you've been in every single grand final. You've won every single grand final. There's been a match win streak on the line. There's been the Grand Slam on the line as well. Tell me about how much pressure was on the line today, maybe compared to some of those other moments. Did you actually feel it today?
I would say it was even less than the Grand Slam major. Grand Slam, I mean, because you could feel it was, I mean, the opportunity we had in Melbourne was really rare. But this time, like I think we had the pressure when we almost end the game. I won't say we have pressure starting the game, like in Melbourne, but this time we have the pressure of the major, obviously. But I won't say like it's the biggest pressure I had. I think Paris was even worse.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So already at this tournament, Monasi's gone, Donk's gone, but a new, but I'd say familiar challenger is approaching in Simple. What does it mean to see him on the other side of the bracket? And what would you think about a collision course with you two in the grand finals?
I think it will be a great final. I mean, that's a possibility like to play in final, I think. So I think it's going to be a great show. I think everyone is excited to see it. So hopefully we got there and hopefully we play against him. And now, to be honest, for now we are focused on get Mouse because it's going to be the next challenge for us. So I'm not too much focused about Faze for now. Obviously the next focus is Mouse and let's see.
If you actually do end up in that final against him and you just dumpster him and you just destroy him in terms of numbers and everything, do you think you just take it from him at that point?
I don't know. I mean, it's also tough for him. I guess it's the one tournament since 2 years, so I don't expect anything, to be honest. Yeah, he can destroy us. He can destroy him. So that's why he was one of the best players as well. So we need to expect that also for him. So I don't really expect anything, to be honest, for now.
Final question, just because you mentioned it, Zywo, obviously Mao's on the horizon, very familiar opponent, going your way every single time this year. Do you think they look like, they've looked a little bit shaky, right? Obviously the performance versus Spirit yesterday, an amazing comeback, but they've had to make those comebacks themselves, right? They put themselves in those situations. Do you think they're the same Maos that you've had to face in, grand finals, semi-finals before?
Maybe not. Maybe Rhinos have a better mindset because to come back every game like this, you need to really be strong and to be strong as a team as well because everyone can live easily the game. So I think the mindset is really there. They're ready to fight every game for the major. So, but for me, it doesn't matter if we beat them for 6 times in a row or whatever. I think the major is different. So I think for us, it's just gonna be most the new game plan. So that's going to be our mindset. It's the freaking major, so it doesn't matter.
Hell yeah, we'll leave it on that, Zywo. Thank you so much for your time.
Cheers,
congratulations once again. Guys, give it up, Zywo!
Who's the grand finals to Masi and Nico? Yeah, Masi and Nico looks like really strong right now.
Well-deserved spot in that semi-final.
They're definitely the team to beat.
I feel like it was a date with destiny, the fact that they're going to be facing Maos in that semi-final, maybe an opportunity to face Faze in that grand final. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Getting a little bit ahead of myself, but it's understandable.
The script is just so beautiful,
I know.
Can you blame me?
It's all lining up to look like it could just be an absolute excellent finish to the major. I don't know. I like it.
It could be an insane major.
There's some quality to him now that he's playing this way in 2025, like finally just being the badass of Vitality. But then he's still humble when you hear him talk on the desk, or I'm just like, there's kind of a cool element to that where like you're humble, but I can kind of see a little bit of cockiness in that humble nature of you.
I mean, he doesn't even expect anything really of Simple or Faze going into that grand final. I mean, it was of course getting ahead of ourselves to bring it up, but we don't get many opportunities to talk to a guy that's vying for GOAT. So have to get every single piece of information we can.
I liked his take on that Mao's question as well, like because you could say on one side, yeah, they look shaky, they don't look like themselves that we've seen going in those semi-finals and grand finals previously, but he brings up a really good point that mentality is clearly so strong for Maos if they've managed to come back from those deficit situations that they found themselves in so many times.
I liked his statement that the major is just different. Like it doesn't matter if we have this kind of streak against them. That's a nice talking point for us up here, but as a player, once you get to the major, those matches, they change everything. I mean, I think you could even see it in Vitality. Like I don't think Vitality's losing to Legacy at, I don't know, I Am Dallas, at Blast Rivals, Blast Show, whatever it is. He's not losing to him in those events, but the major gets here, and yeah, you can get caught off guard. If you take your eye off the ball, another team is going to take that step forward. So I just like that sentiment that he knows the major is just too much stakes and too much consequences to take a game for granted.
I think Maos are going to be in the head-to-head, the bookmakers' closest underdog to Vitality. But really, the pressure of the grand final, if they get there, is probably going to be really their truly biggest enemy throughout the rest of these playoffs, even if they're facing a Faze clan, even if they're facing a Mongols that seems to be powering up.
I feel like we've had this tradition of, kind of giving Vitality a grade after pretty much every single one of their series. Was that Vitality's A game on the server today?
I would say I would probably go with maybe A-, but we really, what the thing is that was a Na'Vi A+ for me.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the best I've seen from Na'Vi all season.
Which doesn't bode well.
For Na'Vi it doesn't, but for Vitality it bodes incredibly well.
Yes.
They were tricked on a lot of those rounds. Individuals had to claw them back. They were winning with tactical outplay, and if they were losing in the tactics, they were winning with individuals at times. So they had both sides of the equation when it comes to winning CS.
Yeah, close but no cigar, unfortunately, for the side of Na'Vi. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of James Banks.
Na'Vi put up a fight and certainly tried to come back there in the end of Nuke, but it isn't meant to be. And the run ends here at the quarterfinals. First of all, commiserations to you, Alexi. I know how much you wanted this, and how confident you were feeling before the game. I'm going to try and cast your mind back to Mirage. I would say, right, in the first parts, maybe the first like 13, 14 rounds, it looked like you were doing the right things, like you had them. Then the CT side starts to let you down. I'm wondering just what it was like from your perspective. Was there a disconnect, or you guys not playing off each other the way you wanted to? Was it just them being better?
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. So just didn't play off of each other. We won the pistol the round after, and the first gun round, I just think that we played a very sloppy round. After that, we managed to win a gun round, and since I think they just won every round. And I didn't have a good look at it. I was jumping on B, and they ended up getting like these untraded entries. I just think we got maybe caught off guard a little, but also maybe we didn't have the plan on how to exactly fight them. We were more like saying on TeamSpeak like what are we holding, but we were not necessarily saying like what we should be doing if they make a move. Okay. And the guys were speaking about some timings also after the game. I didn't want to focus too much on that because I still knew that, 2 maps remaining and you can't dwell on the past. Yeah. But yeah, just they just ended up playing better in the end.
Talking about you saying them playing better, right? On Nuke, at the beginning, yes, they looked like they were playing better, but you guys were fighting back on this T side. It seemed like you were making the right calls and you were getting into the right situations. How comfortable did it feel at one point for you guys, like you could do this? Was that full belief in it? No,
it felt very good. Yeah. We also knew that we have some rounds up our sleeve that's gonna surprise them. I still feel like I should be playing overtime on the stage. Like, kudos to Messi. What an amazing last round by him. Yeah, I felt like we put a fight back. They were running with the momentum on the CT side, but we clawed back and ended up making the comeback, and we played solid, I would say. But yeah, ended up losing, and that's all that matters, so now we're out.
That is the end of the season for now, right, for you guys. Looking at this, you were the best team in 2024. You had this amazing run, so many deep runs and playoffs. I can see from your reaction already, right? Now you look at this, and I'm sure in your minds it's not good enough, maybe in Na'Vi's minds as well. Your overall thoughts on the season, can you just give me that?
I'm proud of the boys. In the end, at the end of the day, we worked super hard, so many travel days. Countless of hours of us just being together, and it's been almost 2 years now since I joined Na'Vi, and since I've been with the core of the team. And yeah, we fought. We had our peaks, had our lows. Not gonna be too naive. I think something's gonna happen after this. Yeah, but we just have to wait and see. Now we have to calm our heads, accept the fact that we fought, we did our best, but now just looking into the future and let's see what happens.
And I don't want to sound cold-hearted when I say this, that I enjoy hearing Alexi B exit interviews because they're always so insightful. Even immediately out of the game, it feels like he's done that post-match analysis already. He knows exactly what went wrong. Yeah. And my heart bleeds for him when he says, I feel like we should be playing overtime up on that stage right now.
Yeah, anyone who's competed or played, that one hurts. That one's like a dagger in the heart because you know that feeling. Yeah, that one's rough. It's funny because I actually took a little bit of a different angle. I got the sense that Alexi was sort of grasping at straws in that interview of what went wrong, right? Like maybe we don't have the plan. Maybe these 2 untraded entries. He's talking about ZywOo coming up con. Maybe we didn't have the plan. Maybe we get caught off guard. He's kind of trying to search because I think he echoes the same sentiment of JL, that this was a team that felt beatable today and felt mortal today where otherwise they haven't looked it, and he's kind of scrambling in his mind to find where they missed the chance to take control of the game.
And that's been the story of Na'Vi for this entire year, even extending into what happened at the Shanghai Major for them to try to relive or recapture what made them the most dominant team in the middle of 2024 has been a task that has just been too tall for Blade and Alexi B. And so at this point, though, like that ending statement, Freya, do we all hear that?
Yeah.
Like, that is crazy. I mean, we kind of knew the writing was on the wall there, that Na'Vi are looking for some kind of change, but that really might just be the last time we see this iteration of Na'Vi in the server.
I was going to ask you, to put your Na'Vi managerial hats on and give me, what would be your solution? Would you be making changes? Is a quarterfinals enough for this iteration of Na'Vi? Or, because I feel like all season long we've been saying, okay, are they going to make changes in the lead up to the major? That time passed, right? They couldn't do it. Is this now the opportunity to do so?
I mean, I think it would be, obviously, because obviously every major there's a massive free agency, or people are shopping around, players and teams are shopping their guys around to see what they can get. So I think those changes, it's always nice to say this team wants to make changes, but then the other side of that coin is who can they get? Is it actually a meaningful upgrade? Is it going to change the results? Is it going to change the way they play to make that kind of a change? Something does feel different and frayed when I see this Na'Vi versus the Na'Vi of last year. I can't quite put my finger on it, to be honest with you. I think the bigger question for Na'Vi is the conversation of where does this team go? Like, what changes would you want to make? How does this team want to look different in how they play? Do they want to go the route that everyone else is going and look for firepower? Do they want to stick with this more system-based strategic Counter-Strike? That argument over like the soul of what Na'Vi's going to be moving into the future is far more important than who they're going to pick up.
Go on,
and drop.
pick a side, Jason. Pick a side. What should they do?
I mean, I've already kind of mentioned. I think firepower is the king. I think you have to make a change and you have to kind of move forward with it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple options that are floating right now in the air. One is that they have a rising prodigy in Makaze, who's on their academy team, who definitely could be seen as an upgrade for somebody like Ema. Maybe if Heart's not in it right now. I don't really buy that JL's not in it. I feel like JL's playing really as well as he can in the system that's created around him. But I feel like there's other kind of more left field options that are out there. Simple is still technically on loan from Na'Vi, and as far as I know,
that's very left field.
It's till the end of the year, and really in some of these big moments for Na'Vi, like you need that X factor opper that's going to get you over the line. And I'm sorry, Wonderful has had so many opportunities to show that for the past 9 months, and he's putting up good numbers, so it's hard to call him out.
That would rely on Simple wanting to go back to Na'Vi, though. Kind of sounds like he wants to go to Faze.
That's true. Well, here's the third option for you.
The nice thing about contracts, Freya, you don't always have a choice.
Yeah, it's true.
If we really want to talk about firepower upgrades, one obvious one is that Alexi B is playing very poorly as an individual. Like, I know I called him out for being the second lowest on Nuke. That just kind of moved him up to 4th worst on that map.
We do have next match is going to be in like 30-something minutes.
He's an incredibly vocal player right now.
So not too bad.
Again, these are like really left
they're
field
bumping it
options,
up.
but if you're really trying to explore what's out there, like these are possibilities that are on the table, and they aren't actually even that hard to really justify.
I like your creativity. I wish we had like another hour, 2 hours to be diving into this.
There's nothing big going on, is there? We can do it.
Show on. I'm so sorry. We do have
play a game in the meantime.
I was going to
get my leftover bowl of meat.
Just to see exactly where that does
eat my little lunch.
So final thoughts, Jason, on the prospect or the actuality rather
didn't really have breakfast,
of that Vitality Mouse semi-final.
I had my coffee
Can
and
they take down the Kings?
Look, they're in the same boat as Na'Vi was coming into that quarterfinal series, where it's like we know you have it in you, we just haven't seen it yet.
Share the bowl of meat. No, I'm not sharing anything with y'all.
Seemed to give them the edge they needed
to
take down
bowl of meat
Spirit.
for you.
Once again, if you go into this and it gives you the edge to take down Vitality, you're going to look at that 0-2
Open
start and be like,
cases
thank
while
God
you
we got
eat.
wrecked on day one. they might have actually just powered up.
Well, that one is going to be going down tomorrow, but don't you dare go anywhere because we have a big game and a big welcome, I reckon, on the other side.
Maybe we'll open up
of
some
this
cases
break.
for the
Because
finals.
Faze and the Mongols are going to be gracing the Moody Center.
Can you DJ for us while you eat the bowl of meat? No, guys. I'm not fucking DJing while I eat the bowl of meat.
I mean, of course he is back.
Not really.
He's back for sure.
I think
I'm gonna heat up some lunch. You guys can watch this. Gamble a little bit.
He only qualified
back in like
third
a couple
stage,
minutes.
like with the 3-2. It's not
Gonna
like
heat up
there's
and
no wow effect.
eat, and then I'll run up here.
His old form, obviously, he's been out of the scene, for a while, competitively playing. But obviously, we've seen like the glimpses of that old style, and feeling the recoil through his body when he's shooting his bullets, But I think he's having inconsistent times here and there. But the sky's the limit for him. He has the mindset the best sports athletes even out there in the world.
You get these POV shots during the major, like from the back, when the guy is playing the game and you see him playing. I feel like, you know, he's having those moments really hard to play against him just because you know he's gonna hit the shot like no matter what. And he has a lot of flashy plays. I don't think it's gonna be like it was as before. Obviously, there's gonna be glimpses, but maybe not the same.
Since we're gonna play against him, I don't want to say, but he's back. I think like he was always capable of doing it. So it doesn't matter if we just give a break or something. When he comes back, he was one of the best players in the world for a long time. I'm not worried, but I'm excited to play in the server again with him. So that's why it's gonna be a good matchup. Many trash talks and everything, but it's good to see him around.
The final two teams ready to grace the stage for our quarterfinal here in day 2. Talk about raising the roof. I think the crowd are ready to blow it right off with the arrival of the sure fan favorites of Faze. They're going to be taking on the Mongols, see who will be our last semi-finalist here in Austin. It's been such a crazy trajectory to talk about, Dupree, the fact that Simple returns, Faze making it to the playoffs, and we know a thing or two about North American majors. Anything can happen here, right?
Anything can happen, and it's great to see the way that Simple has bounced back and the way that Faze has made playoffs. You know, he came along and wanted to join into Faze because he wanted to try and get a comeback in war with the way that he has done it and come back throughout stage 3. And now I'm just excited to see him go into the playoffs. But also just the fact that we always have a thing that FaZe Clan will always show up for playoffs. If there's one team that you can never count out in a playoffs, that will be FaZe Clan.
On the other side of things, it is gonna be the Mongols arriving in style in the arena. So let's get a few thoughts courtesy of Senzu.
Senzu, red carpet entry to the major. I see some Mongolian fans here as well. Nice experience?
Yeah, it's very comfortable. Yeah, good.
Now, you broke records with your performance against G2. You know, a great performance at the major. Does that fill you with more confidence?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable, but just playing CS is good, you know. Like team play. Yeah, teamwork.
Good team play. You have good energy.
Yes, of course.
You're ready for it?
Yeah, ready.
Well, this is a warm welcome, Rain. How does it feel coming up the red carpet like this?
I feel it's really good. It's good to be home crowd favorites here in America for once.
Now, playoffs phase is always very scary. Does it feel you guys have extra confidence, and also you've got Simple with, you know, back to wanting to play on the stage?
Yeah, I think we're all super excited to play on the big stage again. It's been a long time for all of us, and especially for Sasha, it's been like, what, 3 years, I think, or plus, since he was on the stage. So excitements are there, the feelings are there, so it's going to be fun.
You guys been cooking in the days off?
For sure. Finn has been doing a lot of cooking.
Okay. Yeah. And you ready, you sharp?
Ready and sharp.
Okay, let's see it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised to hear and see the roars of the crowd when Faze arrived here at the arena. Maui, if we learned anything from the opening ceremony just yesterday, I think this is going to be the most packed out, the loudest crowd we've bore witness to so far in Austin.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, people have been proving with their eyeballs the view counts are there. Simple is breaking records. He's making sure that every single game it becomes must-watch television. The moment he loads up in the server, you could have your best team in the world, you could have your streaks, but we got aura here.
I mean, we have the perfect combination of different attraction power. You have Elise, the only NA player left in the tournament. Obviously, the crowd is going to support him. They're going to go crazy for him. Man on the picture right here. Simple, as you said, breaking record in terms of viewership, maybe coming back alive as well. Great comeback so far during the tournament. And then Kerrigan, who's likable no matter where he goes. Singapore, Hong Kong, Denmark, Sweden, America, it doesn't matter. Wherever he goes, he is liked. So, of course, Faze are the fan favorites.
Oh, the storylines just write themselves, and they're so beautiful for the side of Faze. But the Mongols, they could play spoiler. They could stop the run of the most hotly anticipated team, I would argue, arriving here in Austin. We talked about it, obviously, you know, Senzu breaking records back in the group stage of the major. That was pretty wild to witness, wasn't it, Maui?
I mean, what Senzu did there on Dust 2 was just something that only legends usually end up doing. I mean, I feel like you get so few of those kinds of 50-plus kill performances in the history of Counter-Strike. To do it in a match to qualify for the playoffs, in a pretty much a must-win situation for the Mongols, that is where he is now just punching up into that super elite player tier. I can't put him there just yet, but a win versus Faze, a couple wins in an arena, and the conversation has to start including him.
It was mega impressive. Also a player that's been under a lot of critique, you know, for not always showing up in the playoff, for not always showing up in the big games. Perhaps someone wanted a little bit more from him most of the time, but I think Senzu slowly but surely has shown us and shown himself that he can definitely perform against the best of the best. Now, it is against G2, and I don't want to take anything away from this performance because it was fantastic, but doing it against G2 in a group stage game in a studio environment is different than doing it against Faze game in a playoff. So he got still something to prove, but if it doesn't build confidence within Senzu, then nothing will.
And for me, that's maybe also a little bit of the storyline of the Mongols. You know, there is just still something they need to prove. You know, they have played in playoffs before, but they have taken down teams that maybe haven't been of the greatest caliber. You know, like some people even go to the distance saying that, hey, does that even count, right? You know, Mongols find themselves in a place where they are just extremely mechanical gifted. That is what stands out to me. And then when it comes to the pressure and playing these high pressure game, making the right decision as an individual, but also when it looks like what you have to deal with inside of the game, that is where I feel like they start to crumble a little bit, and that is where they still need to have some kind of adjustment.
That was going to be kind of my next question to you, Maui, right? Because, like, sure, it's really, really solid that we've seen them making top 8 at the major, making a playoff stage once again. But have you been satisfied with, like, the growth of this team? Like, ever since we saw them back at the Shanghai major, where maybe we were looking a little bit too much on our crystal ball, saying, oh, you know, a major over in the Asian region, maybe this is their chance to grab it. Have they done enough improvements in this first half of 2025?
What they've found, which is so fleeting for the top teams in Counter-Strike to me, is consistency. And sometimes that's even more important and impressive than just a high peak. If they won one S-tier trophy, but then just kind of bombed in a lot of group stages, I don't know what to think of them, but they have made 7 out of 9 playoffs, including the Shanghai Major, really since that occurred. To me, that shows that even though they can play a system that maybe relies a bit more on the individuals, there's a method to the madness. They understand how they want to craft rounds, Mara behind them, trying to instill some sort of game plan and chemistry between them, and I feel like a lot of them, people like Mazinho, people like Techno, they're just role players to the highest degree, where they can have pop-off moments too, even if the plan doesn't serve them in the perfect way.
It's an exercise of managing your expectations, in a sense, and nobody is expecting the Mongols to be the best team in the world, but for them to be in the conversation, for them to be top 5 is very impressive.
Well, we can see the vetoes rolling on in. Any surprises, any curveballs you expect? We do have Kerrigan in the server. Did you expect this Nubis pick?
I think that it's a map that I've seen some strength on from Faze. I feel like the problem with Faze is I'm still constantly learning stuff. I'm a little bit surprised nobody went with an Ancient pick. They both showed some strength on it, but it's great to see that as a handshake. And I mean, I'm going to say this. I desperately hope we get a third because both these teams do love this map, and it was really what kicked off that series last time they played against each other.
That's exactly like the point. Like last time they played Ancient, it got so close, and you know the Mongols play great, and FaZe they got off to the wrong foot at the beginning of the series. Then they brought it back and eventually got up to the winning point. But obviously having that as a third map is good for both teams. whether or not I like that Faze is picking Anubis, it's a map that I know that they can look strong on, but I also feel like that they have their weakness there. I know it's a map that Simple has not been very fond of. Maybe it has changed, but at least that back in the Falcons time when we got to play with him, you know, he came from a time where he hadn't put that much time into Counter-Strike 2. Now, of course, he's been grinding and trying to find his footing inside the game. But, you know, when it gets down to also playing inside of the arena, when there's a lot of pressure and when the communication's not flowing and the things not going inside your team, that could be where he maybe doesn't, or at least can't rely on the things that he's so good at, and that is feeling the game on a map that he's maybe not too comfortable on.
Well, let's get some thoughts on a few topics, including the veto courtesy of Mazinho and James Banks.
Mazinho, you're here in the quarterfinals of the Blast TV Austin Major. You're ready to take to the stage again. Tell me just your feeling right now.
I feel so great. Second time in the major playoffs and playing against the last and I hope Faze, yeah, the ultimate Aura Max team. Yeah, it's feeling great. Yeah.
I like that you said this, last North American hope. So you understand, and it's also in a North American arena. But yesterday, when you stepped on stage for the walkouts, there was a lot of cheers for the Mongols. You think you're going to get some love in the crowd?
We're going to get love, I think, and not getting boots, I think, yeah. At least not getting boots, but I think we're going to get love, I think, yeah.
Now tell me, what have you guys done as a team the last few days to prepare? What did the schedule look like for the Mongols?
We were just practicing for our, like their pick maps like Anubis, and we're just practicing and fixing a lot of mistakes, like playing it individually, yeah.
Do you understand when last time you played Faze, why you got so destroyed on Anubis? What was it and how you can improve on that because they picked it again here?
It went wrong since map started, and everything goes their Faze side, and our game wasn't just looking good. Like we didn't play usually as we play, yeah.
But you feel confident that you understand what you need to do now against Faze, and also you picked Mirage, so you are confident that you can be better than them on Mirage?
Yeah, I think so. We talk a lot about picking Mirage or Ancient, and it's both fine for us, and looking at their stats, maybe we can pick Mirage first, and this other map is Ancient, it's fine, but we're gonna manage to 2-0, yeah.
Oh. I love that confidence coming out for you. There's a lot of Mongolian fans in the arena. Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for coming and cheer for us. It's in USA, it's far from Mongolia, and coming to cheer for us is really meaning a lot. And thank you for coming up, yeah.
And if I get this right, it's Ooh Hey Mongols.
Ooh Hey Mongols.
You know what, Mazinho? I think you're right. If you were facing any other team other than Faze, the crowd would absolutely love you. This is a really rough draw for them to have. I like the you know, the notes on Anubis. Obviously, that was the last time around back in stage 3 of the qualification for the major. It was dire from the Mongols, right? They've even begun on that T side, only getting 2 rounds to their name. They need to be showing up with a better game plan today.
I think they will. They've had some time to digest that game, obviously look into the game and figure out what were they missing. I think Simple had a great game in that one as well, if I recall correctly. Won a couple of clutches. Faze Clan won a couple of rounds where they probably shouldn't have won. So I don't think the Mongols are too scared in that sense, which is also why Mazinho is saying that, listen, a 2-0 is definitely possible for us. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that the Mongols are probably a better team than Faze are right now, have a deeper strat book, a deeper playbook, a deeper map pool, but are the individuals going to show up in the playoff environment, in that pressured environment where we know Faze players have experience, and that's kind of how you can sum it down.
Well, let's get into some of the minutiae of Anubis and how it went down last time around, as we do have a little clip from the Mahone Zone.
Yes, that's right. So Faze beat Mongols last time on Anubis, and it was really off the back of some calculated aggression. Let me show you what I mean. So it's going to be round 7 here, or rather round 8. First starts off with the lead. He's pushing up here towards this canal position. He's got the smoke up from his teammates, but more importantly, he also has Simple here towards the backside. Now, a Simple trade happens here. Simple gets the first kill. Leech finds this next one, or rather, he gets taken down. And right here, he gets taken down from Blitz. What you're going to see is something a little bit unconventional, because what you'll see here is that Simple, he actually moves up off of that kill. He moves up, and at the same time, you'll see that Kerrigan does the same thing. He actually pushes past that smoke. Now, he pushes past the smoke, and the reason why here is because it's off of a read. typically when CTs are in this 4v4 position, they tend to want to actually play back, but they actually push up, and the reason why is because it's Blitz who gets the kill. The fact that Blitz gets this kill here means it actually reveals something about the setup that Mongols have, because typically on their defaults, Blitz is normally their mid-default player. Because he's actually not there and he's actually seen here towards that A side, it means that Mongols are likely going for more of an A take. That's the reason why Simple actually moves all the way up here, and at the same time, Kerrigan actually pushes in on towards that backside position. This actually contains the Mongols here towards the side here, and Faze, they basically know what's about to happen. Simple, he catches a player who's crossing down towards that A main side. It forces Mongols to actually push in towards that A side, and you'll see that for Rain here, he's behind the smoke here. They try to blow it open. He finds the kill, but Simple, because he's already here from that flank, from that information, he's able to get that flank kill. And once he gets that flank kill, he continues to push up. And the reason why is because he has Kerrigan already towards that backside. He already has his back. That allows him to continue pushing, finds his next kill as well. And from that point on, Techno, he's left in a 1v3 situation, and that's basically the round. So the reason why FaZe are able to dominate Mongols so well is because they had these reads. They saw here in this particular situation that Blitz was there towards that Ruggs position, knew that wasn't typical, and they actually did the more unconventional thing and actually aggressed instead of playing more passive.
Thank you so much for another expert breakdown, Danny. Yeah, it goes to say, you know, Simple, he had an absolute field day, Jacob, on that map last time around. And I'm always guaranteeing on the big stage, he might just be able to repeat that same feat, right?
See, I want to question that. I want to question everything we know about FaZe Clan. I want to question everything we know about Simple as well in that sense. Because yes, I agree with you. He's been heating up. He's been looking better on stage 3. But the whole conversation surrounding Simple and FaZe is that everything as it's always been. We know FaZe Clan to be the comeback kings. We know them to be a guarantee in the playoff. We speak about the playoff buff that FaZe is always getting. It's not the same team anymore. It's not the same aura. FaZe Clan have throughout the entire year shown that they can close games. They look, you know, disastrous when it gets to 11-11. So this whole notion that FaZe is the same team they were half a year ago, I don't buy it. Nor do I buy necessarily that Simple is going to perform well at the playoff, because he was saying that he's never felt more pressure. When we spoke to him, when they moved from stage 3 into the playoff, he said he was feeling the pressure more than ever. So who's to say that Simple can withstand the pressure now that he's trying again? Obviously, we've seen he's done it before, but I want to see it one more time before I buy it.
There's no case, like, obviously Simple has been playing on the biggest stage and has been part of some of the greatest team that's ever been playing in Counter-Strike, but I love that he's just being honest that he's nervous about it. You know, he's such a big character, he's such a big idol for so many people, and he just straight up goes out and said that there's a lot of pressure on me. But if there's one guy that I could actually point out that I think could live up to the pressure, that could be Simple if they get a good start. I'm actually more worried about the FaZe Clan as a team, because he needs the players around him to also feel it, because he's been one of the guys that's inside this team has been going and saying, like, I don't maybe always like the way you approach the game. Like, Rain has been like, well, we're playing the FaZe style. That is how FaZe has always been approaching their games, and that is how they like to play. And I don't think it's necessarily like a system that Simple finds himself playing well in. It's more that he just steps up individually and puts up the numbers instead of like the team around him does it.
He's only played 36 maps in Counter-Strike 2, Maui. There's not a lot of sample size. It's a small sample size, of course. In all honesty, we don't really know where he's at, right?
I mean, of course not. But I'm just going to say that there has only, 2 months ago, we saw Simple on stream drunk. Allegedly drunk, okay?
Allegedly.
He was cussing at his teammates. He was swearing at them for messing up a nade or everything like that. He was slurring his words. He was missing shots. But all I know is that he's back right now, okay? So there's 2 things I need. 1, I need Simple to continue this, because this tournament needs him, Counter-Strike needs him. And 2, I need whoever he talked to between 2 months ago and now, I need that guy to talk to Kanye West. We need to fix 2 people here.
Well, he's going to talk to James Banks right now, as we do have a few thoughts from Simple ahead of this game.
Simple, Rio 2022 was the last time you reached the playoffs of a major. This is your first major and major playoffs in CS2 as well. How much have you missed this feeling?
I miss it a lot, as I said before. I just
fucking Maui, man.
Waiting for this energy, and
What
I'll do
Maui
my best
even
to
talking
transport
about,
this energy into the game.
In terms of that, when we spoke last time when you qualified, you said about having some nerves and obviously the pressure around you as well. But you know how to handle that, right? So how does it feel today on the day when you're about to soon step on stage?
It feels much better. I don't feel it like I felt it in stage 2 or stage 3. I feel like we're gonna show FaZe magic on stage. And I know that fans will support us, and we'll do our best to not disappoint them.
And I have to ask this, it looks like it, but are you enjoying playing Counter-Strike again? Are you falling in love with the game again?
Yeah, I love it. After stage 2, I said, or after Dallas, when I said that Counter-Strike is healing me, and I'm glad to see all of you today. And as I said, I will just wait for your energy, and I'll do my best.
Looking at you played Mongols before, right? It was the game you got to qualify. You had that crazy comeback on Ancient, and then you dominated on Anubis. How important is it for you guys as a team to not get too overconfident from that?
I mean, as we said before, we can lose to any team, we can win any team, and we just know what we need to do. We never underestimate, especially Mongols. They're like top 5 team in the world right now. They shooting hard. And map's going to be different today, a little bit, and just looking forward, as I said, because I feel like they will have more pressure than us.
And I heard on the Karrigan video logs that you were being very vocal, right? In the games where we hear the voice comms and stuff like that. How important is it that you're having a voice and a say in what's happening in these rounds, especially with the role you play?
I'm just trying to help my team when I read some rotations or when I see the gaps. And now it's much better from my perspective because
all right, predictions are up.
Predictions
are up. If you want to be in on this prediction,
now I
you got 10 minutes.
Actually call outs, you know, like on map. So yeah, I mean, that's really nice when my teammates listening to me and trusting me.
Well, you're wrong, Jacob. Did you hear him? He ain't feeling the pressure. We're going to get a simple masterclass on this stage.
I hope so. Counter-Strike needs it, you know. I would love to see Simple unfold himself and play at his absolute best. But saying there's no pressure in this game for Simple or Faze Clan, that's just wrong.
Who could I possibly be choosing, guys?
Element of pressure because Maui, as my North American representative, you and Elige and Moses somewhere in the arena, I guess. Just you guys left.
That's it. That's all we've got. I mean, Elige making it this far with his Faze Clan is what many people, including myself, wanted to see when he joined and donned the Faze jersey. From moving from complexity to now joining a real championship contender.
Mongolia is pretty close to Russia. Don't start the shit.
4 or 5 months on Faze Clan. Now we're seeing the potential here.
I already had to hear about how my blood roots for Team Ukraine, Lithuania, and Finland. I don't want to hear about how Mongolia is close to Russia now. Don't start.
Even though he's still the tip of the spear on so many different plays, he isn't that singular force that's trying to break Faze into these rounds. So it's great to see Elige finally, once again, competing in the playoffs and in front of an American crowd.
Well, let's get a few words from Elige himself. It's him with James Banks.
Looking at you, you've come in looking individually sharp. Is your confidence very high right now?
I feel pretty good overall. Yeah, I feel like I'm making good decisions, putting as much work in as I can, and just going to keep trying to leveling up myself. I think that I can do better, I can always do better, and that's going to be the goal. Right now we're starting the quarterfinals and hoping to keep on improving as the tournament goes on.
And looking at this, you're facing Mongols today. It's a rematch, but what do you need to be careful of here?
Elige's looking good.
They're changing their veto now with what they wanted before. I guess they respect our Ancient a little bit more after that comeback. And I mean, anything can happen on the stage. I think that they might even feel a little bit more pressure. We might feel a little bit more pressure. Depends on how it starts off, but at least we're planning to come out swinging. Hopefully they're going to be max pressure on them. I mean, we're going to have pressure as well. That's just the nature of the game. Yeah. But it's all about who handles it better. And you know, they're a strong team. They have a lot of sharp shooters. They can hit shots. They have good fundamentals, and we just have to come out stronger than them.
Anything you want to say to all the North American fans watching in the arena right now?
Get hyped, guys. So we're about to bring a banger. It's going to be cinema, so get ready.
Oh, baby, I am hyped, Elige.
I feel like you've been on your fair share of home crowd stages, right? I imagine it's equal part excitement and nerves for Elige right now.
Is he American?
Definitely,
yes.
But for me, it's always been when I went to my home crowd,
NA's last hope.
You had the expectation that you wanted to do.
The only American in this tournament.
Fans, you wanted to do good, but it also just fueled you. When you go up on the stage and you're going up in that lift and you just hear everyone's roaring for Faze Clan and maybe even you because you're the last NA player, then I mean it just does something to you.
What about the pressure? You never really performed with Astralis in Royal Arena. Is that extra pressure?
Of course it's a pressure. I mean, it's more let's say that Faze Clan was a full NA team. I think that would be the more thing. Now he's the standalone player in that team, but it's more difficult when you're the home crowd. If you don't turn into something positive, then it will just be a deficit for you. And I think that Elige, he's he's confident. You know, he tried it before. You know, he's a guy that's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
He
Leash
knows what
sounded
he's capable of.
confident.
So I think he's just going to go in there. He's going to go in and enjoy it, and he's going to bring that fire hopefully onto the stage and to the rest of his teammates.
Have there been any
Elise
notable
sounded
changes
real
in terms
hot.
of how Elise
Okay.
has been approaching the game since Simple has actually entered the server?
Simple said himself that it feels like he's playing with a different guy now. A guy that's matured, a guy that's more calm in the server.
Yeah, what is Matt talking about? Like,
I'll say,
oh man,
from
we
the
saw
eye test of
Simple a
looking
month
at
ago
player
getting
cams,
drunk and
he's
yelling at
biting
his
nails less,
teammates.
okay? I feel like he's a lot more
Yeah.
centered in his
How the
approach
fuck is that
day-to-day,
any different
which
than how
has
Simple
translated
was
to me in terms
during
of the way that
CS:GO?
he's just kind of playing, and also being able to pivot on a dime from being
What
a
are
guy
we-
that's taking
what?
space.
What are we
to
talking
realizing,
about?
Now I'm the Joker player. That's how a lot of pros like to call it.
Man, that was
and he's
strange
gonna
for
He
Simple
has to wait then for
to
everybody
be
else
to be
activate.
rage
He's not just
queuing and yelling
sending
at his
it
teammates.
stage,
Very
like, he's
unlike him.
slowing down a little bit. Like on complexity, he didn't know when to stop.
I mean, one thing we know for sure is that the Mongols is going to show
Stop
up with a
hating,
lot of
Alex.
firepower,
Hero,
so
stop
someone from
adding me.
FaZe Clan will have to answer back
Please talk to
with
somebody
firepower,
else.
And I think there's a couple of players who can do that consistently. That would be Elise, that would be Frozen. Those are the two who we know consistently can show up. The rest is a bit of a question mark. Kerrigan as an individual, we don't really rate him that highly. He's more like the motivator, the in-game leader. He's going to contribute in that department, but Simple is a question mark to me. Can he show up with firepower in order to match the Mongols? I would love to
Also,
see it.
why is
Counter-Strike needs it,
Pimp
Maui, the
so
viewers
Pimp
need
is
it,
so
the viewership.
anti-FaZe?
Everyone would love it, but I want to see it before I believe it.
Pimp was
Storylines, they
Pimp
just
was
continue to write
anti-Falcons.
themselves, 'cause I
Pimp was
just
straight up
reflecting upon,
Falcons' biggest
Rain saying,
hater.
"Okay, it's nice to turn
Which
up
was
to
like,
an
all right,
North
valid, I
American crowd and
guess.
actually be cheering
But this
for
guy,
you
this
because,
guy's just like,
remember what he had to face when he was in a major grand final in NA last time around? Him
Guy hates
and
positivity,
Kerrigan
man.
versus Cloud9, the Cinderella
Pimp hates
run.
Kerrigan with
I
his
just hope
whole
he's not
soul.
getting
Kerrigan just
PTSD
seems
from
very
that.
like
I mean,
wholesome. He seems like a good
Of
bro.
course you don't want to see the same fate.
Kerrigan would be like a good guy to be
befall
friends with.
FaZe,
That's
but
the
for them
vibe
to
I
even
get
be
from
in a
him. You know,
winning
he's always very
position
like
on a map 3 of a
positive.
grand final with this FaZe Clan
He was
lineup.
cheering for
I feel like it's almost
Falcons
more
even when they were,
miraculous
like, getting
than the
stomped
Cloud9 comeback that we saw
'cause of his old
back
teammates.
then in Boston.
I'm rather like, if they actually make it to the grand final, that's why the PTSD is going to
Sorry,
hit them.
Kerrigan. You're talking about Kerrigan. He hates Kerrigan. My bad. I thought you were talking about Dupree for some
Thinking
reason.
there, Jacob? You thinking long and hard? Do we unlock some PTSD in your brain?
Okay, my
No,
bad.
I'm just thinking, you know, the more I think about FaZe,
I don't know,
I
why
want
would
them
he
to win
hate
for the story.
Kerrigan?
I want them to win for the crowd. I think it will be a fantastic story
Pimp
as
won
well.
player
Getting into the
hater
grand
of the
final,
year
et cetera, et cetera.
2012.
But the more we speak about him, the more I talk about
Pimp
him, it's
always
like,
devil's
sure, you
advocate.
made
I don't
top
even
8
feel
at a
like he's
major.
devil's
That is
advocate.
impressive.
Devil's
It's a step
advocate
in the right direction, but you
would
look
be
at the
like,
lineup, you're playing with a
well,
standard.
you know,
We don't
just
what it's
so you know,
gonna
well,
look like
maybe you're
after
right.
the
Maybe you're right.
summer break.
Maybe he is very
You
devil's
only made
advocate.
top 8. You're FaZe Clan. You're supposed to win trophies. You're supposed to be a stable top 4 team. It's like we're almost glazing a team for making top 8, which is the bare minimum
There we
for
go.
a team like FaZe. So as much as I would love to see them
Right
win,
on
I
time.
can't glaze them before they give me something to glaze them about.
Okay, well, before we continue the glazing, apparently, according to Jacob, we do need to welcome the teams into the arena, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we are back, prepare your eardrums, ladies and gentlemen. It's
At least
FaZe
it's not
and the
like
Mongols here in
a
Austin.
Sponge single-handedly hyping the entire Asian server by himself.
Hey folks.
Man, this
Welcome to the
FlyQuest
Culture Clubhouse.
IGL is
We got some
definitely, you know,
clip
he's on
I
a
think we have
different
to watch.
playing field.
Let's get to it.
FlyQuest instantly out,
Shanghai
stage 1.
Major.
I predicted that already, Finn.
Mm-hmm. David, you want the flash?
Yeah,
Sponge loves his Australian players.
Oh, what?
He's blind, he's blind, he's blind. Insane flash. Why you don't commit? David.
Yeah,
The only one.
That's fine, we got this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, I peek long now?
Might be the only one.
Oh,
That's impressive, bro.
unlucky. I mean, it's pretty important round,
Crip,
some
you
might say,
gotta,
no?
Crip,
But
I gotta
wasn't
talk
nervous.
to
Yeah, I
you,
think it
Alex.
was like
I'm not even
75%
going to
chance
read the
to
rest of
win
that.
this round still. Oh, but honestly,
Full control.
this round is insane. Yeah, and this jump shot. It was completely quiet on TeamSpeak. No, he didn't even say he killed side,
You
no?
could just hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah. I remember there wasn't that much of a count between the two. But here, Magus thinks Rob's 1 HP, bro.
Oh my god.
1 HP. Not
Yeah.
even close. But meanwhile, Brokey's biting his fingers off. Making a jump shot in a tight moment where if he doesn't hit the shot, he probably dies.
We lose
It's
the
2-1.
round.
We lose the round if he dies, so get spammed through the smoke. So Pew remember this round just because it's 12-10. If we lose the round, we out. But that round
Hey,
is...
bro, how can you hate Kerrigan,
my eyes,
actually?
One of the highlights from the last few meters. So I think therefore it should be a high high culture rating.
Would be probably way higher if you actually would have won the major, but
The impact it had and the arena, how loud it was, because I don't see what's happening. I just see the crowd goes really wild. So for culture rating, you don't get a more exciting clip in the most important round of a major. It's third map, it's 12-10, but I would give it 8 out of 10, just for the impact and how many people talked about the round. And I think people will still
Pretty
remember
good.
this round in 4 years.
Pretty good.
It will get much higher, you know, if you would have won. If you
That
would
would be a
have
10
won,
out of
you
10.
know?
If you won that
Exactly.
in overtime, that would be 10 out of 10 as one of the most memorable
But I
moments of
think-
the major.
I think 8 is pretty fair. So what, moving to the individual brilliance, I would go like 7. 7 for me is...
I think it makes sense with 7. I think Rain hit some good shots, and Rob's deciding at what moment he wants to jump. He jumps after Rain gets the kill, so he's playing off his teammate, try to get the second. So yeah, I think 7 makes sense. So more culture impact than individually performance.
This was Culture Clubhouse.
Checkmate.
One tap to Zontix. Nice. Oh! Jumping, no scope!
Who you want to win today?
Mongols!
Faze! Let's go Mongols!
Mongols!
910! Yeah!
Mongols!
Mongols! Faze up.
Mongols, baby! Woo!
Simple! Mongols!
Faze up! Go Kerrigan!
Wee-woo! Wee-woo!
I don't give a shit about Faze. I love you, Elite!
Moody center beckons.
I'm so happy that I'm gonna play on stage in front of United States people.
Simple gets out with a double kill. Rip roaring and ready to go!
Yeah, I always think about what should I do for my team.
Senzu back at it. Beautiful stuff out of the Mongols. Ace demanded of him. Shot. That's awesome.
Yeah, United States people.
Faze have a date with playoffs.
I love it.
Mongols unfortunately shattered like glass.
The best test that you could ask for the Mongols.
Believe your eyes, Austin. You have your hero.
Hello, Austin!
We're getting close, guys. About to do walkouts.
Tell me, are you about ready to see Faze?
All right, let's get some walkouts going. Let's get some hype.
I knew that's what you all came here for today. It's what it smells like in here. It smells like FaZe Clan in here, and that's a good smell, I think, if you're a FaZe Clan fan.
We hope. But we would be amiss if we didn't say something about the Mongols. Also have the hope of a nation on their shoulders, and I think they've always been on the brink, and I've seen they have a couple of fans as well, so hopefully they get a warm welcome too.
Hopefully. Now, if you are just watching for the first time, if you have just joined us, this is a rematch from just 6 days ago where FaZe did, in fact, get the best of the Mongols. However, it doesn't stop there, because now they do have this rematch in the bracket.
They do, and for FaZe, obviously, the question is, will they be activated enough in a playoffs, with a FaZe playoffs form, with someone called Simple on the lineup?
Wow. Yep, Simple, almost at home, I guess we would say. Hey, North America, do I got your attention? All right, we're gonna go for something here. Can we do something from the top ropes? Boom, boom, clap. Keep going, why'd you stop? Oh, it was me. All right, well, with that said, let's keep this quarterfinal going underway.
There he is. There's the boys. The boys. The boys are here.
FaZe. The last American in the home major. This lone cowboy stands with a reborn goat at his side.
The crowd. Oh, mixed reactions from the crowd. A lot of pressure on these boys. I don't know, do they look a little shook? They look a little shook when they came out, so we'll see.
The Mongols. A team in search of a breakthrough event, and what grander stage than the Major?
With the weight of a nation on their shoulders, Faze kind of truly arrived here in the arena. The crowd ready to blow the absolute roof off. Talk about a reception, but on the other side of things for the Mongols, one of the first arenas I've ever heard these guys get booed in, Jason.
I mean, what a test for the Mongols. You want to talk about stage struggles? Now all of a sudden you come into what's going to be a hostile crowd. The support for Simple, more importantly, support for Elige inside of this arena as the last remaining North American player. How does Mongols even think they can handle this?
As soon as he's just on camera, right, the crowd erupts. Imagine if he makes an insane play, a highlight moment, a graffiti moment, Maui. I think this arena's going to explode.
Oh, they're going to blow the roof off of this building.
That
if
is
we
sick.
get some
All that
screen-shattering
hype for
flicks from
one
Simple,
guy.
if we've got a Kerrigan masterclass in calling, you know that the fans are going to let them hear it. And man, I'm going to be honest, Mazinho in that interview before this one, I couldn't believe it. He thought he was going to have some fans. They thought they were going to get something. I'm sorry, this is Faze's building today.
He might have already been humbled on the walkout here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope Elige gets a buff.
Reception.
I hope this is an NA buff for our boy
Obviously, the
Elige.
last representative in Elige, but more than anything, it's the special kind of performance and the special run that Simple has been on. This is his first step into these playoffs on a path that can be an absolutely legendary conclusion to this story. For him to come in after being so long out of the competitive action and deliver the way he has for Faze, this is something very unique that we don't get often in Counter-Strike.
I don't know whether it's just because we're standing in front of the Faze booth. I don't know whether it's just because I'm surrounded by two North Americans. I'm in a sea of North American fans.
You feel it too, don't you?
I feel something special in
You
here,
can start
Maui.
the chant,
I feel
Freya.
the magic.
This is what patriotism feels like, Freya. We didn't choose to be born here, but we have to represent when we can, okay?
This is just incredible scenes. And for Kerrigan, I mean, Jacob put it perfectly. He's just loved in every single arena around the globe. He is going to be a showman tonight. What do you think they're going to be showing? We've obviously talked a lot about that first map of Anubis. Sorry, the second map of Anubis. We're going to be starting on Mirage, though. What are they going to be showing here?
I'm going to be completely honest. Faze have not looked hot on Mirage. When they were playing at Dallas, you could see the disconnect between Simple and Skulls. However, we've got Rain now.
People on
He's
their feet, man.
the cowboy mentality. We see him walking down in the hat. I am sure that he's going to be picking up the slack when it comes to
Yeah, I like Rain in the cowboy hat.
and letting Simple know, hey,
All the
someone could
Faze
walk
guys
out
have gotten real Americanized.
I think
Playing in Austin, Texas for 2 weeks.
That excited about a
2 or 3
about
weeks,
like an
you know,
opening game plan that
eating
they have, the way
barbecue,
he was in
wearing
his own
cowboy
interview. He
hats.
seemed really pumped to be like, we're bringing
Long
the heat,
way
we're
away
bringing
from
the fire
Europe, these
really
boys.
quickly in this round. I think they want this crowd rowdy. I think they want them on their feet really early in this match. I think they want all that pressure to fall squarely on the shoulders of the Mongols, who have not yet
Everybody
shown
on
they
Faze
know
now
how
an
to
honorary
handle it.
American.
You've
That's
had some
right, sir.
experience with Elige on
That's
team
right.
who shall not be named in this arena, apparently.
Sure.
What was the key to getting him going and kind of getting him in the zone where we know Elige can become a stone-cold killer?
I think he likes to be comfortable
Hey.
with the game plan. He likes to know what's happening early on.
He hears it. There he is.
Oh, and he likes this crowd too,
Oh, he loves it, dude. He loves it.
You
He
get
loves
him
it.
comfortable, you get him feeling like he knows what's coming, what kind of game plan you're coming in with, and then he
He's
can kind
soaking
of
in the
settle into
moment.
things, be patient with his own plays. And I swear to God, when this crowd pops off at an Elige clutch, it's going to get 10
Sheesh.
times worse.
It's like a fucking Olympics.
Already popped off.
That's what I'm talking about!
Yeah, baby.
This is something special. The question
Holy
that it
shit,
begs,
dude.
though, how on earth are the Mongols going to handle this? When you're talking about
That's
a
a
team
lot of
of
pressure
five
on the Mongols
excellent
right now,
individuals
brother.
on the other side of
That's a
things,
lot
and
of pressure on
arena
those
of
guys.
10,000
They got to
chanting
represent their
against
entire
you.
country.
How do you
They were
make
showing
sure you
B-roll
don't crumble
footage. I don't
under
know
the
if they
pressure?
showed that
That's
while I
where
was
the
making
vets,
lunch.
that's
They
where
were
the
showing
older
B-roll
guard
footage
has
before
to step up.
of
People
like they had
Techno,
people
people like Blitz,
like
where
they
they
had
can
like
calm the
people
nerves
in
of the
Mongolia who were
younger
watching them
people
instead
that
of
are on the team.
classrooms and shit.
Senzu,
Like
he's
instead of
been
schools, they
difficult
had
to activate in these
the
kind of
Mongols
arena
games
moments.
up
He hasn't always had the best showings,
for
but if
students to
someone
watch.
could just lay the
It's a lot
groundwork for him,
of
if Blitz, if Techno,
national
if
pride
they
over
can
there too,
inspire
man.
some hope,
These
then
guys.
Senzu will follow, Mazinha will follow, and you obviously
Yeah.
need 9-10. The sniper
Real shit.
that's going to go toe-to-toe with Simple, he needs to have some sort of impact here because they need to quiet these guys down. They need to quiet this moody center
Yeah, bro.
down.
If Faze starts popping off, man, and this arena goes crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them, tipping in the scales of Faze. I think the crowd would definitely agree with them. Of course, completely unbiased as well, James.
Kerrigan loves this shit.
obviously,
Yeah,
always-
Kerrigan
always
loves it too.
unbiased entirely. And
I think they all do, man. I just feel like maybe Simple seemed like he's feeling a bit more pressure.
You're not going to keep this crowd long. There's too many damn
think he's
good players
nervous.
on this Faze team for them
But
not to
I think
create a
all eyes
moment
are on
to
Elige,
erupt
man.
this
I don't
arena.
think it's as many eyes on him. I think he needs to realize that.
Waited long enough. Let's kick it off. Faze versus the Mongols.
Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing.
Oh, we got Sponge casting, bro.
Texas, baby, this is Counter-Strike commentary Christmas. Faze, Simple, big stage, American in the playoffs of the major on home soil. It all comes together for an exciting concoction. We have young versus old, experience versus potential. And Austin, you know, entertainment
here
is
we
a
go.
guarantee.
Here we go.
What a top 5 team of the season, and it's not who you would expect. Faze with the Hail Mary pickup, awakening the Undertaker with the aim to win the whole damn thing. It starts on Mirage.
Direct into A. Simple. Rain on the
Get
side.
this pistol round, boys. Let's get this.
Heavy lean. Two window. Carrigan ready to rotate. Flashes for Carrigan at the ready. They're expecting this.
Good read of the situation, Simple.
Nice. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Get that pistol round, boys.
1 on 3, nothing for 9-10. The multi-kill. Perfect defense, perfect read. They're in the right places, and so is the bullet from Carrigan.
There it is, first round. On the board, baby. Oh, they're happy. The boys are happy.
Simple hasn't been blessed with this feeling. A playoff in a major in 952 days. The last time he was the villain, this time he wants to be the hero. And
Damn.
what a way to kick things off.
Lovely follow-up as well. Frozen arriving just in time. Simple, though. The whole point of his position there is to get that initial first. Never mind that. He gets 2.
Bomb doesn't go down. We know what that means. Slow start for the Mongols. Not what they'd be hoping for. Aggression from Faze. Blitz push back early. But would you listen to that? This is the home team. The Faze show's in town.
Oh yeah, Kerrigan's wee woo. I hope
And
they
this
get
is
an
the
audio
toughest
for
task
that.
for the Mongols all season.
There we go, Kerrigan versus World right here. Kerrigan got to hold it
Tier 1
down.
events,
There's a B
7
push here from the
playoffs.
Mongols. Looks like they're setting up for a rush.
Yeah, only 4 wins in those playoff games. They're
We've got
exploding
3
on Carrigan.
Deagles and 1 Dream.
He is on his own, and now he needs more
Okay,
than that. Does find
that's 2.
Mazinho. The bomb unlikely to
That's
go
3.
down. Techno down
That's
as well
4.
to Carrigan's farm
That's
house, and
5.
it's a clean sweep.
Clean, baby. That's clean. Let's go all alive, man. Huge eco. Big clean eco.
Let's get down to business, shall we? Rifles out. Top cat smoke, window lands. Heavy lean towards A on the bonus.
Yeah,
Searching
check
A
this
ramp.
out. Rain and Elige are immediately going to go looking for answers. Facilitated by Simple. Deep smoke, suspicious.
Mazinho's just going to call that out. Senzu gets island box, blitz in through the underpass. Second wave of U-tilt. Con and window, replenished, working up Cat. B split on the table, Carrigan and Frozen.
Yeah, they're going to be tested here, and the nade doesn't look bad. Bit of chip damage onto Senzu, gets across. Pressure amplified now onto Carrigan's position, and Frozen, the support network, not far away. Carrigan, he's feeling the scrutiny now. The rotation's on its way,
push.
but Senzu delivers. Double entry into the site, and that is surely it. One chip in from Elige. But the site taken first.
Bit of a cat rush there from the Mongols.
That's what you need for the Mongols if you are looking to win this matchup right now. It's Senzu in form. Those playoffs matches we talk about, the arenas that
They had
they
a bit of a half buy there.
This team, they're a massive underdog. They're against a hostile crowd. But they play comprehensive Counter-Strike and they hit hard. Mazinho takes away Rain, wipes the board, and the bonus round dealt with. Faze can hedge back in. Now for a couple of rifles, SMGs again, so they can contest for this, but this is a good start now for the Mongols. Really good shooting for Senzu. Carrigan just steps out to his demise, and we all saw him breaking records against G2. Extremely rifle-heavy purchase. Take a look at this. One piece of utility right now for Faze.
Does that mean they have to fight?
You're either going to give up the space, play very late, or get stuck into Jules early.
They went for a full buy here.
With the lurking piece. You know Mazinho's on his own, and they're pushing him now.
They want him. They're taking the fight.
Nice. Elige, baby.
Info on 2. Do Mongols react immediately? Looks like they're sitting back, still going to play out this mid-round, not just snapping into a B push, and understandably so. Rain has taken so much space. This is all about the extremities.
Yeah, seriously. A CT aggress constant from Faze.
Rain with a nice setup. He has info that they're non-apartments, and he can hear underpass.
Clock to tick on down. Still, the util advantage lies with them, but how are they able to edge back in? Bomb heading back towards A. 2 up through connector. Over a minute left on the clock, but when the environment is like this, the rounds play awfully quick.
Jump spotting.
Mongols can rectify
They're pushing into window, but Frozen has that angle.
So early
he knows
into
if they
this,
push into ladder.
That would be a building block to confidence up against Faze. Blitz, spotted out, boosted into that window, and has
Frozen
Frozen
smart
down
here.
to 38. They've
They
got
have
time
info,
to work with.
but they're in the middle. They could still be going Palace. They're going for an A
Simple to be
pinch.
tested, especially now Frozen's finished off. They start to accelerate. Simple with a decision to make. Fight or flight.
Lots of info here. Stairs and Palace. Rain is rotating.
9-10 puts him down.
Carrigan holding it down. Carrigan! Carrigan the wall!
Can't get past the M4, and
they're
9-10
saving.
tail between his legs.
Gotta save.
Into the save, still hanging around for this. Rain's going to come up through ramp. Simple's going to start perching out and just going to get
Simple
shot on the
knows
side
he's
of the head
here.
9-10 any second. There he is. Simple closes it down and secures the third.
Nice, baby.
Where they come in rifle heavy, backing their individuals, and you can understand why this is the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike history. And the last-ditch attempt to have a competitive major after an unsuccessful season. Simple already finding impact.
This was the Carrigan kills we missed. Pushes through the jungle smoke. Oh, Blitz. Not going to be happy with his spray there.
Oh, these nerves are going to be higher for the Mongols. You're going up against the hometown. Couple of MAC-10s. We'll make it 1 at Tech 9. And rifles, again, the util's there. Worried about mid-aggression. Senzu. Supported by 2. Extremities again. This time, Mazinho going through ramp. Techno through the underpass. Smoke start to fade. They get their space.
Simple should have shot through the floor in that. Could have saved his teammate.
Frozen the unknown piece.
No, the way he played it was fine. If he doesn't kill him there, then he has to rotate out of it, because then they would know where he is. Versus a walkout, he had to check every single location, and Simple already knew that he was there. He had full advantage going in that fight, rather than shooting and giving your position away. It was fine.
He actually has a look on that break and does get spotted. Techno position
She's won.
noted.
Half by here from the Mongols.
Mid heavily occupied.
Anten can molly this off, and they can quickly pipe up through connector.
Yeah, I think, this was Mongols' pick. Faze chose CT to start. Faze picks Anubis.
Elects to play forward of this, so he will get a little bit of an opportunity.
Carrigan.
Very small window of opportunity.
No, oh my God, Carrigan! Let's go, baby!
Adjusting to the swing of Blitz.
Let's go, baby!
Stunning individual sequence out of Carrigan. He's at the top of the tables right now. And
there he is. Oh, it's nothing for him. It's nothing for him. Just a normal day for Carrigan.
He's a showman, is Carrigan.
Normal day for Carrigan. Those people are going
This
crazy.
is what this team gets out of bed for.
That's what's so crazy, Chad. The whole team collectively
Dude, they need a weeboo chant.
believe
A weeboo
that there
chant
is
would actually go
something
crazy.
changing in the playoffs. And they regularly prove it too.
Just
The question right now
wee-woo,
is why not?
wee-woo.
You win this. Pain up next. Very obtainable Faze looking for back-to-back-to-back major finals.
Back to back to back, yeah. Once they get to the playoffs, there's a reason they're feared. Can Mongols find their stage legs under those Friday night lights? Rounds like these are typically a gimme, but on the big stage, bombs can get messy. If a Deagle headshot's hit, Techno has a go, doesn't connect.
Unleash!
Confident stuff. Staunch, aggressive, in your face, just against these Deagles.
Yeah, Unleash is looking good. Rain's getting some on the board. That's good for us. Rain's mentally shot unless he gets some kills.
There's a shot from Blitz. Is that a way back in? Frozen has to dip off. Doesn't have the support necessary right now. Need another one of those to start considering this a round win, and then even in a 3v3, it's very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, the rifle will be equipped. I think it's retrievable. Oh, and you know what? 9-10. Yeah, he could actually have a pot shot here.
Wow.
Simple's been caught out.
What a shot.
Sitting in the open, and 9-10 connects.
Blitz has got that AK now.
They still have a good mid-hold here.
Pressure to Blitz's position. Senzu
What's
hides
Frozen doing, though?
just
Wait, this Frozen
underneath.
walkout is crazy.
Side by side, a jump scare for both, but Frozen's not
He doesn't
looking
think
at
about
the
it.
AK. It's another one equipped.
He thinks they're
30
still top
seconds,
mid.
You have to find the finish. You need to do this as a team.
You know
He thought they were still top mid.
Kills are still available.
He heard him push under, though.
Typically lingers on B. And with 20 seconds left, that bomb is alone. Where is the support?
Need this kill.
Ray's got his back to
Wow.
9-10 pulls the trigger, but
Carrigan
the bomb
still win the round.
The bomb is heading into Carrigan in a 1v3. Now they know. Put him on notice. He's got his knife out and
Wow, what a
Mongols
messy
pull it
round.
Snatching that away.
What a messy
How has that
round.
gone wrong?
Yeah, the crowd doesn't like the way that one tastes, but that's a massive round.
Holy!
Huge Deagle frags. This was a 3v5 against an eco. This is just some upgraded pistols and
Yeah,
some great shooting.
that was a mess, guys.
Wow.
The timing working against Frozen right here. He's here in the crowd. He's swinging on a dime.
Yeah, it was
Just
like
getting
so many
deleted, and
timings
that
there.
is a positive sign for the Mongols.
That's
You need to see
bananas.
these individuals hitting shots exactly like that, and you've humbled the finances of Faze.
They were so split up.
Well, right now for Mongols, this is an
They
opportunity
just, they just
to
want to take
breath.
all fights.
You don't really know what the buy is going to look like, but once you identify there's no utility being lobbed back and you find out it's pistols, you can make this a one-round game. Shooting an nades right now, the signature wiggle of Simple.
Save round here coming out from Faze. They get kind of messy with their ecos.
Byproduct.
They don't play them like very like coordinated.
Those
They usually have to take on like
swish,
1v1s.
simple flicks. Golf clap for his receive of the smoke. Elige plays ahead of it, hoping
That was
Blitz
smart.
out on his crawl.
I don't think
Well,
Blitz
this is where
knows
you
he's there.
say
Yeah,
Faze
Blitz
has the
doesn't know he's
experience
there.
in terms of being able to just
not
snipe
easy.
up the crowd and use
Try
it
to
to
work
their
out the
advantage.
timing. These guys are just playing against
On
like
a buy like this, you
Faze's
hope that the
timings though.
Mongols can waltz on by and blitz.
They're not really being
Continue to find
aggressive.
impact now.
I think Faze is being a little too aggressive at the moment
All eyes are going to be on Senzu in this one as well.
because they're
Wanna see his
playing very
individual form
anti-Faze
continue
push. I think it
being
might just
such
slow
a
things
demon
down a little bit, put pressure on
in
them.
that group stage.
Because right now you're just
Well, we're always
walking
gonna
into their
return to the conversation For the
crosshairs.
Mongols, is it now or never? Right?
Yeah.
Is it a
Kerrigan has a good
Question
timing
about
here. If
having
he
to have
walks
the
through the
E4
smoke, they don't think that he's
win.
there. They
And
don't
now
know.
would be the perfect time. Carrigan, position now noted, can get the AK, but should be traded. Should be traded.
Okay.
Oh, Simple, the collateral damage.
Nice.
Okay, Carrigan, he makes good on it at least. Find himself another one. A couple of casualties, but Mongols do
Not the
weather
worst.
the Deagle storm. 4 kills from
Not
Blitz,
the
the
worst.
captain that picked up that nice Deagle headshot that started the House of Cards tumbling down.
See, Faze could have hedged into the previous round with an investment, but they decided to keep it quite light on. Now they're able to get out all their goods. M4s are plenty.
Yeah, they wanted to test their
Quick
mental.
reminder, one of our sponsors, get up to $1,000 in bonus credits when your first deposit on Underdog when using the code BLAST.
Simple's got out his AWP and so does 9-10. So we're straight into the play. Could this be a difference maker? One round game. Heavy towards A. Look at the
All right,
radar.
Simple on up
Everybody
now.
ready to pop in. And all the Faze are searching middle. Out of position.
Completely. This is the call. This is the
Big
perfect
A
call.
execute.
Blitz is accelerated into the A site with that X-Sec, and there's nobody home. Unless you catch crazy spam
Okay, Rain.
through the smoke. Rain has. You might not even go for it.
No nades for breaks. 4v4 this hit on Carrigan.
Nade to the face. Simple might try a pot shot through the smoke, but it's going to connect, and Elish forced away. Great double incendiary or Molotov towards the jungle
I
position.
think they go for it. No?
Flash and a Hail Mary from
We'll
Frozen.
see. They might do a
Techno
flash
touch.
test.
Elish is gone.
Yeah, now it's not worth
Casualties
it.
racked up,
Yeah.
and Simple and Carrigan forced to
Now
save.
it's not worth
Mongols
it.
have tied up this game.
Okay. They need to hold on to these guns. Lost bonus starting to build now for the CT side. 2,400 going into the next. But this has been a comprehensive set of rounds for the Mongols. Now that we've gotten into the head-to-head on these rifles. Beautiful work there.
Big
Great
round there
call.
for the Mongols.
Change of pace, very poppy, in your face. They've
Big
been
round.
defaulting. Right, we're going into A splits, B splits, very heavy mid, top cap, window smoke. This time, straight in towards A. I love that call. Now to blitz there. And now we're going to find out if those losses are learnings. And so far, so good. You're going toe-to-toe with Faze. You're holding your own on your map choice. You're even hitting a couple of nice shots. The aim is never in question. It's if you've got those stage legs.
We saved the op. What the hell is going on here?
I've already resurrected the Undertaker. What else do you need?
Guys, what the
Tactical
fuck are we
timeout
doing
called
there?
This one by Faze. Neo.
Settle down,
Watching the
man.
game on the mic. What words of wisdom can he offer up? They don't go for any investments right now with the Save Down 4 and the AWP. They can buy again into the next. But this is the moment where Simple needs to insert himself into the round. Or Carrigan. Also been having an impact in the early stages. 9 kills so far. Oldest player in the major remaining right now. 35 years of age.
Oh yeah, and then you got
Still
the
kicking.
youngest. Still kicking in Mongols.
All right, 4-on-4, light
that
buy
default
here from
spread.
Faze. They saved last
Carrigan
round.
is going for a bit of an all-in here.
Carrigan still wants to push mid.
Just goes for
Carrigan.
answers and finds
They know you
little
guys
bit
are
of a
aggressive,
balaclava
man.
sticking out. It was
They
Senzu
know
on
there's
that
mid
headshot.
aggression. They don't want to
There's one
play.
you'd
They're
expect
playing
more, but Carrigan's not on his
anti-aggro.
own. So this
They're
could force
waiting
them to,
timers. They
take
played
a start
last
looking
round
into
where they
A,
pushed, which was
expecting it to
good.
be relatively clear, but the fact that they've hit the brakes, rerouting now, not getting ahead of themselves. They are
See
going
a-
to execute back into A.
We see like a
And this is
weird
where the
mid
stack resides.
mid
Simples or
smoke
Rain and Frozen.
into
Carrigan can chip in
into
from
an
stairs
A
and connect it
pinch
quite
here.
quickly.
They want to
Frozen's
sell
5-7
mid,
is terrifying.
but there's a
Up
triple
close,
stack
he
on
can win
A.
rounds alone with a 5-7 from under that dark position.
Here comes
So
the
we'll see.
execute.
He pushes forward. Reigns 5-7 does confirm Palace is occupied. Now ramp to be tested.
Simple
and Simple
did
can't
he tag
hit it.
him?
Whistles one pass, peeks into his rival Orpa. 9-10, the best of the bunch.
Oh, then they're all there.
All gone. Maybe Carrigan's
They're
rifle
trapped.
will arrive. They're spamming
They're
away. And
trapped.
there it is. Carrigan does
Carrigan
put his
gets
name
one,
in the feed
though.
onto 9-10. Techno trying to advance. Punishable reload.
Nice.
Ringo's looking. That sound cue betrays. Frozen
Nice.
again.
Gets a
This
gun,
5-7
2-on-2.
now reveals itself. A flash is good. Blitz isn't blind.
Oh.
And now it's going to be comfortable for Senzu. Up and about
NT,
5 for
that
the
was-
Mongols.
That's the type
That
of
was a hard
counter-strike I was
fight.
expecting coming into today's matchup.
was a
Very
hard
trade
fight.
heavy, in your face CS. So threatening. Save on those guns with some light investments around it.
Very
Again,
hard fight.
Lost bonus comes into play. And they will be able to get it to buy once more. Simple hits that first shot, could be a completely different
Simple
story.
whip. Yeah,
But
Simple
9-10,
need to
he
hit that shot
punishes.
there for sure.
Taking the lead now. How many more rounds on this T side are the Mongols able to accrue? Nine-10 going for a pick on B. Carrigan has to be careful with his jump spots. Hold it off for now.
We hear the wee wee wee's coming out. Wee woo wee woos. I hear him in the crowd.
This looks punishable. It's not an easy shot if 9-10 does go forward.
Smoked on
Fuck
scene
you,
and now
Apex.
forcing out the U-tilt. Blitz in through underpass. Senzu's been out towards the top mid box, so now they can go for this second wave again. Window smoke, deep con also available. Blocked by the CTs. 50 seconds left. Lining up a perfect molly in towards that vent room. Flushes anybody out and rerouting again. It's right now in his element. If they execute in towards A, it's frozen the unknown piece once more. Rain will have to bait for him, or at least flash him forward for this fight.
He has a smoke if they molly. Ready's
Frozen.
Techno sweeps through. Good find from Techno. Sure, traded by Rain. They got 25 to get that.
Rain, okay.
Feeling the pressure now. He's lost him, Zinho. Blitz Linkers mid, catching this rotation, a double flank onto Carrigan Rain, but maybe he doesn't not ready for Simple. Spots his barrel, ready for it.
No, oh my God, he hits that.
Not bad from Simple. They're closing the gap. 9-10.
Oh, big. Oh, let's go. Okay. Big round there. That was a big round.
In the 3-on-3, Faze tie us up.
I was doing the wee woo wee woo.
There's the ambulance pulled up in the building. We'll tie things up as.
See this one from his POV, bro. Oi!
Yeah, the ambulance is in the building, boys. Timeout taken.
He allowed them to surge onto that site, and Mara, off the back of that loss, does call a tactical timeout. 5 rounds, T-half, Mirage. You're going to be happy with that. Crowd support rallying now.
Yeah, but up against Mongols, who, as we said on the way in, one of these two teams has been a consistent top 5 this season. And it ain't FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you can't argue with the numbers. 7 out of 9 playoffs versus 4 out of 9.
You heard it. Wee-oo, wee-oo.
Who let that guy in there?
Quick tech issue. Senzu has to sort out his PC. So we'll keep all the information regarding what's going on in game to an absolute minimum until we get back underway. Now definitely keeping Austin weird.
The world is watching. Some people way past their bedtime. I wanted to see this clash of Titans and the Olympians. Face the old gods. There's a reason there isn't a single visible seat. That's because everyone is here to witness this final quarterfinal live.
Oh, it's a tech issue.
From the Moody Center, Austin, Texas.
I was like, bro, what is going on?
If you're not here, what are you doing?
Senzu back in the server. And we're ready to get things underway.
Did I hear Alex?
He's the only American.
I'm gonna say Alex.
Crowd on his side, but here we go.
What the fuck?
Off the back of a tactical timeout, then they had the tech to sit through.
Am I losing
What
it?
does Mara want them to open with? 9-10 using the spawn over towards ramp. On his teammate's head, looking for a pick. Nothing off it up. Frozen again. They continue to play him over towards A. And the fact that FaZe have only played this map once with Simple and Rain in the roster just allows Carrigan to have a lot of flexibility with his calling, with these setups, with his read of the play. Bomb still down towards the back of the B apartment, so no finish for some time. Slowly working through this map control, and FaZe are more than happy to give it over. Allowing Mongols to walk in through top mid, underpass. And again, the second wave, they've been able to get away with this time and time again. FaZe are happy to block, happy to allow their individuals to go for multi-kills.
Sure, there is caster Alex as well.
You can see the game plan there from Elige. He smokes in front, throws out the HE.
Nice.
Going to catch Senzu progressing. Now, in the meantime, there has been a boost. Maybe Elige is responsible for that. He's playing it from the most passive of angles, just ensuring he can't slip into his teammates. Gathering to test this line.
Wee woo, wee woo.
The Liege, oh, he wasn't ready. Blitz gives him a jump scare. No immediate movements. Actually, yeah, Simple's turned, draws his attention away from
Huge
Yap's
gap.
walk. This is the gap, and they're already passing it.
He sees
oh,
one.
No, he's missed it. An opportunity, and he squandered it twice. Can't hit the third. Mazzinho just spins around to open up the round and close down the site.
Have to save this one. It's going to be 6 now for Mongols.
Wow, that frag from Blitz really disrupted the setup.
Yeah, you can see Simple just absolutely off kilter there.
Yeah,
First
Simple
one
looks a
short.
little
It's
shook,
the
man.
surprise as he lives back in. The second one, you think he has to
Not
get if there's
good.
any chance within that round
That's
win.
not
so Simple
good.
dropping
We
the
need
ball
Simple
in
to
that
get
one.
some confidence
Looking
here,
immortal.
man.
Yeah, well, who would have thought it? 2 years off
Yeah, how many days? 900?
since his last major playoff, yeah. I was back in Rio, the villain against Furia. I don't know how that one ended.
Might be feeling a little pressure there, Simple. Simple might be feeling some pressure.
This will mean an absolute bucket load to Mongols as far as what investment they're going up against. Mazzinho undercleared, but the trade is there. Well done from 9-10. Frozen loses his rifle as well. So they lost absolutely everything there.
Wow, they could actually leave this first half of this quarterfinal with a lead on the attacking side.
Yeah, we're going to be talking MP9s and Famises, and right now it's looking very Famis heavy.
Carrigan is way at the top of the scoreboard right now for their first half.
And he's been doing a great job finding that resistance. Here it is from Simple's POV. The first, the mollies come in, the pathing's there, backs turn, missed shots, sight lost. Can they scrap together anything before we head into that halftime break?
That signature Simple shake, you can see it's full body, not just in game. Okay, that's a lot of early territory gained by a Liege.
Now, they did this to Mazzinho earlier in the piece. He's actually sat back, allowing them to take the space. Does Liege hang around, or does he need to hedge over and help his teammates elsewhere?
Yeah, 9-10, it does look like he's on the warpath here.
Oh, knows they can't have an AWP on the other side.
Shot connects, and actually, yeah,
Nice,
Mazzinho
Liege.
does go down. That was a FAMAS versus an AK. And Liege, that's a massive scalp. Frozen, evasive maneuvers. Position noted by the spread of the flame.
Wouldn't be the first 4v5 Mongols convert.
You're
How do we
right.
get back into this one?
First major. 7 years returning to the American shores. Boston feels like a lifetime ago.
It's a tough angle for Simple here.
Might catch them off guard on their progressions. Yeah, Senzu
Okay,
just
Simple.
walked in. Fine, Simple down. It's Carrigan.
Carrigan.
Under so much scrutiny.
Frozen.
Frozen hits the shot. 9-10 last.
Oh, Carrigan.
A USP
Carrigan, you're
can finish it
crazy.
all.
Carrigan, you're crazy.
Faze to tie up this half. Dead even. 6-6 on the half. This quarterfinal has only just begun.
Wow. Let's go. Wee woo, wee woo. He said, let's fucking go. Faze silver over Vitality gold. There it is. Simple, simple. That's fun. Oh, Kerrigan's loving this. Yeah! It's our boy!
First map, Mongols electing to take it to Mirage in this quarterfinal. We are live from the Moody Center. Austin, are you with us? Just the first map, Mongols, no pistols, 6 rounds on their T side though. They're looking stable, they're looking like they are gonna make Faze sweat, make Faze work if they want to see the semifinals tomorrow.
Tough for the youngest team in the playoffs, hostile crowd, and they've struggled in these environments all season long. Blitz to set the tone on this, straight up the guts.
His pistols are deadly, this guy's got aim. And he hasn't been able to put it on display. Nice tap and ouch! Instant goosh there, long range Glocks, look at them! Both of them with their bell rung, Senzu and 910. Limping back into the site.
Bomb rerouting right now. Kerrigan calling the troops back. Oh, he's actually left the bomb in spawn, so just making sure there's no aggressions elsewhere as jewels are being taken all over the shop. Simple scoops that up. No util for the finish. Side actually fortified. Senzu from Ticket. Mazinho going to tuck in. 9-10, not too far away from jungle.
Yeah, there is a way this goes wrong in the 4-on-4 despite those 2 headshots being hit.
2 through Palace, 2 through Ramp.
This is where Mazinho really needs one minimum. Look at that HP on that CT player. And no, they're not looking at him. He finds Kerrigan, an immediate response from Simple. Gets that trade. Important find from Senzu, catches the aggressors. Oh, messy. Rain couldn't finish it. Both of them got dinged, and both of them leave with a double kill. 9-10 and Senzu get Mongols the split pistols on Mirage.
And add another 4v5 disadvantage that they're able to claw back there.
We needed that pistol round pretty bad on T side.
He gets a lot of information, but that's some beautiful shots being hit. Mazinho pokes out, grabs one, but these two.
One of that T side pistol, guys.
And there's some impact as you see them getting fired up. Representing a region, a nation. All of Mongolia right now will be tuning into this one. Be the eco. Nade towards connector, doesn't find its target.
Yeah, one of the most represented regions now. With a roster of 5.
Let's see if they can keep all 5 alive. That's the stable start that they need up against Faze.
Well, it started fantastically. Simple doing cartwheels with his Desert Eagle. Blitz the one to make him do some gymnastics involuntarily.
Holy shit.
And just the one consolation frag out of the Deagle of Rain. Mongols flowing nicely here. Not all 5 alive, but you'll take 4. Or 3.
Ooh.
Let's see if it's 2.
Certainly could be. But I like this move. Ooh, Mazinho. Yeah, you gave him a chance. Gets spotted out, swings on in for another Hail Mary.
All right, boys, lock it in. Big buy here.
Not counting my chickens too early, but Mongols, this is doing some convincing.
This is it, right? The fact that they're able to stabilize on this stage and be competitive. There's concerns of a blowout. Kerrigan's opted in with a MAC-10. Does that tell us something direct, something pacey, something poppy? Well, as they head over towards B, it feels so. Techno, the supported piece of this team, might be tested early. Under scrutiny. Senzu on social. Came to his side, but right now might need to do so in the server from Cat. Techno, they're coming your way.
Yeah, he needs help. Eyes on the floor, tracking Kerrigan, draws blood.
Nice, good
trade. But here comes
Senzu
into
Cat.
the
Can we get
side,
Cat?
for the swing, and the lead's not ready. Headshot provided, double kill out of Senzu. Perfect defense. They come and knock in and get sent back to spawn.
Oh, it's looking like shit. It's looking like shit.
Delays them, gets a kill, slows them for that rotation to get in, and then the teammate, they just absolutely maul. Mongols with a 3-round lead. Faze not getting the bomb down. Lost bonus, sure it's in play, but it feels like you have to take a partial. Right now, Mongols, they are looking like the team that we see within the group stages.
They are. There's no difference right now.
They're hitting shots, they're playing aggressive, they're not backing down.
They used to completely, I mean, it was a magic trick in itself. They would morph and change into a team we couldn't recognize.
And what a contrast. You go back just a couple of weeks in Dallas, they're in the arena, they're the fan favorites. People are chanting their name. You come into this one, you're up against Elige in the Faze jersey with Simple. And it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Careful, you got to be careful when you say his name, otherwise we can't hear ourselves for a moment.
Who?
Elige?
Well, they're going to need that support now.
Is map 1? Yeah, it's
Faze
map
on the
1.
partial. Off the tack. Watch the call. Tech9's Deagles. Cache of smokes being left for the APs for Rain. Top cat lands. Simple, a stray bullet. Just applies presence. 9-10 ticket. Mazinho up close on the balcony. Senzu and Blitz dealing with middle. Techno on B again. Deep block smoke. So keep them at bay for a moment's time to allow that rotation, even peppering through in case they want to pop. And they give up their position behind it. Look at that. Techno's the one lobbing out harassment.
Wow.
Nice nade. Some damage done there onto Frozen.
It is telling that he's pushed up, though. Will he back away?
It's all about Rain's utility. How much of a rotation will that draw? Does Senzu stick with Techno on the site? Likely to see Blitz leave and help the A site. But it's all going to be these B defenders. Techno and Senzu grouped up. Here's the fake. Perfect block.
Oh, it couldn't be better.
They have to come through.
It couldn't be better.
Senzu's rotating.
Techno, he's not buying it!
Wow.
But a bullet between his eyes puts him down, accelerating into the site. Senzu, the next man, the next port of call, just misses his window of opportunity. A couple of tabs to Carrigan, but he's still kicking. Blitz will progress. Nice distraction. Blitz removes Simple. Sidelined another. Carrigan important. Gets his. 3 on the side. Make it 2. Senzu sticking around and just knocking them down. Piece by piece, but Frozen stubborn. Hits the Deagle headshot. Clock ticking in their favor. Spots out 9-10. Orp on his back, and it's only Frozen. He can't touch him.
Rain kind of, I don't know.
Senzu and 9-10 right now are delivering.
Frozen was like putting in work there, honestly.
Blitz as well.
There's a couple of fans in here.
Couple of brave faces.
Well, especially when you consider that they may have witnessed playoff failings of Mongols time after time. To be witnessing Mongols find their stage legs at the culmination of the season. Analysts, pundits, fans alike have been begging to see that Senzu group stage form in the playoffs. He stands at the top of the tables alongside Blitz and 9-10.
Oh, that was a partial. It was a threatening round. The bomb went down, but still nothing for this T side of Carrigan just yet. His team is now into the full buy. Simple with the AWP out. Looking for the elevation. Can't find what he's looking for. Blitz has to be very careful. The more shots he pipes through, that opening could be punished. He's very low now. We'll have to back off. Quite bit of util damage will take him down. 9-10's AWP starting on Cat. Configured now for an A split.
I heard the wee-woos.
Here,
Here, wee-woos.
Frozen alongside. Window now blocked. Cat will have to follow. They've done deep con. That's to facilitate Elige now to work through, get the key real estate. Senzu is the unknown piece on A. Blitz is low, and because of that, he's also gambled with this site stack. They have 3 players to deal with this.
I feel like Simple's going to be responsible for just to hold 9-10. Might get AWP's clash here as they start their progression. Simple, 2 mines, realizes he has to stay locked on. 9-10 removes him. And that Senzu reveals his position. Faze, empty hands. It's just Carrigan, dead man walking. Mazinho makes it so. And Rain, too little time. And held by the AWP. 9-10, impact from the short side.
This is a flawless CT side so far. 5 consecutive rounds, 2 of them being rifles.
And their shots.
They're taking care of business, the young guns, the Mongols, and I think Blitz getting put low on HP from window actually helped them late in the piece. He goes over towards A, he hides, and he's not even needed. But pipped at the post. Simple again goes down to 9-10. And they're storming away with this one. On their phones, stunned.
The contrast.
Starting to get quiet out there as the reality of this setting in. Couple of rifles, have max loss bonus. They really need a plant, and they're trying to punish Techno again. He didn't pass it last time round.
Look at Carrigan go, just Tech 9 in hand. Senzu, though, is ready. The flashes are good. Good layering. Tucks in to get right. There's Techno, though. There's the defense once more. Rain, back of the head for one, but Techno this time passes the test. A+.
Okay, Frozen.
Frozen at the same time. Blitz was caught by the simple Deeg, so maybe there's more to this round after all. 9-10's position is noted. Simple will punch in the code. Frozen not looking. Mazinho gets him. Pure, perfect play. And Frozen completely overlooked him.
Getting flatline right now. As touched upon, FaZe have only played this map once with Simple and Rain. Obviously, Dallas, that skull standing in, that doesn't count. The officials you've seen with this roster are at the major and only at the major. And this Hail Mary, this last-ditch attempt to be competitive at the major has gotten you this far. But going up against any team on this side of the bracket, you have the pedigree, you have the class. Right now, you don't have the rounds.
This is such an incredible haul from Mongols already. The question is whether they get into their heads right now at the finish line of the
That was a
map.
very good defense.
Ubis up next. That's going to be a really tough map for them. They were blown out.
FaZe kind of doing FaZe things right now.
2-0 to book them this spot. They changed it up in the veto. They didn't go into Ancient. They went into Mirage. That'll be our third and decider if we need it. But if you're Mongols, you must have been expecting that Anubis pick to come through. How prepped and ready are you? And take a look at the change for the final round of play, potentially on this CT side. Double AWP, Senzu, 9-10, bring them out.
Oof.
So they're going to be the winning recipe or the way to let FaZe back in. Hefty financial decision being made right now. Sure, it's leftover cash to work with for a follow-up round, but this could be a slippery slope.
This could be a perfect second half. One round is all they need. Elige, knife out through a smoke. Blitz is perfectly positioned to disrupt this walk if he dares. And now he's been spotted. Good find. Simple saves Elige's hide. Pushing forward, another one.
Nice.
Senzu brought down. Simple. His impact reverberates. FaZe with a two-man advantage. Can they really let this one slip? Elige doesn't think so. Removes Mzinho and wide open now. Techno goes down to the flame from the grave. Carrigan takes one with him. And 9-10 peeks in. Simple finishes it off with a quick flick.
21 MVP medals, 3-time world #1, major MVP, major winner. He doesn't want to be off the stage quick. Sure, this is late in the piece. It's your first T-side round, but a comeback has to start somewhere.
They break their silence in the last possible moment.
Is that just a consolation round? Is that just a cosmetic round? Is that just something that you can throw in the highlight reels? Well, timeout call for Mongols. One left in the chamber for Mara to call down the stretch. And that stretch can get real shaky if you lose this next one. You're already down to Techno on an MP9.
Hey.
9-10 gets back out the AWP. Rifles for the rest, util there, kit in play. But you lose this, 1900 loss. You will have to take the eco. At that point, FaZe can start whirring back into action. It's not over till it's over.
Simple feels the ops recoils. Yeah. Do you not?
The window from Elige. Away we
go. It's a high caliber gun.
Oof, Rain certainly thinks so. He's already getting a lot of ground.
9-10's in con right now.
He's the most popular team worldwide. I don't know.
So many possibilities of that first fight. He stays active.
He's in trouble.
What's up, Tactical?
They're ready for these engagements. Supported by that 9-10. Up close and personal sniper. Uncomfortable now, covered by Blitz. Oh, he's hit the shot somehow. Oh, no. He didn't try to trim his fingernails, tried to trim his toes. How did that not get the kill?
The hitbox.
Nice catch. What?
Okay, what?
3 kills in simultaneous fashion. Mongols disappear. Frozen fumbles. Mzinho. He was supposed to be a dead man in Frozen's sights, now lives on.
Well, they've lost B. And remember, the finances are on the line right now. They should save. They really don't have a right to be in this round. Sure, Mazinho gets that kill, deals with the lurk, but the round is essentially over. Those 3 kills come in, there's too many weaknesses. It looks like it's going miserable after that missed shot to the toes. Those steel caps, extra strong for 9-10. Have to hold on to these guns right now.
There was flashes, smokes, Molotovs, and 910 still hits this. Look at this. Let's see it from his POV. Bang! 12 HP on him. What an adjustment. And against Reign of all people. Oof.
Need to return to game for a moment. Karrigan is on
He
the hunt
shakes,
for this.
dude. He
Remember,
shakes.
1900 loss. If he takes away this AWP, collision course with 910
You're
now.
right.
Might be
You're
able
right.
to remove this. Bomb about to go off.
Karrigan clearing. 910 was holding.
Held on to the AWP. That's a big save.
That was necessary. You've already highlighted the finances and the ramifications, but 8 for Faze. 2 consecutive.
So this next round won't be a walk in the park. They will have to work for this. Gonna have to identify where these saves reside. And AK, you know it's traditionally on the A defender, and that's 910. Right now, Mongols are thinking, call the ambulance, but not for us, because just one more round, they take us to map 2, 1 to the good. Start 910's AWP over towards B.
Yeah, very clear game planning going on here from Mongols.
Zinho also going to start over towards Cat, so that's both of the weapons now identified head-to-head. It's simple!
Nice!
Lightning fast on the opener!
Nice, simple.
Faze exactly what they needed. Round
Good pick.
21, a saved AWP, and he just finds it immediately.
Need to get that AWP back, can keep it in play, Kit there as well. Don't forget about that, that's been scooped up. Mizinho has company through underpass and top mid.
Doesn't move from his boosted position despite that flashbang. Reigns pathing implies he's ready. Oh,
nice.
So ready.
Both guns dealt with now.
Yeah, they take the head off of him, Zinho. Now don't forget there was a scavenged AWP blitz caught crossing into the site. It's Techno and it's Senzu. Now the AWP fires off a shot. Now they know it's occupied that CT position, and just piece by piece they fire it across the line. 12 to 9. A late resurgence, Mongols perhaps starting to waver in confidence.
Does Mara want to take that last tactical timeout now?
Here it is. Quick opener, 910. Just got his eye to the scope and he's down.
Nice.
Yeah, those frustrations are going to start to brew.
All right, we'll see how this...
Great clear from Reign as well. Good understanding.
It's going to be a tough matchup here, man. Tough matchup.
Hit on Mizinho, this time MP9 for him. Rifles for the rest. No AWP for 910.
We got an aggressor.
We get 3 more on the board.
Oh, he's missed it. He knows what's up. No scope required. He's let it go. Oh, no. A disaster for Simple. 910 just runs up the guts, and it looks like he's put them to bed. 910.
No scope accuracy, bro.
The Mongols.
What a gut punch.
No scope accuracy, so shit.
He's hamstrung him there. How do you not get into your head when you lose a round like that? And it's a round for the map. He wants to finish it with the knife. Slashing in the smoke. Karrigan goes down. Mongols take map 1.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and the more it means for the Mongols. This is only one map, but this is where they've struggled all season long. And on the other side of that server stands Faze Clan.
Oof.
That one's in the bag.
Rough first one. Rough first one.
Even with a crowd of 10,000 screaming against you, the Mongols do not crumble. That was an entertaining, that was a very chaotic, very messy game of Counter-Strike. But yeah, the Mongols surviving the first test versus Faze, Maui.
What was most impressive is that they were able to recover from a hot start from Faze. I mean, Karrigan at the very beginning of that was blistering. I mean, the shots that he was hitting, the way that he was just willing Faze into some of those rounds. But Mongols, they steadied their nerves. They were able to follow their game plan out, and that defense was impenetrable.
Yeah, it really was, and I'm with you, because when I'm watching that score and like the early go in the first 5 rounds, I'm like, oh god, this is gonna get bad. Please not again, Mongols. And then but you know, it's kind of funny, like both the in-game leaders were the ones popping off in this start. Like Blitz was leading the way for the Mongols, Karrigan was leading the way for the Faze. It's like those two specifically, the leadership figures, came in with their heads locked on and ready to party, and they had to kind of wait for everyone else to kind of you know, get acclimated to that sort of attitude that they needed to have. I'll say this too, he didn't end with a great scoreline, Senzu, but towards the end, he had some very impactful rounds, which is exactly what we wanted to see out of Senzu and Mongol.
100%. Just looking at the 2 in-game leaders side of the equation, though, it's an apt point to bring up, because it's not necessarily the 2 individuals that we expect when we're looking on both sides of the server, right?
Without a doubt. The fact that Karrigan was imposing himself from short, that's not something that's going to last a whole half, okay? I don't know what possessed him other than really the crowd just emboldening him. And I thought, oh no, here we go. FaZe Clan, the occult magic that is reawakening Simple is somehow rearing its head again. But yeah, things cooled off a bit. I mean, I feel like there was a regression to the mean.
I actually do expect Kerrigan to come out like that in most of these games. I feel like it's something he does frequently. I just don't expect him to be as successful with it as he was today.
Right.
A lot of times it's like this one kill here, and the next time he still has that same level of aggression and assertiveness, but it's more to create space for the guy coming behind him. Here he's just killing everyone. Blitz doing the same thing on the other side. Those two guys, the leaders, had a great start to this map.
Did you see any kind of key adaptations that the Mongols did? You know, you highlighting the impressive nature of the fact that FaZe, they had a great start. It would have been, totally understandable for the Mongols to get run over in that situation, but they didn't. Was there any kind of key turning point for you?
The keyest turning point was switching halves. I mean, I feel like that's got to be one, but we've got round 6. We got one where really, this wasn't to me really an adaptation. It was almost just a stroke of good luck. And it also kind of preys on the deficiencies in FaZe's play in terms of teamwork, because you have a 5-on-3 advantage, and it feels like this is unlosable, that there's no chance you're going to keep Mongols in the dirt, but okay, a little bit of overpeaking from people like Elige. You know, isolated fights on the side of FaZe Clan. And that's really why we love FaZe Clan, but it's also what bites them in the butt the most often.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a great round. I know you mentioned it, at one point.
So there's 1 to 2 more maps, yes.
Is having some of the other guys on the team kind of bring up someone like Senzu, who struggled the most on these big stages, having guys like 910, having guys like Techno. That had to have been a sick round for Mongols. Like, when you hit those deagle shots, that changes the energy in that team immediately, and they just kind of picked up and ran with it.
That's the thing, when we switch into the second half as well, that's where Mongols really go on that just crazy streak on the CT side. You got round number 15. What was key from this one?
Just textbook play. The fact that the Mongols are able to immediately read that there is a B hit afoot, that Techno drops the key piece of utility. I don't know if he meant for this Molotov to land underneath window in the way that it did. Like, the trajectory that this bounces at seems incredibly fortunate. Like, it lands at the feet of Kerrigan there. That's actually his Molotov.
That's actually not intended whatsoever.
I don't think so, but either way, the rotation comes in. Blitz is able to quell the fight towards middle, and everybody's just rotated into position perfectly for the Mongols. Great protocols, great anchoring from Techno there on the defense too.
Yeah, and that Molotov is just the cherry on top. Because, yeah, I think that just missed thrown and it just went out the window and landed in the perfect place. But, I mean, their defense was rock solid, and that's where I saw the most out of Senzu. Like, and I'm latching onto that because he was the guy kind of watching. It's like, he's the one, it feels like, remember, he had that record-breaking or record-setting performance back in Stage 3, and now, you're kind of scared he's going to drift away. And he was quiet to start. So you could see some of the struggles are still there. They're still not quite over everything, and especially, as we said, with this crowd being so firmly behind FaZe, it makes the job of Mongols 10 times harder. But the fact that Senzu on this CT side is able to have these impactful rounds, shut down these hits, he stopped FaZe from ever getting started in the map.
I just have to raise the question, are soundproof headphones getting too good? Like, he needs to hear more of the audience there, because that was unlike what I've seen from Senzu in terms of, especially, I mean, yeah, he ends with a 13-13 scoreline, but the crispness in some of the mechanics that he displayed, especially early on that T side, like the double entry he had from short, I was like, oh God, he's here. He's here. You better watch out, FaZe.
To round out the conversation about individuals from Mongols, 910, where would you kind of rate his form in terms of the AWPing department in this map?
Other than losing the single head-to-head with Simple, where he had the hero op, he did a great job. I feel like 910, I mean, he was able to even defeat Simple when he had a deagle earlier in the round. But in terms of just opping, mostly on the CT side, a little bit on the T side, I feel like he was rock steady for a lot of what they needed him to do.
Yeah, he was. And he doesn't have to do too much. And I think actually if you're 910, I almost, coming into this, if you're the Mongols, I'd almost tell him to like not try and do anything super crazy. Like, you want him to be confident and make his plays and take his moments. But, this team on FaZe, super aggressive players, a really sharp opper and Simple as well, who all absolutely bodied Mongols the last time they played. I think if you're 910, you play more of like almost like a game management style with the op, and like you just seize your opportunities when they come.
Just to like look at the wider field of competition and the AWPers remaining in the tournament thus far. Obviously, Zaiwu is in a league of his own, but then you've got the likes of NQZ, you've got Torzi as well, really trying to break through into that top 5, top 3 conversation. Where does 910 sit amongst that when you've also got Simple waiting on the
with
other
the ones left, I'd put him at 3.
Okay.
I'd have Zaiwu, I'd have Torji, and then I'd have 910.
It's very difficult for me to argue against that.
Yeah.
For what they've done in this year so far, I don't think that there's really enough of a case for Simple. Sure, this event thus far has been outstanding, but the body of work from 910, even all the way back at Yala Compass last year, like, he's the reason that the Mongols were put on the map. He won the MVP of that tournament, one of the few players on the Mongols to have won an MVP in general.
Like his area code?
And I feel like
it's
the stability that
910
we've
in
gotten from
Mongolia.
him for the last even 12 months has been
Los
a reason
Angeles,
that the
Mongolia.
Mongols has consistently stayed in that top 5 level in the world.
He has takeover potential with the AWP as well. Like, he has games that he can take over. Doesn't need to happen every single game. I think the consistency is the big thing, especially with Alpers in today's Counter-Strike. Like, give me your 12 to 15 every single game. Give
Americans
me 25
when
once in a while,
other
that's cool.
countries
But,
exist.
more than anything, just be sharp and hit the shots you have to.
I think that's kind of my overall takeaway about the Mongols coming out of this first map, right? Because you were really praising them for the consistency that they've shown basically throughout, you know, the past year, I'd say. Once they kind of broke through the stage nerves, if we'd even give them that, I was ready to give them a free pass here and go, hey, you're literally having to go up against a crowd of 10,000 against you.
Which
The
state is
fact that they
Mongolia
didn't
in?
crumble, I love this as a look for the Mongols.
So much
Obviously-
credit for the
obviously
growth
North
of what the
Carolina
Mongols
based
have
on
become in terms of
910.
a team that you can't take lightly at any stage of the tournament. I mean, they've taken maps off of the best teams in the world at this point. They haven't punched through in terms of arenas. Like, so far in arenas in their career, they've only actually won 3 series total. They've beaten Aurora twice, and they beat Liquid once. So it's not really the greatest pedigree in terms of achievements at this level or with an audience roaring at you. But if they're able to get this one, it's a huge feather in their cap.
And we heard from all the Asian teams through the various stages of the major as well. The biggest obstacle, like Lin Vision, Tai Lu, when they got eliminated, was the mental game. We need to get stronger mentality. I'll tell you what, Mongols are getting a lesson in it right now.
Dude,
if they
the
can pass
sunglasses
this test,
are cardboard?
Like that mentality is going to be
Is he
ironclad,
aura
because
farming,
this
chat?
entire place
Is that what
against
that
them.
is?
And somehow, between the crowd, between Simple, between the conversation about FaZe, it feels like everyone's talking about this game as if Mongols are the underdogs, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy the aura that the crowd has just given us on this particular game. Tell me where this leaves you in terms of the takeaways for FaZe coming off this map. Sure, we didn't really know exactly how Mirage was looking for them in the grand scheme of things. Do you think this is going to have any effects moving on to Anubis, which is a bit more of a known quantity, I guess, for FaZe?
In the words of Zontix in his post-game interview with Stunna after map 1 of them winning in crazy triple overtime versus Mouse, objectively, it does not matter what happens on map 1. I honestly think that FaZe kind of felt like they had a hot start there. They're the ones that are probably lightly reeling. I feel like, in a weird way, even though, in my eyes, they're kind of underdogs. Like, they're not supposed to be the better team, but they feel like the pressure's on them. And unfortunately, I feel like Elige really isn't used to being this hometown favorite. Like, he had a really hard time finding himself in that game. So I want to just see him show something on Anubis, because he was a reason, along with Simple, that there was really something to say about the Anubis last time.
Well, we do have to wait until the other side of this break to find out exactly what is going to be going down on FaZe's chosen ground. That's Anubis after this short one.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same.
All true.
Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
It's given I used to walk 50 miles in the snow to get to school. I believe it or not, that may or may not be what they're going for. I think that might be the, I don't know though, I don't want to say it, but that might be the joke. I don't want to get too analytical here, of course. Check out what this guy was doing in the background. What the fuck? What was this guy doing in the background? This is what I mean, bro. He like he like looked at the camera too. What the fuck? His friend's like looking at him like, bro, what are you doing? All right. We're getting a little rowdy at the gaming convention. We're getting a little crazy. Bro, I went on camera and pretend to suck a dick. It was sick, dude. Everyone was watching. Aura farming? What's the opposite of farming aura? Like aura depletion. Can someone explain Faze Silver to me, please, bro? Please explain it to me. Please, man. I keep seeing it. I don't fucking get it.
The energy is absolutely crazy. The crowd is going wild. I had to grab myself a Faze fan in here.
Go on Launders' YouTube channel and watch this latest
right
video.
now in here? How good does this feel?
It's just wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Let's go! Absolutely love it. Simple. Everybody. Elish, the hero. It's just amazing.
Let's go our bald eagle.
Austin, you have been an absolute treat tonight. Would you like to hear some very exciting news? Okay, because Blast have a treat in store for you guys. You've been such an amazing crowd that they're going to be returning to Texas next year. Oh yes, Dickies Arena in Fort Worth for the Rivals Finals. Announced here first, May 1st rather to May 3rd.
Okay.
So you guys best get your tickets fast. You have been absolutely amazing
Fort
in
Worth?
here. But we do have another game to be getting underway, or another map rather, to be getting underway. Faze, Mongols, Anubis, a bit more of a known quantity for Faze.
Okay.
Is there hope for this crowd that we might get a third map?
I want to say yes, but I haven't seen much from Faze Clan so far. A lot of weakness have been shown so far. Elise didn't have a great game on Mirage. Simple stepped up later in the stages, but also missed a couple of misses, you know, where he should have hit it, where he should have done better. So
Fort Worth, Colorado.
I know Faze Clan, they played
Texas.
well against the Mongols on Anubis in the group
California.
stage. But so far during the playoff right here, and from what I've seen tonight, I'm not really feeling it.
We need a lot more out of Faze Clan. The one showing up the most has been Kerrigan, and this game has so far been the battle of the leaders, and Kerrigan has been tremendous in the way the Faze has been playing, but obviously it wasn't enough.
That's cool, though.
He needs a lot more for his individuals to get the game going. He has done everything he can, but he's been needing Elise to step up. He needs Simple to go in and hit more shots. There's a lot of things they need to do better to come into this game.
I agree, and I hope this man on your screen will free up all the individuals he has within his team. We haven't even spoken about Frozen, the most consistent player within Faze Clan. I would like to see a bit more from him as well, but at the end of the day, you speak Anubis, let's get particular. Elish in middle, that's his domain. That's where he's gonna fight. That's where he's gonna be aggressive. He's working a lot together with Simple in that mid portion of the map. If they can get it going, if they can hit the ground running, so to speak, I still believe that Faze Clan have what it takes in order to make this game competitive, but we also gotta give credit to the Mongols. The way they played on Mirage, the level they've showcased so far, we need to see more from Faze if they should match that.
Was there anything you could take away from that Mirage performance from the Mongols, right? Because yeah, hot start for Faze, they were really rough out the gates, right? Anything impressive about how Mongols answer back there?
Like, the Mongols just constantly showcase how good they are mechanically wise, and that is what they showed up. You know, they stood off the battle of the crowd coming in and supporting the way Faze Clan has been playing, you know, and we're now in a position where the Mongols know that they've overcome this, and now they're not going to move into like a certain area where Faze Clan actually feel very comfortable, so they need to keep this one going. But obviously the mechanical skill is what they've been doing well. We've seen how they were really good at playing the reactive game. We saw Blitz having a good game, and it's so important to have your in-game leader play well, and that is why I think it's going to be important for Faze Clan as well to have Kerrigan play the way he does, because the way that he can lead his troop into Anubis is going to be very instrumental. He's going to be making all these very it identity calls the Kerrigan knows he's good at making the small fake, and this is specifically a map where he can actually dictate the game.
Sort of hot take, I want Kerrigan to bottom frag, because if he's not bottom fragging, Faze is not working out. You want to see Simple on the top of the scoreboard. You want to see Elise, you want to see Frozen. You do not want to see Kerrigan top fragging. It's not supposed to be him sitting with 17
not wrong.
kills.
Like, he's not wrong about
Elise
that.
have 6. So at the end of the day, as much as I appreciate Kerrigan playing well, I want to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard, because that most likely will mean that there's a good chance that Simple and Elise have been activated.
Just sounds like you're preying on another Dane's downfall, Jacob. SMH.
Like, he's not wrong in theory.
Between these two opponents already once.
Like, you want your IGL to be like
very handedly
IGLing.
in the Faze. We're going to be seeing Mongols starting
Getting
on the
intel,
T-side
not fragging
again.
out.
They were
Like, you
only
want
able to get 2
someone
rounds
that like
last
reads the
time
enemy
around.
team.
You've got to have a quicker
not
start
that's turning
for,
up, you know.
Beginning on that,
you want your
favorite
turn
side.
uppers to turn
You
up.
have to, you know, I've never really been
You
the
don't want to
biggest
see
fan of the
Apex
Anubis
ahead of
this map.
Zywoo, right?
Obviously, the whole T side is always
You want to see Zywoo at the top.
That's where you can dictate, and that's where
and
you can
Apex
play
is
with the
telling
rotations.
Zywoo where to go.
That's where you can actually have a better impact. And finding the solution, the city side is going to be the very hard part of the map. And you know, we've talked
Once
about
I agree
the map
with him.
being more like figured out, and the way that Faze can actually approach this map.
Faze Silver, I get it now. Faze Silver, that's right, baby.
Needs to do. They
Faze
need to
Silver
go out and play on
over
their strengths,
Vitality
play on
Gold,
individuals, get things going, play
over
off the
Mouse
crowd,
Gold,
play
'cause
off
no one
all
wants
these
that
things
shit.
They have, so they can actually go out and disrupt the game plan of the Mongols.
Well, before we do dive into this game, I believe there are some loud fans out there in the crowd with Banks.
We got a battle here between the Mongols fans and the Faze fans, and I'm going to find out who's the loudest in here. But right now, you guys are a bit outnumbered in the arena. How
What
is
the
it
fuck
in
is
there?
a mile?
It's okay. We can manage that.
You can manage that?
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot more Faze fans, and you still couldn't even encourage your team to win. That's not a good sign.
Well, momentum is not a real thing, but I think I think our crowd's going to get them going, and I think it's going to hype them up. Win Anubis. We wanted map 3 anyway. We want the cinema, and
All right.
hey, we're just taking the long route.
Hey.
All right, well, let's see which of you can be louder
sir.
here. Mongols fans, make some noise.
Oh, that's weak. That's
Faze
weak.
fans, let's go.
Faze
You have got the arena right behind you guys. I am curious to see exactly where the odds are sliding with this one, considering they were favoring Faze coming into it. Maybe that has changed coming into map number 2. It has quite handily, Jacob. Do you agree?
I think that's a fair assessment. So far, the Mongols have looked like the better team. It's fair to say that Faze haven't shown up yet. However, the crowd have, and I think they need them
Unc,
right
your
now.
flag is
Kerrigan and the
upside
boys from
down.
Faze Clan, they will have to show much
Send
more
the police
magnitude
after
if they
me.
want to stay alive.
Yeah, potentially last chance saloon for Faze Clan. Is it all over on the grounds of Anubis?
There it is.
If history is anything of an indicator, I suspect we might need 3. Is this really where it ends, though? Austin, is this where Faze Clan ends? Is this where their major ends?
No.
Does that mean we need a 3rd map?
All the guys raising it.
Well, we'll have to
There it
find
is.
out. Anubis,
Here we
do
go.
or die. Does the dream end here in the quarterfinals for Faze and become a reality for Mongols, or do we go again?
Sheesh. Well, it's time to put up or shut up.
It's game on. It's a must-win map for Faze Clan. Starting on the defense. Mongols a map away from a semi-final at the major.
Audio? Production,
2 on
audio?
2.
Oh, there we go.
Oscar's control, but Senzu quickly in towards
That was weird.
E-box now. Zinho to knock on the door.
2 chants at once, bro.
Oh, wow. Rain continues to
All right, Rain.
demonstrate his comfort on the A site.
Only
Good
2
start.
on B. They still have a 2v4 advantage on this set piece. Smoking a flash. Where's the
Right, they should be able to get in here unless Kerrigan hits his first. Will be smoked off. What's his response? He's got himself a HE cock, frozen to be set up for glory. Spams through the smoke. It does hurt him. Forced away. Retake likely. Blitz trying to punch in that code, and it's not going to be stopped. Instead, it's 9-10 with an equalizer. Rain trying to close that gap from A. Another one. P250 versus Julies. Oh,
Okay.
but Kerrigan is frozen. Turn the tide of battle.
Nice.
A headshot found.
Nice.
Run down. Frozen hits it, and that is
Nice.
a round.
All right.
CT pistol goes Faze's way to start.
That's what we want. That's what we want right there, boys.
Where they left off.
Let's make this a definitive map, all right?
Stage 3 to book their ticket.
We'll take that.
to
We'll
the
take
arena.
that 2-0
Absolutely dominated
or that
Mongols on this map, and Faze
1-2 cinema
reason
on
crazy
Ancient.
enough to test Aurora, the best Anubis team on the world on this throughout their campaign so far. They played it 5 times. This is the 6th. They've won it 4 out of the 5, with the loss to the Turks being the only one in that L column. That's a great start. Convincing pistol. Bomb does go down, facilitates the force. Couple of Galils, Deagle, Tech9, smattering of U2.
Can't quite believe Simple's elected to take the alligator route in such a high-stakes affair.
Hey, far out
XM.
the AWP.
You got the
Shallow
XM.
mid-smoke. Not going to be brave through right now. You can take your time if you're the Mongols. Still minute 35 on the clock since the openers.
Oh, that's a nice late nade. It just perfectly
Oh.
arrives. Little shallow. Not as deep as he would have liked.
Liege also hedging over towards A. Still staunch. Flash comes over. Bullets spam. A deep incendiary to hold them at bay. Now they're going to turn their attention towards middle. So smoke has faded. Inherent T-side bias. That's touching upon just the lack of T-side rounds Mongols got last time. 2. That ain't going to cut it. Liege could get mollied out of position.
Oh, Liege has a decision to make and elects for a more defensive option.
Smart.
They want to accelerate.
They're walking through their own.
Rain under scrutiny goes down. It's Unleashed to step up for one. Simple. This is not the weapon for this kind of fight, but he's got Blitz down.
Sheesh.
Senzu
Okay, the
into a
XM.
clutch.
Can take a breath. Time for this. 40 seconds. Needs to find that bomb.
Finds the M4. Needs to reload. Audible
Doesn't know where the
on
bomb
that
is,
main, not
though.
far off. Softens him up.
You hear him
Closing the
spamming.
gap is Carrigan.
Nice, Carrigan.
Long range. MP9, and he still controls it.
All right, quite a few casualties
All
taken
right.
there, but the bomb doesn't go down.
All right,
Should be
boys.
the eco now. But this is how Mirage started. No way Simple's not getting that kill.
Yeah, but the second, that wasn't so guaranteed. He's done well there. He repositions forward. Blitz knows there was a shotgun main, but wasn't ready for him to be so much in his face. The sole American representative with his first frag.
Everyone's going to get out the Deagles right now. Lurk smoke thrown, Elise on the jump spot, and Elise gets a lick of info.
Rain's been holding this A main in a very aggressive way, and it's because he backs his aim. Techno slipping through the smoke and a jump scare. Elise wasn't ready, and Carrigan nearly went down as well.
Nice.
Saved by Frozen. Had he doubled up there, the site would have been really under scrutiny.
Yeah, moment of chaos there for FaZe, but now it calms down. And no over-rotation, everybody chill, let's go back, let's plug these gaps. So Rain will deal with A, Simple middle, and the other two currently parked on B. Simple, if he oversteps the mark there, it does open you another avenue back in.
Gentle, quiet peaks.
And there's no rush if you're the Mongols. Just need to go down to make sure you get that loss bonus. But if you can take another kill, do some damage, get the bomb down, that'll be a massive bonus. Simple continues to call mid clear. That information keeps the extremities ready and raring.
Duke walks through. Carrigan receives him.
They already knew that he was playing over towards Con. But Frozen's here as well. Should be able to sweep this one under the rug. Frozen and Carrigan now both ready and raring. And, well, just the final frag.
Nice.
Dealt with. Neat, tidy. And they tuck in that third round secure.
The guy said, buy me a butterflied fade, and then he had his @ on the sign.
No AWP.
What a little
no,
goblin.
I say no AWP. I tell a lie.
What a fucking
All power for
gremlin.
Simple now. Not one for 9-10.
Not even buy me a knife. Buy me a butterfly fade.
Facilitates.
First full buy of the game now for the Mongols.
It's like,
Let's
don't
see if they can start getting
not
underway.
buy me a car. Can you buy me a Jaguar F-Type?
Lose the pistol, lose the force, lose the eco. You lose this one. 4 rounds in the CT half already.
Oh.
Nightmare fuel. Bottom map control comes for free on Anubis.
Yeah, Twitch chatter
Lighting
for
up
real.
that CT utility, making sure there's no aggressive maneuvers. Keep them canned. Ooh. That's a fumble right there. Forces the rotate in towards B. Simple and Elise both rerouting.
Weird timing, good smoke.
Carrigan postures anti-flash. Anticipating more of those Techno smoke plays. Oh no, he wants to go fighting, and Techno receives him. Good catch, good pick off, a gift for the Mongols.
But that's information. Techno, the V-Lurk's still outside of the site, so they haven't just completely given up as Blitz now announces his presence into middle.
What is that smoke?
And they've had a couple of fumbles
What
there with the
is
U-tilt.
I don't know what's going on here. These
Use
smokes.
it though. He certainly thinks he can.
Simple. Is he noisy? Yeah, definitely so. Blitz is hearing this.
Blitz, he's going to sideline
They
them.
know there's a gap. This is a crazy play to make it an arena.
It certainly is. Frozen seems aware. Walking into that sideline, Elige ready to. That's the fight. Elige will win it. Accelerating though. Elige is gone. Spread of the flames from Techno. Frozen low, but lower by Techno. Nice shot.
Nice. More.
Simple re-aggressing. He's not ready for the Senzu headshot. Rain, known to play on A, survives the passing gaze of Senzu, closing that gap. They don't know. They don't realize that Rain is right behind. Spoiled for choice. Had 2 on his screen and leaves with neither.
Winnable round there. Carrigan Shaw gives away that opening death, but Blitz, it's a crazy flank to make.
Winnable round.
You know the crowd is going to surge. They're against you. That energy's going to be in the room. You're already knowing that there's a gap. They can't get anything done. Gets pipped at the post, but Elige burns down. this for Rain. He thought he finished his meal. Thought he could already track towards that second target. So first rifle round converted.
10,000 people face to palm in unison.
And the money right now for FaZe, it's already starting to get worked through. Smoke, lurk, blocked.
Simple had to do more. Simple just gotta do more in general, man.
Still gonna back
he
their
has to do
this
more.
This is not an easy side to defend with 2 of you versus 5. Carrigan, corner! He gets
nice.
2! Oh, and the damage is there as well. Frozen doesn't find the lethality he needed. Simple, not the weapon for a retake, but could fight well into Con. He's gonna push through. He's gonna push him. The flash from Rain sets him up. Now Senzu, scared. Tucked to the back of the side. Blitz with double kill in defense of this bomb. Simple recovers the M4 and he can recover the round. Low HP. Senzu doesn't matter. Stands his ground with 4
Holy
HP.
fuck, dude.
He ain't scared of you.
And he
Sticks to the fight, takes the jewel, converts the round, and ruins the money for FaZe.
He doesn't succumb to the pressure. He had 4 HP for both of those last kills. Blitz first steps up and saves them. That was the damage from Frozen. This is great from Blitz. What an adjustment onto Elige. Oh, wow.
All right, well, it will be the Eco. Deagle,
That's humbled
5-7.
them.
3 USPs. So they should be able to tie things up 3-3. Same on Mirage, where Senzu had a really impactful moment at that double kill coming up short in towards the B split. The dominoes tumbling. They win this round, they've got more than they did last time, Mongols. Blitz, this is scary, but deals with the Liege, no dramas.
A one-man mid-tail.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that so far.
What is going on?
Only 6 rounds deep.
I mean, it's tantalizingly close, isn't it? When you pick up that first map, major quarterfinal.
It's like 3 different whips, like smoke or util whiffs on one map.
This side of the bracket, it was meant to be all phases. That's by the namesake. That's by the players in the server.
Probably nerves, yeah.
There's 3 more to get past.
We're just gotta lock it in, man.
But not in a rush, taking their time.
They're all here for a reason.
Using their supremacy as far as the util is concerned. And executing in towards A. There's 3 here.
A small glimmer of hope for FaZe, perhaps. Especially with a missed molly on site.
Another one.
Another missed molly,
the mollies are not landing. But the bullets are. No problem. 3-3, all tied up.
I guess no matter if they hit their shots.
This tournament is in part brought to you by Nova Wallet. Buy and sell team tokens like a stock market and watch your predictions play out in real time.
All right, guns back out, and Simple is sticking to this auto shotgun. He is staying
bizarre
with the alligator round and round again. He's making it work. He's getting some kills.
It's good. I mean, it's a great weapon for Con. Make no mistake, up close, perfect weapon, but you're not taking any deep lines with that.
Just not enough money for him to get an AWP, so opting for something a little bit different. Shotgun on the major stage.
On the major stage.
And not being memed upon.
After over 900 days away from the playoffs in the majors, Simple now burnt out.
Anubis is T-sided.
He can't win. Not at this range. Senzu cautious. He's actually waited it out. They're just scared of him.
They're scared of Simple with a shotgun, bro.
He gets away with his life after that.
Simple with a shotgun.
The gap.
They don't want
Simple.
it. What the fuck is going
on?
A
dangerous game being played.
What is happening, bro? I'm so confused by this fucking clown show.
On the seesaw between Connector and A main.
What is going on?
Gonna flash through middle, might catch Blitz.
He's been doing this alone.
He's ahead of it. He's ahead of it.
Yeah, they're just pushing out there. Oh, it's a jump scare. Rain's already an important trade.
But you assume A's open. Rain's the A defender. There was 3 in him towards middle.
Yeah, you only saw
can't make
one.
the move on his own.
Especially with that block smoke still down, they just threw that to progress.
That was a good smoke.
Util will affirm their suspicions.
Throwing some utils out.
And Frozen. A bomb site to be defended, and Elige is running away. They're not buying it. Frozen is alone here.
That's it for the util. Mongols are yet to plant. Gonna start fading soon.
Oh, they're jumping up. Zinho flirting with the idea of jumping into the heaven smoke as the bomb goes down. 4-on-4 favors that post plant, but now Senzu goes wide, traded by Elige. Important, but Mazinho lives on. Back of the site, can't tame the spray, and the shotgun retake is not gonna happen.
Didn't rush that one. I'm surprised they took so long on their way in because the util fades. Tough for them with a lot of those choke points. Then they have to take those jewels, but they're just showing, even in 3v5 situation on the T side, it can be quite easy to win those type of rounds.
So messy, man.
Putting their aim back on the pedestal, very well done.
So messy.
What do you think Coach Neo's observed so far?
Well, this right now is just going to be talking
This is
about
not, this is not the phase that... I think it's because he lost map 1 or something.
10 CT rounds, that's all good. We know that the path for the course is 4 or 5.
It might be a little tilted from losing map 1.
We just need 1 or 2 more. So let's just take a partial now. The loss bonus is built. We're going to get 3,400.
Why does he keep on the shotgun?
Let's get Sashri's AWP.
Yeah.
He can be
He's
a
saving.
difference maker once that AWP is out.
Saving for AWP.
In a round like this, you're just hoping for a couple of kills, maybe save an AK.
It's a shit buy.
On because the momentum shift, 4 consecutive rounds.
But ironically enough, the XM is strong. That's like, you can make an argument that it's not a terrible buy. XM's pretty expensive. No, I guess. I mean, he's managing his money fine. Like, he's at 2,600.
Mongols have won one of these in that first map.
I would argue an MP9 might be better for some of the spots he's holding on Anubis.
Pretty handy with the pistol.
But it's whatever gets him his confidence back at this point, you know?
He's just used to block as they come knocking initially. Try and force a fumble. 9-10 accelerate.
He's just trying to get his confidence back. It's fine.
Good for like a jiggle smoke defense, and AWP can just PQ and ooh, the elbow. It was enough
for
Carrigan. He's seen it.
But that territory is now yours. So they're just going to harass to make sure they don't creep in. Nothing too crazy. The late call of this will be...
There's some other more questionable things going on.
Where FaZe can stack. They're going to get this back. Senzu, very brave. And doesn't want to risk it anymore, so knows that... One's been removed.
There's bigger problems here than his XM.
It's a utility game right now, just vying for this control. But the reroute, there's still a lot of utility right now for a Mongol.
It's not like totally done yet.
Yeah, but this is exactly what 9-10's waiting for. A little jiggle is all he needs. Good read. They still need to find that finish.
I feel like they're having a hard time, like...
Frozen.
I feel like they're playing how they played during stage 2, day 2.
Throwing nade. Techno, though, quick to sweep and defend his sniper.
Which was not good. Which
Unleash
was
Rain, sure, you
Unleash being scatterbrained.
Might be all you catch. Couple of sprayed bullets from Senzu connect, and Rain, nothing for him to do.
Unleash was very scatterbrained, and Rain was not hitting all his shots, which is what I feel like the vibe is right now.
Doesn't come easy. You're not getting the site for free. You're not just saving.
Unleash seems to be a little lost on certain rotations,
2-round gap now accrued.
and Rain is only hitting about like half his shots.
Expect to see this AWP for Simple.
If either one of those things gets fixed, we have ourselves a better game.
FaZe have to make an aggressive maneuver.
Frozen carries crazy.
On the CT side.
Frozen's actually very consistent.
There's a kill.
Frozen is something you don't have to worry about. Also, Simple low-key griefing a little bit doesn't help them. But I've said before, it's more important for...
And does, so no AK for you.
It's more important for Rain
any signs of stage
and for Elige to be on the same page rather than Simple. Simple is a little bit of a wild card. You leave him as a wild card. You cannot rely on Simple to close rounds out. If he does, great. If he doesn't, you need something else.
This team,
which has been Rain
all-in maneuver from FaZe to be competitive at the major, and they've come this far. They've got John.
If they're there, we're good.
On the stage in front of his hometown.
Frozen's super consistent. Kerrigan stepping up is also concerning. Like, I do agree with him. Kerrigan being like the closer is concerning. Why the fuck is Kerrigan?
Make the playoffs, but is that where the story ends?
He needs to be reading their like sight hits.
Dispatch of the FaZe dream.
Not holding sights down.
I love this approach though. They're just going into the default spread. If
that's Rain's job. That's Elige's job.
We like to take these fights too.
Elige's still middle though, so they haven't swapped him out yet. That's
initial
fine.
Pushes.
We'll see. It's still too early to call.
Nice deep nade.
See how the next few rounds go.
Simultaneously, they seize mid control.
If you got the util, you want mid, it's yours. And Elige has to give it up. The stack this time over towards the B-bomb side. Elige and Rain turtle up on it.
They're faking this.
Frozen, Simple, and Carrigan.
They're faking maybe a B hit. They're trying to get them to push out, I think. Hopefully they realize that Mongols have been baiting them for 2 maps.
Smoke Carrigan just scuttles one into the mouth of Con.
And the key there is there's only one left. Simple having the last smoke to block.
They really want to bait them out so they can kill them and then they take sites.
Well timed because they're rerouting
They've been very good
into a
at that.
split. They need to fight for this con control. Senzu losing this fight could spell disaster for the Mongols.
Harrigan, no, he's not going to get anything done. Simple Shore connects with the AWP, but there's a whole team coming his way. A need to break, 2 advancing, just enough,
Nice.
spotted a blitz, finds another, dancing around the side for another. Hard 5 for 9-10, retake looking good. They haven't even gotten the bomb down, Techno.
Okay, this is winnable.
Time, trying to make space, needs to punch in the code, another fake. There's no time, he'd have to kill them both. He's overthought it.
Overcooked.
Pulling the strings. Techno's not got the time.
He overcooked.
The clock and ally for Faze. Up to 4. Those smokes, Chad, you highlighted it. It becomes a factor.
Oh, well, they break the 5-round streak. Tense moment there. 1 player survives. You get the win bonus, but the CT finance is still going to be strung quite thin.
Second shot.
The AWP comes out. It finds impact. But you lose it. And you don't have enough money to afford another. So right now, Simple goes back to the auto shotty. Doesn't have this AWP. An MP9 for Carrigan, rifles for the rest. So again, it's just another buy that doesn't have everything that they'd be hoping for, where for Mongols, that's not the problem. They're going to take their first tactical timeout. Mara gets on the mic. They've got 5 rounds now on this T-side, 4. Faze on the defense.
I can't comprehend the auto shotgun.
But look, it's simple.
It's simple,
It's
I
simple,
understand.
right? This is it. This is the type of plays that this guy's known for, out of the box.
He was stubborn with the shotgun towards the end.
He wants the auto, bro. He wants the auto.
But to see it return upon his return, and in such a big game, just doesn't like the MP9.
Yeah. It's a bigger investment
Big
for
round
sure.
here for Faze. 4 rounds the minimum.
Do you have a tone shifter? Right now they're faking a bit of a B play. Early util, flash is thrown over, more pressure towards middle. So they are changing the tempo.
Zinho is going to ask questions of this setup. Feels very potent when paired with the 2 of them. Simple! In combination. They know 2A.
No assist.
That info flows, but a pick for Faze regardless. 9-10 just a snipe over the top of the smoke. A boost to further his angle. And it's frozen that's ready. Woof! Quick haircut handed to him.
Right, 3v5 now. Senzu trying to buy some space.
A well-structured CT side would never let the Mongols back in here. Harrigan up close. Looks like it could be a good catch. Whoa,
Okay,
he just
nice.
drives at him. 100 mile an hour into Khan. Senzu loses his life, loses his AK, and it seems Mongols will lose this round. The 10th of play, second map, final, quarter-final. Live from the Moody Center.
What is this? Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna.
9-10 will peek through. Wow,
I'm not gonna bother.
Rain.
I'm trying to understand what this
Up against the
person's
sniper.
saying. Wow. Okay.
And he's the one that's the most precise. 5 to 5.
That guy's just
Triple
farming,
kill from
dude.
the
That guy's
Norwegian
flip
Rock.
farming so hard.
Instant there from Rain. Flash comes through. Simple starts shooting, but Rain gets the kill. Even gets Simple's AWP back in play. Money now a problem for the Mongols. It's 2 consecutive rifle rounds. This will be the 3rd. Working back into things the hard way, Faze.
Can we talk about anything else, please? What are we even talking about?
It's taking
just-
middle on an earlier time.
listen, I'm just gonna watch some CS, man.
Simple from camera, Elise from temple side. Just continue.
Don't even
harassing
ask.
back and forth
Genghis
through
Khan. Why the fuck are we talking about Genghis Khan? Just watch CS, bro.
It's an exercise in focus when playing so passive.
They're going for an A split. Mazinho has help this time to get this control. An info play not really available for the CTs right now. If they push through B-man, that's going to give them the longest rotation point to help out
Your
the side. For
ancestor?
Simple Rain, they have to burrow down. Alicia's on his way.
Dude,
Come through heaven.
my DNA
Simple
results
has
go
remained
back to
responsible
the
for that
Balkan
blitz late
Sea.
through mid.
Perfect block smoke on main right now.
Maybe, you never know.
They
Maybe they don't have it that far back. Anyways, shut the fuck up, guys. All right? I'm tired of this shit.
This will flush them forward. They are going to have to fight.
I got told earlier I got to cheer for Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Romanians. Now I'm being told I got to cheer for fucking
opportunity, and it does connect.
Team Mongolia.
No, he trades. There's a lead. Stands his ground for one. In the flames, Simple peeks in, misses his window. The bomb makes it across. 9-10 swings in, unfazed. He ain't scared. 2-on-3. Faze needs this, and Simple can't handle it. He gets taken down. 9-10. Techno side by side. Carrigan on this retake. 14 HP. If Techno wins it, oh, he does damage. It's awkward. 9-10 can't hold it.
That's right, baby. In this house, we only cheer for one team, one country.
Jubilation in Austin as a 6th CT round on Anubis is theirs.
Yeah, and they're just, again, doing it the hard way. You're up against this buy, the Util's in the mix. It's a nice little opener there, right? Smoke gets blown open, no info. Then there's the molly, then there's the flash. So good Util sets to at least have a wolf at the gate. But the retake on the way in, 9-10 and Techno, both under pressure, both with isolated duels, unable to convert. Final round, first half. Plan comes through, loss bonus does facilitate something threatening again. So these rounds, yeah, sure, the pistol with the conversions, you'll take those. But down the stretch, if they go 4 straight to take the lead, Faze will be emboldened by this.
Oh, well, he didn't see much, did he? That nade looks good, though.
Maybe Simple warming up a little bit more.
They've read this wrong, but the pop's coming.
Yeah, Frozen, Simple, where are you in the open? Oh, he's scared now, the whole team's coming. Frozen's done well, removes one, pressure out. Simple's in, no scopes. But he does go down, it's Carrigan overwhelmed. Oh, he gets caught out, 9-10. Just walks into the site and claims another. Uncomfortable retake.
Gotta wait on the smoke now.
Audible now with the lead, throws out a spam. Incendiary doesn't catch him, Blitz allowed to relocate.
Resident get pushed on the reload.
It's so tough on the way back in, they have to give it a go. Final round.
This might be something for Zenzu. Ooh,
nice.
Quick reactions from Rain, changes the dialogue. There may be more to be said. Blitz hidden in that blind spot. Leash starting to ask questions of Con. Blitz, oh, he's ready. Catches the headshot necessary. It's a Liege, last round of the half. Everything to play for, everything to be gained. The flash, the swing, he's got it. The first is his. Oh!
Nice, does he have it? Does he have it? That's right, baby. That's right, baby. That's what we're talking about, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You just had to see it, man. You just had to be there.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the Apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
That's very much. The bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up Rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect.
Yeah, I wish they could have just kept the crowd cams.
America is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know.
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Well, 1.6 source in CSGO majors. Take me back.
It's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth, so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual.
Just give it 10 out of 10, man. 9 out of 10 is crazy. What's 10 out of 10? Yeah, that's crazy to move away from the arena, though. You know that arena is probably still going, or at least it did for a little bit. Lige must be feeling good after that. Must be feeling good. That's crazy, though. He actually did that. Camera on lunch break. They're like, oh! Hype moment. Cut to B-roll.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have missed it, but Elige is in the building, and he makes his presence known in that final round.
You still hear him. You still hear the people.
An impeccable 1v2. He read the play, the flashbang thrown out by Blitz. He reads it, and he secures a 7. As Austin takes to their feet, trying to will this into a third map. Ancient lying in wait if FaZe can close out Anubis. Mongols are mapped to the good. FaZe seem to have found their individual form.
He's smiling, dude. Look at that smile.
An eruption from the crowd there, giving the man his flowers.
USA! USA!
The man's doing crowd work in a quarterfinal. Smoke on Con and Techno to be tested. Oh, he's done well. He's done very well in combination. The whole team deliver.
Fucking dualies, man.
3 down and only 1 remains. It's a Senzu cleanup. He is one to be feared now. That group stage form, it hasn't gone anywhere. Top of the tables, map 1, and again finds himself fighting tooth and nail to end this in 2.
You see the play, right? The confidence is there from Senzu now. I think he's actually emboldened by the fact that they're not the favorites. They have this crowd against them, and this is in spite of you. The quieter you get, the happier he is.
Absolutely. I mean, that's their objective. It can certainly psychologically either crush you or embolden you.
They could become the crowd favorites with this victory. Sure, they're the villains right now, but Mongols. America had a soft spot for them before.
How can you not, though?
Okay, so this right now, FaZe with a couple of deagles. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. Blitz, 2 on the table. Rain's already forward. Frozen to oversee business. Carrigan outside of A. The other 2 were searching towards B. This is a must-win for the Mongols as with split pistols, the same as Mirage. But if it's the same as Mirage, it means the Mongols are just going to go on an absolute spree. I don't like the way that one sounds, but...
Yeah, Spongy, I don't know what you're saying, brother.
Wow, that's a good one back. A headshot catching. What is that?
Nice.
What did I just witness?
His boots just left the ground.
Bloody hell. That, I mean, one is great from Frozen. Elige has just hit a miracle second.
This one's back on, 3v3.
Especially, now Carrigan's gonna, wow, actually spots out Blitz with his Glock. Now Frozen does get caught on searching A. And Blitz gets double swung.
Nice.
Elige hits another headshot. Why is this becoming a conversation? It shouldn't. Mazinho is in a position to ensure it won't.
It's gonna be kind of cringe.
He's gonna have that fast info, nothing behind the smoke. No relocation from 9-10.
25 on the clock.
They have to be quick, but they remain silent. Mazinho hasn't asked any questions of middle just yet. Starts to back away, suspiciously quiet. It's only going to be 9-10 here, but you'd think he'd be comfortable here in 2 unarmored T's running into your domain, and Elige, despite
nice try,
2
man.
clean headshots, they'll be saved. Now, economical damage doesn't feel
There's
like a win.
50-50. How much you
not
can
yet.
do.
Boris the Butcher in the house, everybody.
It's a very special guest. Let's see this one from Frozen, and then Elise just hitting that. Excuse me? He's doing tricks on it.
Carrigan again, first rifle round T side, goes into the MAC-10. So last time it was very pack heavy. They tried to test Techno. Now they want to press mid. Here nades land. I'll bomb through the smoke with the flash. So flash go, Elige, masterful at mid control.
And now he's the one that wants to take it away from the Mongols. And look at Carrigan going. Puts Blitz on notice, and he's run him down even more so.
Dude, Carrigan's an animal.
He's in trouble.
It certainly is. Okay, Carrigan, cool you.
Carrigan's an animal, bro.
From a MAC-10 spamming smoked, and they continue to apply the pressure tempo. So, both teams a little worse for wear.
You have to push out main. You need some controllers when they give you the Mongols. You can't just sit on your haunches. You've lost mid. You're worried about them trying to force through temple to B. They're going to try and retake middle. Smoke's faded now, but there's so much to worry about. Faze on the reroute. 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly for the finish.
Here comes that clear. Elige is ready for it.
1 kill's more than enough.
1 kill would be massive. Who dares wins. A 9-10.
Nice.
Loses out to Elige.
That's what I want to see, Elige.
Kicking around in mid despite that low
They're all
HP.
very low
That is the
HP.
first kill of this round. Look how worse for wear they are. Mzinho's got help, and he's managed to deliver. Removing Carrigan more where that came from. A second from him as well.
Nice, Rain.
Rain's double. Matches his output, but Senzu, he sneaks on in for another. Simple. Forced to watch. Rain with the bomb on his back. Elige has to push the camera. Smoke 10 HP on Senzu.
Time.
Techno's fast on the flank. He can't cover all the options. Senzu can deny it, doesn't elect to swing. Rain spotted, doesn't go down. Senzu that low HP. Elige is coming.
Nice.
Gets the frag.
Nice. Nice.
That one feels good.
That looked rough, dude.
That one feels great.
That was rough for a second, bro.
Rain
Holy
again.
shit.
CT side, the M4 in his hand.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
This time, triple kill. Out of
Somebody
the
brought the fucking lights in there. Hell
Making
yeah.
good on what his teammates started. And a tough situation with the clock against them.
I mean, you can't fault Senzu for second guessing like a 10 HP swing in a 2v2, but I feel like he could deny that plant. A quick
stop the
headshot,
plant.
his premium
Yeah, that
was solid.
Not stopping the plant there was
And
kind
you
of.
can
He
see
was waiting for his
Carrigan, I mean,
teammate, I
that
guess,
face
for a
tells you
cross.
everything you need to know.
The comms are kind of scuffed, I guess.
Maro has called his second timeout.
And this is where the ramifications of those 3 Deagle kills in round number 2 comes into play. Because now your finances are strung out. You only got 1,400 coming into this, get 1,900 into the next. Tradition says you're forced by in a scenario like this.
Where's
but
your
they are yet to
USA flag
invest.
onesie at Alex?
And the timeout.
Your mom's wearing
It's
it.
concluded.
I let her borrow it for the game.
Putting up more of a fight than they did. Back in stage 3.
That's for sure.
Just 1 Deagle, 4 USPs. One of the easiest rounds Faze will be going up against in this entire map.
I like the boost idea, but Simples have quickly worked that out. Will disrupt and force reposition from Senzu's Deeg. This is his second opportunity. Simple's position is noted, but no vulnerability.
This should be quite easy.
No utility. Should be absolutely fine. If anything, you'd like Carrigan to get a couple of Vicos with that MAC-10.
Just going through their paces
Nice.
right now, gets to put their aim on display. Rain goes down short. Less Senzu. Gets a couple of kills on the Deagle. We'll call this one done. And dusted Carrigan. Sweeps him away. 4 staying alive.
That's what I want to see right there.
And now we get to see if off the back of that eco, they want to go for a force that will be quite light on. Got to get at 4 M4s. The util's the biggest problem in this situation right now for the Mongols. You're working with almost nothing. A couple of smokes, a HE, a molly, that's it. You don't even have a defuse kit right now. The game could get out of control if you lose this. Faze can steam through, take us to Ancient.
Solid connection from Mzinho. Opens up Rain on his progression.
They really want this main control, don't they?
Zinho has to let him have it. Not in his best interest to do anything else.
Oof.
Yeah, that's suboptimal for Rain. Gets put even lower.
He does have this smoke to block, but the thing is, you're going to want to hold on to it for as long as you can. And, well, apparently, he feels a lot of pressure. It's quiet on the rest of the map. There's no pressure outside B main, connector, middle. So the young gun has to deploy that smoke. Only one left with an incendiary. And they're hedging. Right now, they're not in the strongest stance to deny them coming straight through main. 9-10's middle. He's have to cheat over and help Mazinho now, because if they just execute in, blitz with all this information. Here comes the piece.
Zinho will be smoked, will start to unload his mag, doesn't connect too much, spots out Rain, crossing in, that low HP, converted upon.
Betrayed, one more heaven.
The MAC-10 trades, the bomb being planted, they can't seem to disrupt it. Frozen just rounding the corner willy-nilly, double from Senzu. It's looking good, it's looking great, only Elige can save him. Oh, he's in so much trouble, Techno takes him.
What the fuck are we running out for?
Perfect timing on that mid push for Blitz.
Couldn't be better.
It got enough information for
What
the rotation
the
to start
fuck
heading
did we
in,
run out
having
for?
to play ahead of the smoke. They slow things down, pushing through. That's what Senzu didn't do in the 2v2. He takes the risk, and this time it pays off.
Like, holy shit,
just
bro.
a one-round game, and that was a tough buy.
It was. They managed to survive it. What did they come into that with like a handful of grenades?
I think it was 5 or 6 at max across the entire team.
Literally, the bomb's already down. Why are we not playing post-plant? Why are we playing as if, like...
a very serious game of Counter-Strike.
I don't know, dude.
Still unfolding, still
like
unknown.
Animals.
Simple's brought out the AWP on the T side. Money will be hollowed out at the end of this for Faze. Mongols will be able to take the lead if they convert this one. Look at this aggression.
Hello. Yeah, Blitz, just running and gunning, running them down. They weren't ready for that one. A haymaker arrives, but hang on, we've got an Undertaker in the server. A quick response and slip. Takes his shot as Rain says, I've got a real play to be made. Oh, covered! 9-10 overlooked. Frozen with the trented transfer. He can't finish his job. Techno with just 12 HP holds on.
Skew, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you.
Simple.
It's very kind of you.
On the
Thank you
clock.
so much.
AWP in his hands. Bomb down
5
enemy
big
territory.
gifted. Thank you, Skew.
By all accounts, this should be an impossible round to get back into, and he's probably considering the save.
Considers an alternative. Putting on a show. Senzu spotted out. HE will soften him further. Look at their HP, but it doesn't matter when you've got an AWP. Begging for a swing. Oh, Senzu does get a pass. That's the last of their util. Angles open up for Senzu over the smoke. Is Simple still going for this? He seems to think so. Looks his nose out of the smoke, slipping through. Info on the fade. Oh, and a missed shot. Techno's got him! Mongols 9.
Oh, man.
Head in hands for FaZe fans as they can feel it. Mongols to take the lead once more, just like Mirage.
I mean, I respect it. I think I would have respected the save more there.
Look at this. I love this call. Right, you know that the money's going to be bottomed out after this.
The audacity, though.
Carrigan's either calling something direct or going into a default so they can play out a standard round. They just flood through that window. They make a statement, and then it becomes a mid-round situation. It's no longer the call from Carrigan. It's the players needing to play, and right now they're just going to be down to an eco.
Mongols. Every kill a step closer to the realization of a dream.
And they're getting more and more confident with these plays. They're continuing to just go aggressive. Right, this is a season. This is the 9th Tier 1
Can I
tournament
mute
they play. They've been in the
Sponge
playoffs of 7 of
specifically?
them.
Please?
Throughout those events, they've only won 4
Please
matches
let me
within the
mute
playoffs.
just Sponge.
2 of them were against Aurora. Right, those don't even count. This one right here can power them up like never before. 100%. And on this side of the bracket, there's no reason they can't be in the grand final.
These are 2 teams who both, by all accounts, are considered to change. When they get to the playoffs, for Mongols, it was typically a loss of power. FaZe, the opposite. But here in Austin, the Mongols slay their demons.
Alex hates Aussies. I didn't know that Sponge, the one human, represents all of Australia.
And securing a semi-final. after being a threat all season long.
Look, if this was a 2v5 with Rifles and Rain and Simple, we've seen it before. He's got great synergy in the addition with the likes of Rosen and Rain in the server, but this is just too tall of a task, keeping it clean. All 5 staying alive. Double digits found first by the Mongols.
You think you're stressed? Think about the people in the FaZe Clan jersey on stage right now. This roller coaster of emotions they've been on.
What the fuck?
Could be cut short.
That's the type of like humor you guys would post in the memes channel.
It's showtime. Simple and Unleash. Partners in crime. Spam towards that mid smoke.
Stop making fun of general memes chat. Oh, Haven's defending that too. So, my point stands.
Carrigan caught. 9-10 Zorp draws that first blood.
Pro's going to head back, scoop up that bomb. A-split imminent. Run through the motions now. Looks the rotation point, smoked off Temple. Needs to head back through
Oh
Beach.
boy.
Oh, it's a good angle. Is Rain going to be ready for that? Looks like he was. 9-10, however, moving. Simple!
Wow, 9-10.
Spins around for another. Under pressure, under scrutiny. Elise fighting into the site has gotten them the chance to plant. They're quick to this, quicker than he was ready for. Elite is brought down, it's only Frozen to save FaZe. Too many options. Techno bests him.
Fuck's sakes, dude.
At the top of the tables. Chances dwindle for FaZe Clan.
Bomb goes down, defuse comes through. Extra 600 bucks, 9-10. That was absolutely massive from him.
They legit smoked these guys on Anubis
before.
before.
The initial kill onto Carrigan, but right now the realization for FaZe might be settling in.
The Mongolian
Sponge,
sniper
shut the fuck
and
up.
closes this one.
This is the toughest situation you're going to find yourself in your FaZe. Right now, you don't have enough money to go for a full buy. If you do, it's Galil's in lieu of AKs, or it's AKs without utility. So likely you have to find yourself in a half buy. And that means that you more likely will give over the 12th round right now. And if you do, then you need 3 consecutive rounds just to be able to push us to overtime. Now, if anyone could do it, it's the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike history. Let's see if they've got what it takes. Austin wants it. Austin, can you will it?
Austin tries to will a Tech-9 half buy across the line.
Okay, here we go.
It's not for the Mongols through towards B.
Every round here is kind of big, obviously.
The range can vie for this control. Make it look like a standard round. They're going to go through the paces. Still going to be at the timing on the pop onto the B site. Frozen Elige will be in through main. Another 3 in through connector. Here they come silently.
Relaxing it.
Slipping up water. Simple have the flash at the ready. And then it's the pounce into the site.
Senzu gets caught by that. Goes down empty-handed. Now they accelerate. The flashes look great. Blitz does too, though. Back of the site. Back of the skull. Bullet
Get those guns. Get those guns. Log it the fuck in.
They're into the site.
You got 9-10 with an op still. He's going for it. He's got $6K fucking dollars, brother.
Just as hope was starting to be lost. A glimmer of hope.
Yeah, I don't need like Simple to trial out his new peak angles on Anubis, okay?
The pressure will
just
now
get
be
these
on the
last
Mongols,
few
the
rounds.
finances.
Let's go to map 3.
Their lost bonus bottomed out.
Sick of this
Having
shit.
to build back into the game this late. FaZe have that in their favor. 9-10 and Mazinho.
Yeah, woo, I agree.
Look. But the hunting party of Rain and Simple is already trying to track them down. Bomb goes off, not going to be able to get there to snatch these away. But double digits And that's what Austin wants to see.
Dude, the ambulance noises, bro.
Break through if you're the Mongols. A hostile crowd.
Preying on your downfall.
Great flash, great work from Carrigan, just surging in, making so much space. Even gets the double kill.
I have to compliment the flashbang work, not only onto Senzu, but you saw Techno's POV there on the plateau, completely blinded as they push out Con. Perfect layering and timing from Faze. They turn that low buy around.
Last timeout called now by the Mongols. Mara feeling the pressure, understanding the financial ramifications of losing these down the stretch.
No one's calling an ambulance in the US. That shit costs like 5K. Yeah, that's why you call an ambulance on your opponents. That's how you break their economy.
To lock horns. This is the way you want this one to go down. That was direct. We've seen both teams starting to change the tempo, change the pace. But double orbs, it was brought out on Mirage. Senzu got nothing done.
All right, we got double ops.
This time, can he be the difference maker? 19 kills for the X Factor.
Double ops is kind of crazy here. All right.
Nine 10 stubborn for this. At least he was. Had to retain control. Back to a more passive angle. Putting 3 towards B. Still plenty of time for Carrigan to call his team into this. Right now in the fog of war, our Faze. Mongols don't have any information, constricted. The confines of Anubis.
Senzu's kind of the wall here.
AWP.
Senzu's definitely the wall right now. Good flash.
It flows.
We might need another flash here, boys.
Ooh, not amplified because Techno's got his defensive frags. Pluralized as he finds Simple.
Nice, Elish.
Back, it's Elish. Claws them into the site. Enables a plot.
Do we have any utils? Just one flash? Is there any utils?
Serious ramifications, Chad.
Remember the finances.
Oh, he's in
These
water.
two saved last time round. There's kit in play, no smoke.
These young Mongolians trifling with Frozen and Elish to put 12 on the board first. He's looking the wrong way. Elish is in trouble. Goes looking.
Oh!
Completely pantsed by Elish, and it's only
He hears him.
What have you got? What can you do? Elish
He hears him.
is dancing around the bomb site.
Frozen's playing smart. Frozen is baiting.
Playing wicked games. And now Mzinho just has to defuse it, just has to sit it, just has to accept his fate.
Break it out. Bust it out. Bust it out. Let's hear it.
11-11.
Let's hear it.
And the Moody Center makes a collective wish for a third map.
Can't believe he got away with that one.
This is crazy, man.
Already low on HP.
Oh yeah, that was an insane play.
That's his undoing.
That's an insane play to make right there. That was fucking crazy. In that situation, bro.
But the cash, it's thin.
All to play for now.
These double orbs just not working out for the Mongols. Twice they brought it out over both of these maps and can't stick the landing.
Insane
It's an
round.
expensive risk to take.
Yeah, and that's why we see a couple of MP9s. An AWP
It's going to be an
still
insane
for 9-10,
round here.
2 M4s this time. They've been berating B
Holy
time
fuck.
and time again, but Mzinho, the youngest member, I first saw him in this jersey having a tough time now.
My hands are
Right at home,
sweating.
but he's going to have to step up.
Hands
One
are
of the weaker
sweating.
weapons if they continue their onslaught towards his site. This is information. This is a boatload of information. This will liberate the rotation. Blitz puts on his runners. Senzu as well. Techno plays to contain. Level head. 9-10, perching at the ready.
This is exactly where he needs to be. He's in the right place. He's got the right angle, and he's got the frag he needs.
Do they follow through, or do they call this off?
That's the question. That's the question. It's suspicious the AWP lies there. Carrigan, he's got to call the shots, pull the strings.
Heading back, they're heading back now.
Techno's
Nice.
been lying in wait from B main. This is a quick late-stage pivot. Techno will tuck. How good is the cover on Carrigan's plant? It needs to be perfect. They cannot be caught, just like they have been on the cross. Techno reveals, and Faze collapse. Elige is so detached, he hasn't got a chance in hell.
Fuck sakes, bro.
A 1v5, an unwinnable 1v5. An AWP shot connects on A, they get channeled into Techno. And Mongol sees the lead. Faze, one single round separates them from elimination of the Blast TV Austin Major. You want to talk about pressure? You want to talk about making it count? Then you better win this round.
And this financial seesaw, that's the conversation. Faze, they save this timeout for
no
a rainy
utils,
day.
bro.
30
like,
seconds to talk their tournament life over.
Like 0 utils to get on site.
The all-in, the gamble on can you resurrect Simple? Well, he's been powering up throughout this tournament. As a unit, you've gotten this far. Can you take us to overtime on your map pick? 3 AKs, Mac 10, Tech 9, 30 seconds worth of a conversation. Just one round, just 5 kills to extend play. To blow the roof off this place and to give the people what they want.
No way. Tag to Tech. Just to amplify the pressure further. Mike's muted.
Even more time to center yourself for the Mongols on the cusp of making history. Shanghai, a major playoff debut. Austin could very well be them taking that next step, the semi-finals.
Yeah, but taking down Shanghai grand finalists. And Simple, I'm sure he's enjoyed being in that chair, in that jersey. The super sub. Could be his last round in Austin.
Now, when the future's uncertain on that side of the server, who knows what FaZe Clan are going to look like after the tournament break? Who knows where Simple's going to find himself?
How do you stay in the flow state?
Holy
here?
fuck, this game. I believe. True.
Hey, Austin. Times like these, all they can do is look up at the crowd. Why don't you get your flashlights out, let them have a show. Fixing a coaching headset, look at that. The stars shining brightly on the server and in the arena. Let's get this one going.
USA, 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 USA.
And so it begins. Is this the beginning of the end of the quarterfinals? Oh, that's a lovely nade, hard to throw. Senzu chunked to 58.
And he's brought out this secondary AWP again. They're going to explode in towards B.
Okay, they want to punish. Techno's here, though. Up close and personal. It's a perfect angle, so long as he's not flashed and incendiary. Deters them. They may have heard the impact. Blitz with a supportive flash. Relocation from Techno. That's not bad. Anti-ready.
They're cancelled. That was their execute. They've just been held at the gate. There's no way in. It's a smoke and molly, 2 HEs. They wanted to pop into B, but they've been denied. Carrigan, you've got to call them out of this.
Oh, they've not got much to work with.
So they're gonna smoke.
So much invested into that failed attempt onto B.
Yeah, but they rotate hard. They rotate hard is why. They're taking mid.
Elige, the spearhead of the assault.
And they still have a minute.
America's finest. Catches the flash, starts to accelerate. It's a good shot from Emzinho. Only the one from Frozen. It could all end right here and now at the hands of the 9-10 sniper. The Mongolian delivers. And it's only Rain. And he's not got it in him. He hasn't got it in him. Mongols have done it. They slay the old gods in this generational clash.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And the Mongols, they save their moment for the biggest, the baddest, and the best events. The major is where they find their stage breakthrough.
They've had their heartbreak, and now they hand Austin one. They remove the fan favorites in 2-0 fashion. Individuals playing their game, their way. And it takes them to a next stage.
What a time to find their form, especially Senzu. Big questions when it gets to this type of a stage, once you're on the arena, when you're in front of the fans. But this team representing a region, a nation, Mongolia.
Also Brazilian.
They get it done today.
The Mongolian flag is firmly planted in the Counter-Strike map. A 2-0. Dreams crushed as dreams are realized. Let's hear from your winners.
Techno, congratulations, Techno. Hello, hello. Yes, congratulations, Techno. Unbelievable victory here. What does it mean to you to beat Faze in Austin and make it to the major semifinals?
We lost against them in the group stage at the 2-0, and we made so many analyses and discussed about our mistakes, and I think we fixed our, the mistakes, I guess.
I think so too, and a lot more than that. In Shanghai, this was your final stop. Now you have made it further. What has changed about your team? What have you been doing better on the big stage?
I always say that tournament by tournament, we're qualifying playoffs and playing on the stage. I think we're maybe being comfortable on the stage, I guess.
We can definitely see it. It's about 8 a.m. back home for you. Is there anything you want to say to those fans who are up very early, but also Mongols fans here?
Keep still supporting us and cheer for us. Thank you. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Well, none of these are going to be easy, I can assure you that much, but I do have the man of the hour. Let's give a round of applause for Elige and Faze. I'm going to come around here on your side, if you don't mind. Elige, talk to me about some of these emotions, bud. It's been a long career for you. Tell me a little bit about what's going on today.
I mean, it's definitely tough. Probably one of the best chances that we had, I think. We definitely had it in us to win this game. I mean, Anubis was super winnable. I don't know, just really disappointed.
Build up to this. You had 291 rounds played. You had 14 maps right here in Austin. You build up to this series itself. Tell me about some of those feelings.
I felt like we were powering up every single match. I felt like we were getting better, vibing as a team. The chemistry was working well. We had a great CT half on Anubis. It was looking like we were going to take it to the third map, and yeah, unfortunately, just a lot of rounds didn't go our way, but yeah.
Elige, you put Pennsylvania on the map, you put North America on the map, you continue to truck along, you got quite the career. And let me just ask you this, man, you've got all these people standing around here. They want to hear from you. So what are you going to tell them?
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the love that you guys have been giving. You guys have been a great crowd. Thank you for all the cheers. You've been great, really. Love you guys so much.
USA.
Thank you so much. Give me a round of applause.
USA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elige. That's Faze Clan.
A crushing way for Faze to falter, but for the Mongols, they make history in Austin tonight. The deepest the Mongols have ever made it at a major Dupree. Semifinals, third and fourth, guaranteed at a bare minimum for the Mongols.
It must mean so much to them, having an Asian team making it to the semifinals of a major, and the first one, I mean, the guys in the Mongol side, it's a team that has been gone through such development throughout the history of Counter-Strike. Maybe like a couple of years back, people didn't expect much of them, but they've constantly grown and grown and grown, and actually, they just deserve to be here. And I like the way they approach, It's not a team that has so much tactical there, but they're just like mechanical, it's so good. But it's like they're starting to get to the point where they actually also understand the game at a deeper level. And that also showcases today. And I think we talked a lot coming into the game that this is Faze Clan. Maybe we even came to a point where, Jacob, you didn't want to glaze Faze Clan because they have some big names in that team. But names is just not enough in Counter-Strike anymore. We are seeing a new generation of players showing that they deserve to be where they are.
I'm not necessarily happy that I was right about that, but let's be completely honest. The best team won tonight. There's no doubt. The Mongols played
superior, better Counter-Strike than FaZe Clan. A couple of moments kept them alive. Elise had a fantastic showing on Anubis as well, where he tried to keep them alive. He tried to be that player who stepped up to the occasion, brought a little bit of life to FaZe Clan, brought a bit of life to the crowd as well. But if you isolate that and you look at the two teams that went head-to-head tonight, there's no doubt that the Mongols deserved the victory. They were the better team.
A year and 9 months that they've been together and managing to break through to this level in Counter-Strike after that commitment as a roster. It's just insane. You can hear the cheers because we are joined by Mazinho. I'm sure you probably can't hear us. There's a lot of love for you in here. Tell me the emotions. What are you feeling right now, knowing you're going through to the semifinals?
Going through semifinals. We're just winning on a major stage, like in the stage, major playoff stage. Winning against FaZe, it's feeling really great, yeah.
How was it to play in an arena where the crowd was so much against you guys? How did that feel? Did you feel the pressure in the team, or how did you cope with all these feelings?
I think it wasn't against us. They were just cheering for FaZe, not booing us, and that was fine. We don't get nervous, and yeah.
You said you didn't get nervous and you played like the best team tonight. Did you also believe coming into the game that you were the better team compared to FaZe?
Yeah, at the stage 3, actually we fight really good, and then Ancient, we got just made a lot of mistakes on Ancient and just lost our wives at the second map. And the first at the beginning of this major, we were the I mean, better team, yeah.
Could you, in your wildest dreams, imagine being part of a semi-final? Like 2 weeks ago when you got to Austin, now you're standing in a semi-final. It's a dream coming true for you guys, yeah?
Yeah, it's the dream coming true. Like, I never think about I was like playing in the major stage and winning, yeah.
And tomorrow you will go up against Pain. How do you see yourself against them? Do you actually think you can go all the way to the grand final now?
Like 50-50. Just try our best against Pain and they could say DGT, they were now in QC. They are pretty good at the moment. Yeah, just trying our best to win and to the grand final. Yeah.
Mazinho, it's been beautiful to watch you guys developing as a team, flourishing. Anything you want to say to all your fans you have at home? You can say it in Mongolian if you like.
As a man, I said we're gonna 2-0, and I kept my words. Yeah. And praise it for FaZe and your pick'ems.
Thank you so much, Mazinho. We'll let you get off and celebrate with your team, and we'll see you tomorrow for that semi-final. Taken down the crowd favorites in FaZe. There's still so much love for the Mongols in this arena. I have a sneaky suspicion they might be the crowd favorite moving forward, despite culling the event favorite.
I was just about to say, from this very moment, there's no doubt that the crowd favorite are going to be the Mongols. You and I, Freya, we were in Dallas a couple of weeks ago as well, where, let's be honest, the crowd were cheering for the Mongols. It's such a likable team. It's such a likable story. A small country like Mongolia producing so many
no one wants to cheer for fucking Vitality, bro. What is so difficult to understand, man?
From a very small region, from a very small country. I say Asia is a small region, but at least that part of the region is very small. It's impressive that they've been able to foster such a high
I guess they like Mongolia now.
I absolutely love, they deserve it
They
so
just
much.
fucking hate Vitality.
They have been struggling in the playoffs, but now they overcome. Sure, maybe it's not the best looking FaZe, but the thing is, they go against like the crowd favorite. That's also a challenge in itself, and that's one they stood.
Mongols versus Pain, who wins? I don't
with how
care.
Anubis played out, they still came to a conclusion.
We got Vitality versus Mouse,
and that's what Counter-Strike is all about.
And I love
which is like watching that like
up on stage, because I remember
couple that always are fighting each other whenever they go out to a restaurant with you. They always start an argument.
Alongside Melbourne, which was just a couple of months.
And one of them goes home crying.
This big.
It's like the same repeat, and you can't say anything because you've been friends with them for years. And
they've gained a lot of experience.
Like, Jesus Christ, we're gonna see this again.
Been saying that they couldn't really perform.
And then we have.
To the degree
and then the other two teams that are playing is whoever Vitality is going to beat in the finals. That's who you have. You have Vitality versus Mouse, which we just saw in IEM Dallas, which was the weakest finals I've ever seen in my life, versus the team that's going to lose to Vitality in the finals. That's what we have lined up.
Right now, the Mongols are the favorites out of the two teams to
make it to the fucking have. All right.
If that doesn't make you nervous, nothing will.
Was there a clear MVP for your money coming out of the Mongols camp in this one, or was it more of a team synergized effort?
Well, obviously, like Sensu is maybe the obvious choice, but I think 9-10 was so good. Obviously, on Anubis, that's where he had a lot of impact. He had multiple multi-frags, and you know he's just in a position. He's really good at utilizing himself and putting him in the right position. He had some inconsistency left and right, but I think like today was also just like a team win. Like everyone on the Mongol side contributed. We saw Blitz playing really great on Mirage. We saw Missino having some moments here, but I also think that Techno stepped up to the occasions. Anubis, you know, a guy that has been criticized a little bit and maybe also been having some bad numbers, but he's also been praised by his teammates, saying that he's doing such a great job, you know, that they like the way that he contributes to the team is maybe not always shown in the numbers, but he's there for them and they need him to succeed.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to pick out one player and be like, you were the difference maker. I think the Mongols tonight won as a team. I think Sensu deserves some credit, you know, not only for what he did tonight, but overall this tournament. He was the one who picked out and saying, yeah, a bit of a group stage warrior, maybe doesn't have the level in the playoff. I think what he did against G2, major history. What he did tonight, another step in the right direction. So this whole story that is unfolding in front of us, that is the Mongols right now, is just highly inspirational and nice to see.
You brought up the point that, you know, Missino is saying 50-50 between them and Pain tomorrow. You buying that? Surely the Mongols are the favorites, right?
Well, it's more like, you know, the well-calculated, like the safe choice going by saying 50-50. I think he, before he even answered the question, I honestly believe that he's like they are the better team and they know that. But it's going to be interesting to see tomorrow when they're like maybe the clear favorite, also the fan favorite, it's like the crowd favorite. How do they live up to that? Are they going to be living up to that expectation? Now they've actually progressed and gotten further than they've ever done in a major playoff. How's that going to be looking for them?
I'll translate, sorry for you guys. What he meant to say was, yeah, we're 70-30 favorites. No doubt. The Mongols are the better team. They're high on the world ranking. They're doing and have been doing a great job so far. So has Pain. But tomorrow, the Mongols are walking into that arena with the crowd on their side, but also as the main favorites.
The crowd's expectations of Faze obviously shattered after this quarter-final exit. I think it's totally fair to lean into your point maybe a little bit, Jacob, that perhaps we were overhyping the side of Faze Clan, but there was a reason, because you have names like Elish, you know, the sole North American representation. Yep. You have a GOAT like Simple on the roster, and then you have, you know, one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time in Karrigan.
They beat the Mongols in a best-of-3 already.
All this very major, but I don't know.
What do you mean?
On the side of Faze, I thought they would show up better in this arena, and they did.
I think we were all hoping Faze would show up stronger. We were all hoping Simple would have a little more impact. And I gotta say, as much as we praised him for playing well in Stage 3, tonight he had an awful lot of misses with the AWP. We saw moments in the game where he could have been the difference maker. Where 2 years ago he would have been the difference maker.
True.
No longer the
Simple
case.
did
and
whiff
not to take anything away from Faze.
I
think in isolation for them to make the playoff, that's a success in itself. I think they would have sold that coming into the major, but tonight
a little better on Anubis than Mirage, but
well, you can chime in. You know, there's no point in glazing a team for what they did 2 years ago or 1 year ago. Fact of the matter is, Faze is in a crisis, and that crisis didn't stop right here. Just because they got to the major playoff, they're still walking into the summer break with only 4 players signed to the team. Stand in Simple, go back to Na'Vi. We don't know where he's going to end up, and I don't know where Faze is going to end up, and that is not a pretty looking heading into the summer break.
No, of course not, but regardless of the fact that he played badly, I'm glad that he was able to play, or tried to play, his signature style. Going for the 1v3 from B main, even though he missed the guy pillar, dies, it looks foolish. A lot of other operas would have saved there. So if he actually does level up his abilities, because, let's be real, he's not back yet, okay? He's not back yet as a complete individual.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was
not back yet.
Going to sit here magnanimous, not even worrying about it.
But if he actually does get his mechanics back to what we know he once was, then we can start talking about Faze, if they sign him, of course.
I mean, bro, it's super impressive the level he was able to play at, considering how little he's actually competed in the past year and a half. That alone is just like, goddamn, dude, I didn't even know you had that in you. Like, I thought that'd be way rustier. I think there's a new level to Simple. I think if Simple continues this battle of trying to be back, and we try and force Simple to like match up with who he was when he was the #1 player in the world multiple times, I don't think you can succeed in that fight. I don't think there's any way for him to actually battle against himself and win that. So for me, with Simple, I think the future has to be, he needs to find out how he wants to reinvent himself as a player. I think there's a lot left in the tank for Simple. I think it was really cool seeing this team, this Faze team, with all the experience and all the trophies and accolades they have as individuals and as a unit, say, we want to impress Simple.
We'll up after Simple goes back to Na'Vi.
Like, I want to be the guy that Simple says is the best in-game leader he's played with.
His stock's going to be low enough, right?
Valuable to Simple. I think if we can tap into that energy with Simple, that's going to give us a new Simple moving forward who can even be greater, maybe not as an individual, but as a piece of a team and make them greater.
See, you're selling me that, Jason.
I know.
And I wanna
I'm selling you a
it.
dream.
I want to believe
Come
it.
on this dream with me.
Yeah, but I don't, you know. And I don't want
shit.
Don't give me device Simple.
No,
Don't give me
that's-
passive Simple.
Exactly, and I want Peter to chime in here as well, because one of the most difficult things as a player is to accept you're not the player you once were. I agree with you. It would be great if Simple could transition into be a guy who could be, I guess, decent, you know, and be a guy who could share of his experience and be a reliable guy in the team. But if you once were one of the best, you know, and if not the best ever to play
FlyQuest jersey?
to accept that you just
Yeah, that guy Sponge is
all. You're
old.
not anymore as a player, Peter. You wouldn't want to do that yourself, would you?
No, like, I think maybe, I don't necessarily think that it's Simple that's trying to put that pressure on himself. I don't think Simple maybe...
We are.
Yeah, I know this.
Yeah.
We are doing it. The community is doing it. Everyone is doing it. Everyone wants Simple to go back where he was when he decided to take a break. And I don't think that's going to be possible. I think that Simple, as of right now, if I were Simple, I would try and maybe find a team. I would need to settle down somewhere, because I don't think these stints in playing as a stand all the time does the job for him. I think he needs to find a place where he's actually can get comfortable, can get like more.
I'm telling you,
play time,
IGL
can
Simple,
jump in,
dude.
you know, have a sing in how the team should work. Right now, he just jumped from team to
IGL
team.
Simple would work.
Lately, he's been obviously in Falcons and now with Faze, and God knows where he's going to end up next, right? And for me, at least, every time we see Simple go in and he doesn't deliver, like he's just going to take like an edge of who Simple is all the time. Like eventually he's going to lose that extra spice that he's always been bringing. And when are we running out of opportunities? And when is he running out of opportunities?
This is poetry to my ears, Dupree. I love you. I love you. I'm going to clip that whole thing. I'm going to memorize it.
I mean, I've got maybe a little bit more numbers to add to your spice there.
Simple
Jason.
doesn't
I feel
know
like I'm gonna
tactics.
hop on your train.
Simple's
Production
very
just
smart.
confirmed to me that
You must
Simple,
understand
lowest rated
Simple.
player in the playoffs. So the whole quarterfinals. he
Simple
put
knows
up
a lot
these
about
numbers,
tactics.
Which, yeah, Jason, you sold me on that snake hole, but
Joking?
I didn't want
Fair.
to be drinking it. I wanted Simple to be
Some
back.
people might not be.
He's not quite yet.
I don't want to do it either. And I honestly, I take like no pleasure in like this kind of a performance. I want Simple to show us. I love this Simple that says, I don't just want to win the game. I want to put on a show for everyone. That's an angle that not many players actually even aspire to.
He is watched, but I'm not because I narrate games now.
I want to see him succeed.
To be fair, Dupree's the only one on the table that can talk shit about literally any player he wants. And he doesn't, funny enough. The only guy that can talk shit generally doesn't talk shit.
He has to find a home, and no one can expect Simple to consistently deliver, having played
That's what I like about
in a month and a
Dupree.
half, you know. That's all the time, right?
But you know what? The charm of Simple is that he
Guy
did
wins
make us all
5 majors
believe.
and will still dress up in a chicken suit.
That it was possible. And that's what Simple is.
I mean, we didn't just believe. We did see it. There were glimpses,
I think
okay?
there was claims that he was actually back.
I mean, looking at what he did to Mongols in Stage 3, in that group stage, it's
Which
just
one's Dupree?
for us to recognize that in the
one
arena,
over from
it's
the
where
left.
he actually played his worst CS.
The spiky hair.
The group stage, maybe he's like
Dupree
a
is
slow
him.
starter,
Yeah,
and then
Dupree
the
is
arena,
literally
he would
him.
power up, but in fact, it was the opposite. So the pressure definitely got to him. The what he put it on himself in terms of how much he needed to deliver, because he was.
To be fair, Moses doesn't talk that much shit
When
either.
he beat Mongols the first time and was the highest rated player, he was overextending
I feel like
too.
Pimp talks a
He
lot
was
of shit.
also overextending when he was the #1 ranked player in the world in CSGO.
Sponge
He was
talks a
doing
lot
it
of
all the
shit.
time.
And
He
let's
was
be honest,
playing a lot outside the fundamentals, but goddamn it, did he deliver in those situations?
And let's be honest,
Launders
this
talk
loss
shit
is not
too,
on
but
Simple
not
at
about
all.
anybody.
He played well in the playoff.
Launders
He
just
played
says
well tonight.
random shit.
Again, as I said, a couple
It's
of
very
moments where he
different.
could have made the difference with the up, but there was other players that we can point towards and say you didn't show up when you were needed. Elise is a great example. First map, nowhere to be found. Stepped it up massively for the second. Gotta
Spongy
say,
doesn't
Ray,
talk
you know,
shit.
we-
Yes,
we
he
need to
does.
have a conversation about
Yes, he
Ray at some
absolutely
point.
does.
He got an extra shot when they brought in Elise. I personally was pretty vocal about the fact that I thought that should have been the moment where Faze probably
He
should have
gasses
gotten rid
up
of him.
Asia servers and
Maybe
just
a bit crazy to
slanders
say out
everybody
loud, you know,
else.
Get rid of Rain. He's a fantastic player, a staple of all these teams.
But he does
This
it in
one
a funny
particular
way,
team
so
for
he
many,
gets a
many years,
pass.
but
No,
I think
Spongy
Ray is
absolutely
also
talks
over it.
shit.
So if Faze want to get back to a point where we talk
It's
about
fine,
them
it's
being title
entertaining.
contenders consistently, I think they have to make some
It's all
big decisions
entertainment.
ahead of them.
Some tough decisions.
Yeah, well, either way, this is how the cookie is going to crumble for Faze here in Austin with a quarterfinals exit. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Carrigan and James Banks.
FaZe Clan's Hail Mary.
This was the
here at
interview I
Varsity
wanted to see.
Austin Major doesn't pan out the way they would have wanted it to, and that's what I want to start with here, Carrigan, right? You said since the beginning it was a Hail Mary, it was a risk you were taking with this. You still made it through the playoffs and quarters, but here, when we hit the playoff stage, it wasn't the same for, I guess, of what you wanted and what you expected. So what's your initial thoughts?
Maybe some air out of the balloon went out with 4 days of break, 5 day. Maybe we got a little into our own heads or whatever, you know. Because I don't think we really turned up
yeah, no more
so
wee
much
woo
in the first map for some reason.
No more
I
wee
think we
woos,
had a good
guys.
start, which makes it strange that we couldn't withstand that pressure that Mongols played. But to be honest, Mongols are a great team, right? And the way we beat them last time, I knew that was a one-time off because they kind of broke down completely last time on Anubis. And this time they withstand the pressure because I think we came back really good on the CT side of Anubis. And yeah, I don't know, I think I'm a little bit disappointed how we reacted as a team today.
Talking about that reaction, we got to talk about it, how it started on Mirage, because it's a strange one where it's you that's the one leading the charge in the fragging department, and I guess you're waiting for your individuals to step up. Did you notice why they were off? Could you understand why?
No, I couldn't understand why, but I feel like during the whole game there wasn't these multi-kill rounds that we needed. We don't have the synergy, the teamwork to withstand us not getting multi-kills, and I think we were in good position. I'm not sure.
It looked like a day 2 stage 2 phase. I said that.
We had a good chance.
I said that very early.
And I don't know, maybe we got a little bit scared in the end. I'm not sure. It's very hard. It's like first time we're playing on stage with Sasha, so everything is new, or second Mirage officially. But I'm really disappointed that we couldn't close out on Anubis and see what could happen on Ancient.
Would have loved to see an Ancient, man.
A lot of support from the fans as well.
Would have loved to see an
happens,
Ancient map.
And then obviously the Liege crowd buff as it was, none of that coming together. I just want to get your points on the crowd's reaction and how you felt about all that, because it was a lot of love.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't played on big stage since Shanghai. That's half year ago. So coming here, I just knew I would join any moment. And I remember the first few rounds in Mirage. I just love what I'm doing. You know, everything else doesn't matter. It's the game that matters, the emotions, and I just live the game, to be honest. And playing in front of this crowd with so much support, I wish there was another day. You know, that's the beauty of the game. You are never guaranteed the next day, and you're never guaranteed a trophy. But I enjoyed playing on the stage, but obviously disappointed that we couldn't do it better on second map and get a banger third. So, but congrats to Mongols. They played really good, and I think they've been underrated the whole year.
What does this mean for Faze now going forward? Because obviously Simple's on loan, you're waiting to see what happens, you're going into the next season. Is it trying to sign Simple? Is it looking for other opportunities? Can you give me some info?
I can't really get info. I think the most important thing was get Sasha on alone, see what happens, figure out the team dynamic, what has happened this year. We have to go back and review everything. I mean, the whole year has been really bad.
I don't know if Simple stays, man.
Don't go further here, but it was a Hail Mary. We knew that. We don't know how.
I don't know if Simple stays. Like, I don't feel like the showing was good enough to warrant a contract, unfortunately.
Don't need trophies like
I like the dude,
we
you
need
know.
to be in the big stage.
I like what he's about.
We need content, and
you
we
know,
haven't done this year, and that's
being more of a team player, but
we need to go back to the management, and I need to.
It just did not click with this playoff.
Do you feel that you're in a position where you might need to make not just more changes on players, but also just a style change for you and how you approach things with individuals?
Oh, it's so hard
yeah,
to
I don't
say,
know.
right?
Maybe he goes back to like just
season,
full-time training or something. If he wants to be more informed with CS2.
Role took some time to adapt. John come in with a lot of different stuff, and we have tried to improve on that, and we have done great in some department, and some department we as a team have failed. And
Frozen is solid,
that's my biggest
and honestly,
disappointment.
I'm a big Elige fan now. I think he's done
bends, but they never breaks.
He's done a lot of good.
Breaking a lot this season, and that for me is a big warning sign, as that was what we claimed John to for the past 2-3 years.
Maybe he just doesn't want to go pro stuff anymore, just Twitch and chill.
And analyze it.
Yeah, Twitch and chill seems to be the pro's death sentence.
Was just focus on getting Sasha up to date.
Every time a pro goes Twitch and chill, it's just over.
See what happens, and now it's time to think.
Well, I'll give you that time to think, and lastly, I'll let you say anything you want to say to all the fans out there, all the people cheering and supporting.
I just want to appreciate everyone. There has been so many people following on YouTube here in the arena, so much support, and I love you guys. And it means a lot to me for you guys to follow our story. And this is how the story ends, but make sure to tune in for the upcoming games. I think this is very important to see who wins the major, and there's so many great teams and great stories.
Well, since now I'm in the conversation, apparently, yeah, I'm a prime example.
That's what we always want to do, a true advocate for the game, and that's why we love him, and we're sad to see him go.
Yeah, sadly, the Hail Mary move for Faze and Karrigan not paying off coming into this event. Does that beg changes going into the next half of the season, Jason? What do you think?
I have no idea, because I don't know where you'd go. I think Faze is still in the same place as they were like a year ago, where it's like, even if you want to make changes, where exactly do you want to go if you have to make like some kind of wide sweeping change? I think Kerrigan's going to have to go back and figure that out, and that'll be the conversation they have. And I like that you opened it up with the Hail Mary comment, because I think all of us,
should be
for a moment,
coach.
again, this is Simple's fault, made us forget that this was a Hail Mary play, that this was just a desperation, let's aim for a miracle and see what happens. And in that sense, I'm actually not super disappointed in Faze losing, because it was always, their season was terrible. It was always going to be a very desperate attempt at making this work, and it didn't pan out. But again, it's Faze, so it was exciting while it happened.
Well, you got to give some credit to Kerrigan. You know, he's always very open in his interviews, and he just expresses a lot of feelings.
I don't know. The team would have to like be completely like restructured, because, honestly.
Kerrigan has always taken a lot of
I feel like Frozen and Liege are pretty solid, though. They work really well.
He's been very open about what they've been trying inside of this new season, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. And you know, right now they find themselves in a position where they probably know that there is changes coming in. Obviously, he's not going to say it out loud that who's going to be.
Two-year Alexei for new IGL.
There's probably a lot of question marks inside.
Both good players, yeah.
That needs to be resolved, because where Faze has been and where Faze are right
Young
now,
Gun Hopper.
that is not where Faze wants to be. That's not where we expect Faze to be. And that's also, you know, mounted on how we see them, you know, and that's also how we saw them coming into this tournament. You know, we just glazed them for who they are and what names
he
they are.
got bought for 2.5.
I would actually love to see.
You could probably get him for like 1.2 now, right?
Instead of trying to be revolves around the names that Faze has always.
It would be like
around.
getting old Simple, but a longer investment.
Talent somewhere, maybe even two, and then build from that. Because as you mentioned, Jacob, Kerrigan is a guy that
appreciated
loves to
value
go in and find, like, you know, a new kind of approach to a team.
Not making it to the playoffs.
Building them, and that has been a strength ever
Seems
since
like a value
Counter-Strike.
depreciation, no?
Can we just hold on for 1 second here? This is the first tournament this five-man lineup has played together.
And they lost.
I don't know about that. The only roster move that I see on the horizon is, do you sign Simple or not? If you want to actually spend big bucks, if you want to buy him out of that Navi contract, then go for it, and then you can start building something more concrete.
As much as I'm a Simple fan, I don't even agree with that.
Can this five-man lineup, let's say you get Simple or don't get Simple, can this four-man core with an extra fifth, can they be competitive? Can they compete for trophies?
Listen, the biggest
that'd be the eternal question at the end of the day, is do you believe you can add one more player who may or may not be Simple and win trophies with this lineup?
The biggest question we should be asking ourselves, and I think the prime
Rain just needs to be more consistent too, man. If Rain was consistent this series, I think they would have been a lot more competitive.
Right now is in a position, given his age, given his career, given
Rain just kind of seems to be inconsistent too. You can't have like
new lineups, you know.
You can't have like two inconsistent old guys. You know,
done it with Faze a couple of times as well.
It just doesn't work.
What Kerrigan does the best. Now, Kerrigan cannot continue with this core of players. I don't believe that at all. I don't think they're going to sign Simple. I don't think they should sign Simple at all.
Why do you think they lost?
I also do think Kerrigan doesn't know what's going to happen with Faze, because I think he to himself right now is considering, is Faze even the right place to stay?
Rain was inconsistent.
He is the greatest
and I think
arguably of all
Simple
time. I still think he has
missed a lot of key plays.
Does he build that new lineup in FaZe Clan, or does he go somewhere else to build
Frozen could have maybe turned up a little bit more, but like,
which is why FaZe Clan right now should give everything they can in order to make
I don't know.
Sure
that would be like me saying,
I don't see Kerrigan retiring.
This car that goes 90 miles an hour could have gone 92 miles an hour to win the race, you know? It's like, no, let's talk about the car that went 30 miles an hour twice,
probably the most likely suspect in terms of just
let's talk about the car that went 70 miles an hour one race and then 20 miles the next race.
Simple is still coming back to the form that we know he could be in, and I feel like Elige is a guy that we saw so much from last year that you don't give up on it just yet, even if there's a little bit of a lack of synergy between him and the other players.
Well, either way, we do bid a fond farewell to FaZe here at the Blast TV Austin playoffs. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that tees us up for our semi-finals moving forward. That is going to be going down tomorrow. We've got Vitality and Mouse on one side of the bracket, Pain versus Mongols on the other side. Curious, Maui, Jason, because you weren't up here with the Zinio interview, he said 50-50 in that game. He's lying, right? They're the heavy favorites.
I mean, I have Mongols as a pretty darn heavy favorite in that matchup, but I mean, I don't know.
Like 70-30 Mongols.
Why don't FaZe get you in his IGL, Alex?
That's what I said.
Oh, yeah,
because I don't have a European visa.
Kind of slept on. Mouse versus Vitality, though. I feel like that should. We're going to be
naming insanely good.
The final before the grand final, right?
Yeah,
so
not like Jordan is an OG, bro.
Super exciting.
Jordan would make a sick coach.
If
I ever put together like
A+ game, even or
enough money to fund a tier 2 team, I would personally ask Jordan.
This is where they are going to be bringing the heat to bring down.
If he'd want to be involved.
If they can do that, then I believe that
it's one of the smartest players to
all the reasons like losses against Vitality, thinking this was the worst.
They'd be the new Astralis.
Yeah, probably.
You're friends with nothing? Yeah.
Struggling to get over, and then you finally break free. I think the fun thing
I haven't
about
talked to
that
him
is
for a
we had
while, I'll be
Zawu on
honest.
the
Not
desk
since I lived
after
in
they won
LA.
their game today, and the first thing he said
But
was like, it doesn't matter what
used to
your
hang
match
out with
history
him.
is with an
He's
opponent.
a good dude.
Vitality's beat Mouse pretty much every single time they've played this year. He's like, it's the major. Match history doesn't matter. It's all brand new.
Talk to him
That's
again.
Zabu's own words right there. So
I
Mouse,
should.
They're going to be a dangerous team in that semifinal.
Majors do indeed hit different, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining me up here on the
Smartest
desk. Thank
NA
you
player.
everybody here in Austin who's
Sometimes
stuck
that's
around
enough.
this evening. It has been an absolutely fantastic day of quarterfinals. Tomorrow it is semi-final Saturday. We've got 2 bangers going down. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
All right, guys. GG's. Wee woo. Damn. What a way to go out. Good stuff, man. All right, we're gonna watch the semifinals tomorrow, I guess. Pain versus Mongols and Vitality versus Mouse. I got another IEM Dallas, and we'll see. Maybe the Mongols will clutch it up versus Vitality in the finals. Should be interesting. Now it's time to game. Yeah, no, now it's time for me to end the stream. We're back tomorrow, guys. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. Sad to see Faze go, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is.